Section 1 of Tragedy in Dedham, the story of the Sacco-Vanzetti case. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ciufi Galeazzi. Tragedy in Dedham, the story of the Sacco-Vanzetti case, by Francis Russell. Chapter 1. The Tragedy in Dedham. The case of Sacco and Vanzetti, which began as the prosecution for a commonplace if brutal murder, developed gradually into one of the world's great trials. In the end, it was much more than a trial. It became one of those events that divide a society. Although the issues that it raised have been overlaid by war and political events, they never wholly die. Even today, middle-aged men and women, hearing by some chance the names Sacco and Vanzetti, still find themselves stirred by the passion and violence of their younger days. Sacco and Vanzetti have become a symbol, and like all symbols, the meaning varies with those who adopt it. I myself do not have any memory of the trial, being then in the 6th grade of the Boston public schools. But I do remember, from my 18th year, the agitation and excitement of those summer weeks in 1927 preceding the two men's execution. The day they were to die, I spent the better part of the afternoon walking over Beacon Hill and across the Common in the muted August sunshine. Police were everywhere, hard-faced and angry, some of them carrying rifles, a thing I had never seen before. Pickets with placards marched up and down before the bullfinch facade of the State House. Periodically, the police carted groups of them away in a patrol wagon to the Joy Street station. Almost at once, their places were filled by others. Buses kept arriving from New York, hung with signs proclaiming, "Sacco and Vanzetti must not die," and trailing red paper streamers. As the buses pulled into Park Square, those inside began to sing "The Red Flag." They looked like foreigners, most of them. I did not like their looks. I sensed in myself the hostility of the bourgeois world toward those two men. In spite of any pickets and red-streamered buses from New York, I knew they were going to die that night. As I walked under the lindens on the Tremont side of the Frog Pond, I felt a sense of oneness with the community that was asserting itself. I was glad Sacco and Vanzetti were going to die. It never occurred to me that they might be innocent. In the shabby, genteel private school I went to in Roxbury, none of the masters would have dreamt of such a thing. We took our opinions from them and from our parents. The father of one of my classmates was reporter of decisions of the Massachusetts Supreme Court. He published in 1927 a much-approved pamphlet on the trial, in which he demonstrated the quasi-divine status of Massachusetts justice, a status that made even the appointment of the Lowell Committee to investigate the case a reflection on the Commonwealth's judicial system. According to the reporter, that system, sanctified by the past, could not err. Such a conservative position was common enough in Massachusetts then, nor did it change. 30 years later, the reporter still listed his pamphlet in Who's Who as his single literary accomplishment. By and large, one's view of the case depended on one's status in the community. If one was middle class and Republican, and read the Herald mornings and the Transcript nights, one thought Sacco and Vanzetti guilty. Any latent doubts subsided after President Lowell of Harvard issued his report. But if one was a university liberal, one tended to think the trial unfair. And if one read The Nation or New Republic, one was sure they were innocent. My father was a lawyer and a Republican. He believed the two men guilty, not from any particular study of the trial itself, but because of his acquaintance with Captain Van Amberg, a ballistics expert who testified at the trial. Van Amberg, through laboratory examinations, was certain that one of the recovered murder bullets had been fired from Sacco's gun. This convinced my father, although, as it came out later, it never convinced Captain Proctor of the state police. My Aunt Amy, who was a social worker and lived in the Elizabeth Peabody house, was equally convinced of the two men's innocence. This again was not from studying the evidence. It was simply the way one had to feel if one was a social worker. Nobody could have continued to stay at the Elizabeth Peabody house who felt otherwise. Not that such a person would ever have been there in the first place. One of the proud moments of Aunt Amy's life was when she was arrested for picketing the State House and taken away in a patrol wagon. I think she was almost disappointed that the policeman who arrested her was so courteous about it. I do not know when my views about Sacco and Vanzetti changed. It must have been sometime in the 30s when I happened to read a book of their letters. Those letters were just not congruous with the sordid and mercenary Braintree murders. As to the question, who were the murderers if Sacco and Vanzetti were not, I thought I found that answered later by one of their counsel, Herbert Ehrman, whose book The Untried Case seemed to prove that the men who did the killing were from the Morelli gang of Providence. If one accepted that explanation, reinforced by other evidence as time went on, everything apparently fitted together. One of the Morellis looked enough like Sacco to have been his brother. Dedham, where the trial took place, is a colonial backwater. For the most part it is a mill town, stretched along the loops of the Charles River, but the older section, near the High, not Main, street, is a well-preserved relic, with spacious frame houses of the mid-18th century, and later and more grandiloquent mansions of the century's end. The courthouse, built in 1827, is a stone building with massive Greek Revival columns. Its Roman dome, soberly proportioned to the columns, is the most conspicuous object in Dedham. From the flat country beyond the river, it looms above the elms, flanked by white meeting-house spires, a symbol of authority. Almost always when I see the great dome so secure above the peaceful community, I find myself thinking back to the Sacco-Vanzetti trial. Whatever one's feelings about the trial, its presence still seems tangible in the courthouse and the High Street. I felt the presence in 1953, 32 years after the trial, when I was called on to serve for a month as a juror in the same paneled room where Sacco and Vanzetti were tried and found guilty, and, after all the exceptions and delays, were sentenced to death 6 years later. Scarcely a day of that month passed but there was some reference to the case. Sometimes during the lunch hour, one of us would ask the old sheriff about the trial. In his blue serge cutaway, he had served the Dedham court for 40 years. For him, the law revealed there was majestically certain. I do not think he ever entertained the idea that it might err, or that the Sacco-Vanzetti decision might have been unjust. To think this would have been to challenge the things that had become part of him, his engraved brass buttons, his white mace with the blue state seal on it. His office did not, however, keep him from having his personal feelings. He had come to like Sacco and Vanzetti. They were good boys, he told us. I knew Nick best, but they were both good boys. Never any trouble. At the end of the afternoon session, he occasionally took a few of us through the jail, 2 streets away, and, after showing us the reception hall and the dining room and the laundry, he would point out the cells Sacco and Vanzetti had occupied. I was in the court, he told us one afternoon, that day when Judge Thayer sentenced them. Vanzetti made his speech first, that long speech. Maybe you heard about it. And all the time he was talking, Judge Thayer just sat there with his chin in his hand, looking down at his desk. Never moved. But when Vanzetti finished, then he let him have it. On our way into the courtroom, we would pass the prisoner's cage, used in all Dedham murder trials. In this cage, Sacco and Vanzetti had sat. The cage is often mentioned in the literature of the case, as if the men had been exhibited in court like monkeys in a zoo. But in spite of its name, the cage is no cage at all. It is a topless enclosure of metal lattice, about 3 feet high in front, rising to 5 feet in the back. Except for its symbolism, there is nothing very formidable about it. I was on a civil jury. Most of our cases concerned personal injuries. One of our last, involving a woman who had cut her leg in the door of a car, made the courtroom buzz as the lawyer for the plaintiff appeared. The clerk came over to the rail and muttered something to our foreman. The lawyer was a portly man in his 70s, with a manner so assured that it was almost contemptuous. He was nearly bald, his face florid, with the flesh sagging under the cheeks. Behind his rimless spectacles his pale blue eyes watered. He was dressed with the conservatism of a Boston banker, wearing a hard-woven worsted suit cut in characteristic pear-shaped style. 2 points of a linen handkerchief projected sharply from his breast pocket. His shoes were of Scotch grain. His voice was upper-class Bostonian, with that elastic prolongation of the vowel sounds that has come to be known as the Harvard accent. As soon as he opened his argument, he lapsed into Victorian rhetoric. The clerk's remark was passed along the jury box. The man next to me nudged my elbow. "That's Katzman," he said, "the fellow that got Sacco and Vanzetti." He seemed a culmination of the ghosts of the month. There he was again, in Judge Webster Thayer's old courtroom, at the scene of his triumph of a generation before. As he faced us, spinning polysyllabic phrases out of nothing, I tried to form an impression of him divorced altogether from the Sacco-Vanzetti case. If I had seen him only at that moment, I should have thought him empty and pompous, but I should also have admitted his basic honesty. He died the following autumn. Some months later I talked with a judge who had known Katzman. When I told about seeing him at Dedham, he asked my opinion of the man. I said he was verbose, third-rate, not wholly grammatical. He laughed. "That describes most of us lawyers," he said. As for Katzman, he was average. An average district attorney, a little tricky like most of them, but no worse than most out to get a conviction. He thought Sacco and Vanzetti were guilty. I'm sure he never changed his mind. 4 decades have passed since the trial. Judge Thayer, Katzman, President Lowell, Governor Fuller, and most of the jurors and witnesses are dead. What remains out of this shadowed past? Beyond all else, doubt. Refusing to face this doubt, the 2 sides became irreconcilable. One side felt, as did the court reporter in his pamphlet, that anything less than the execution of Sacco and Vanzetti would undermine the Massachusetts judiciary. The other side demanded that the whole proceedings of Judge Thayer's court be repudiated. There should have been some middle way out, some face-saving formula that would at least have pacified, if not contented, the reporter and his kind, and yet given the men their lives. Whatever the defense's private opinion of Judge Thayer, it would have been better to have less said about him and to have concentrated on the evidence discovered after the trial. That this evidence changed nothing was preeminently the responsibility of President Lowell. Working as he did in private with his committee, unhampered by the strict rules of legal evidence, he had the opportunity to examine all the facts. A word from him, an indirect indication, and Governor Fuller would have stayed the death sentences and ordered a new trial. Governor Fuller, of course, took his cue from the Lowell report. If he, the parvenu, had not been so in awe of Lowell and the Back Bay ascendancy he represented, perhaps he would have acted otherwise. His jail meetings with Sacco and Vanzetti are said to have been friendly. Once or twice a year in the decade after World War II, going into the State Street Trust building, I used to see Fuller. The doorman would see him first and swing the door open with a ringing, "Good morning, Governor." I could slip through in the eddy. The old financial clipper would billow ahead of me under full sail. Self-esteem carried him along like a favoring wind. His was the pride of manner that had reached its goal, an Alger story of the new century. From a Malden bicycle shop to the head of the Packard Agency for New England, when Packard was the Rolls-Royce of America. A mansion on the water side of Beacon Street, hung with Gainsboroughs and Romneys and Rayburns. That was the first stage. Then the governorship. And when Packard slipped in the Depression, the ex-governor sensed the moment of the ebb and shifted to Cadillac. There was a cragginess to his features in age. More and more he came to resemble the Back Bay Brahmins he so much admired. I suppose Sacco and Vanzetti, those men whose hands he had shaken so long ago in the death cells, had become blurred impressions, overlaid by 18th century paintings and the tail fins of Cadillacs. "Our reputation is your protection," said the governor's used car ads. Yet I never saw him sweeping into the State Street Trust, but I thought of his role in the case. Public opinion in Massachusetts was against Sacco and Vanzetti. To the community, they were two murderers who had been given a fair trial and every opportunity for appeal afterward. The whole thing had gone on for much too long. Radicals and anarchists and communists were trying to use the case as a lever to pry apart the foundations of law and order, but Massachusetts was not going to be dictated to by such people. There might be demonstrations in front of American embassies throughout the world. There might be more bombs planted in the houses of those concerned, as had already happened to a witness and one of the jurors. Nothing like that was going to change the course of justice. Conservative opinion more and more adopted the point of view that Sacco and Vanzetti had become a challenge to society that could be answered only by their deaths. Literary talent was the forte of the other side. That side consisted of the literary left, radicals, liberals, communists, woolly, well-meaning progressives like my Aunt Amy, plus a large scattering of people who could not be labeled politically, but whose sense of justice had been outraged. Some of these latter were starched conservatives. The crystallized view of the opposition was that Sacco and Vanzetti were the victims of a malignant conspiracy. Neither judge nor district attorney had really believed them guilty of murder. The trial was a put-up job to get rid of two troublesome agitators. For the communists, to whom this case in its later stages gave their first opportunity for an international mass appeal, Sacco and Vanzetti were martyrs of the proletariat, murdered by reactionaries trying to preserve an unjust social order. Seen from this point of view, two alien Reds could expect no justice from a Massachusetts court or a Dedham jury. During my month in Dedham, I used to wonder about that earlier jury. Drawn in much the same way that we were, the jurors could not have been so very different from ourselves. And what were we? Some middle class, some working class, a few of us stupid, a few opinionated, but most of us reasonable enough to weigh an issue. At least we tried to overcome our prejudices. The jury I sat on would have been prejudiced against Reds, but it would not have convicted a communist on a capital charge because of his political beliefs. It did not seem to me the Sacco-Vanzetti jury could have been otherwise. Granted even that the foreman was prejudiced, some of the others would have stood out against injustice. I felt sure that when the jurors decided that Sacco and Vanzetti were guilty, it was because they were convinced that they were guilty of murder. Thinking of the great trial, I found myself wondering how I should have voted had I been on that jury. As soon as I had the time, I read the transcript of the record. Much it could not offer: the atmosphere of the court, with its tensions, the appearance of the witnesses and the defendants, the subtleties that could be gathered from a tone of voice but could not be preserved in black and white. Yet the substance, the prime matter of the trial, endured. Each word spoken during that 6 weeks pressed and dried between the non-yellowing pages. As the inchoate mass gradually took shape for me, I tried to disavow any preconceptions, to imagine myself in the jury box at Dedham, occupied solely with the question of whether two men murdered two other men, and knowing no more about it in advance than the evidence offered. How should I have judged? I knew one thing, that I should have disregarded the testimony of the experts. My month had taught me that. Experts canceled each other out as the paid bias of either side, and a jury then decided on other grounds. The real grounds in this case were the half-dozen or so witnesses who identified Sacco, and to a lesser extent Vanzetti, as being at or near the scene of the murder on that April day. In opposition to them were an equal number of witnesses who testified that these two were not the men. It was a question, finally, of which group to believe. The weakest part of the Commonwealth's case was that it never established an adequate motive for the crime. On the other hand, Sacco and Vanzetti were armed the night the police picked them up. Sacco with an automatic of the type that fired the murder bullet, Vanzetti with a revolver that might have been taken from the murdered guard. This was the most damaging evidence against them. Sacco maintained that he had tucked his gun inside his belt that afternoon and forgotten about it. Vanzetti said that he carried his for protection. Both statements may have been true. Often the lame excuse is the truthful one. Yet here were two philosophical anarchists who maintained that the use of force was never justified, not even for the advancement of their beliefs, who boasted that they had never shed blood, but when they were picked up, they had on them weapons of force. If they had not been armed, the chances are they would never have been tried. The trial may well have been more unfair than seems apparent in the record. There, the most glaring fault is the district attorney's harrying interrogation of the two men as to their beliefs, their lack of patriotism, and their reasons for running away to avoid the draft. The impropriety stares out of the printed page. Here certainly was error, yet I cannot believe that this was primary in the jury's verdict. On the other hand, the judge's charge, which Felix Frankfurter so condemned, seems reasonable enough in cold print. I was finally left with the feeling that if I had been on the original jury, I should have voted with the others. Yet I was not really certain. Looked back at over the lapse of years, the case of Sacco and Vanzetti becomes a tragedy in the classical sense. It was no melodrama, as many have seen it, with good neatly divided from evil. Katzman was as sharp as most district attorneys out for a conviction, a limited man, but not a bad one. Judge Thayer could not hide the bias of his obsessions. He was indiscreet and he was weak, but he made an effort to conduct the trial fairly. Both he and Katzman believed to their dying day that Sacco and Vanzetti were guilty. It was not a conspiracy of evil men against noble men, as Maxwell Anderson saw it in his play Gods of the Lightning. There was something more, something deeper and more embracing in the case. It was, in fact, fate that was the mover behind the events at the Dedham courthouse in the spring of 1921, and it was fate in the ironic Greek sense, dwarfing all the participants, ending in inexorable disaster. Sacco and Vanzetti were figures of Greek tragedy. The doomed king's son becomes, in modern dress, two Italian workmen. Fate lurks behind them at each step. Sacco scarcely misses a day at his factory, except the day of the murders. If he had missed any other day, the factory records would have been his alibi. Without him, it is agreed that Vanzetti could not have been convicted. Fate engineered the almost accidental arrest of the two men as they were riding on the Brockton streetcar. But for fate, Sacco would have been off to his native country in 3 days. And as in Greek tragedy the hero condemns himself unknowingly in his own words, is doomed by his own inner weakness, so in the end are Sacco and Vanzetti doomed by theirs. The men of peace go armed. Fate plus human weakness, that is the basis of high tragedy, a tragedy such as theirs, that they played out to the end with bravery and dignity. It was a tragedy for everyone concerned with the case, and in the end it is best accepted so, as it was by the Greeks. End of section 1. Section 2 of Tragedy in Dedham, The Story of the Sacco-Vanzetti Case, by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, History, Written and Otherwise. Walking up State Street a third of a century after the executions, on another August afternoon, I wondered again about the enigma of the case. The whole drama had been played out within 20 miles of here, in South Braintree, in Bridgewater, in sedate Dedham, in the gilt-domed State House beyond the Common, and finally just across Prison Point Bridge in the granite fortress of the now demolished state prison. Would it ever become as clear-cut as the Dreyfus affair, where everyone was at last satisfied of the grossness of the injustice done? That still seemed unlikely. In 1950, the 7 surviving jury members were interviewed as to their later opinions. The decades had only confirmed their belief in the rightness of their verdict. In 1959, a judiciary committee of the Massachusetts legislature had refused to consider granting Sacco and Vanzetti a posthumous pardon. Where the past is reduced to shelves of documents in a library, it becomes manageable enough for the scholar or historian to make his evaluation. But where it is still an actual present in the contradictory lives of living men, what yardstick can one use except that of preconceptions? Was the chief of police who arrested Sacco and Vanzetti a forger of evidence? Did their first lawyers betray them? Was the district attorney a barrator with his hand out under the table? Was the judge mad? Was President Lowell of Harvard a Yankee bigot? Many upright men had maintained these things. Were Sacco and Vanzetti quietistic anarchists, or did they believe in the politics of the deed? Boston seemed downcast, heat-struck. The old State House at the head of State Street had, I noticed, been steam-cleaned, and the clock over the balcony had been replaced by a more authentic sundial. As I reached the subway entrance under the ancient foundations, an eddy of heat snapped in my face like a dirty towel. At that moment, a herd of tourists following the Freedom Trail had paused at Point 9 to get freedom stamps from the slot machine for their souvenir albums. A shiny-faced man in a Hawaiian sports shirt was maneuvering against the sun to get a photograph of the lion and unicorn supports on the old State House facade, no doubt thinking they went back to 1776 instead of merely to a 20th century Armenian tinsmith shop. Watching the tourists, I felt I ought to have some sort of souvenir book myself, to paste with self-congratulatory stamps for interviewing people on an afternoon like this. My first call was on a corporation lawyer who had spent years writing a book to prove that Sacco and Vanzetti were guilty. His firm, occupying the 6th floor of a large old-fashioned building on Federal Street, was ostentatiously shabby, with a well-preserved Edwardian decor. A horseshoe-shaped receptionist's desk dominated an outer office. The man in his 70s, who showed me into his private office without shaking hands, was less the calcined Boston type than I had expected. There was a metallic quality about his eroding features. His wiry gray hair fluffed over the collar of a rumpled white shirt. He had taken off his coat, exposing waist-high trousers held up by police galaces. His eyebrows were tufted, and he wore round, gold-rimmed spectacles. "I did not," he announced, "like the tone of your Sacco-Vanzetti article in American Heritage at all. Nevertheless, I am willing to see you. What is it you want to know?" I told him I was trying to write an impartial study of all the events in the Sacco-Vanzetti case, that I knew he thought they were guilty, and that I wanted to include his point of view. His knees creaked a little as he sat down opposite me. A smile broke through his clouded face. "If you want to write a book like your article, you could probably finish it in 4 or 5 months. But if you really want to be honest, it will take you 2 years just to do the preliminary reading. The fundamental thing is to make the proper comparisons between the trial record and that of the governor's committee. Of course, if you tell the truth, you'll never find a publisher. Because if you really go into the case, you can only conclude that those 2 Italians were guilty, and you'll never get a hearing on that. Why? Because their innocence has become a liberal trademark. There has never been any real doubt about this case among those who know about it. It was just used by people, by the anarchists and that radical lawyer of theirs, and then the communists. The case was open and shut. Everyone at the Dedham trial was convinced they were guilty, except a few old women social workers and Frank Sibley of the Globe. Sacco and Vanzetti said the night they were arrested they were out to pick up anarchist literature from their friends because they were afraid of the Department of Justice raids. That was May 5th, though. All those anarchists knew beforehand that the raids were going to take place on May 1st. No, they weren't out to pick up their anarchist papers that night. They were going to Bridgewater with guns on them to get a car because they knew that next day was payday at the factories. They needed money for the defense of their comrade, Elia, in New York, and they were going to get it in the only way they knew. I said that I could not imagine why, if a man had shot someone, he would be foolish enough to have the murder weapon in his belt 3 weeks later. Any sensible murderer would have thrown the gun away. Ordinarily, yes, he went on, but they had those guns on them simply because they needed them, because they were planning a robbery next day. That radical business was an excuse they concocted afterward. And don't forget, it was the defense that introduced anarchism into the case. During the trial, they had some Italian professor from the North End testify that he had seen Sacco in town the day of the South Braintree murders, and that Sacco had left him to go to the Italian consulate. But it took him over a year to tell that tale. If, as soon as he'd heard Sacco was arrested, this man had gone to Katzman and told him he'd been with Sacco that day, then they could have gone directly to the Italian council. And if the council had confirmed the story, that would have been the end of the case. But they didn't, because they couldn't fake that fast, because the whole alibi was something they concocted months afterward. Moore, their counsel, knew they were guilty. He was just in it for the money. Why, all in all, they collected $325,000 for their defense fund. They say that Italian anarchist printer fellow who organized it made himself a small fortune. Moore finally had to quit the case or they'd have arrested him for perjury. He chased one witness, that poor fellow Goodridge, to Maine after the trial and pretended he was going to have him arrested if he didn't change his testimony. The Andrews woman from Quincy who identified Sacco, he had her beaten up. Orciani, the third one they arrested, he probably was the one who did it. Orciani had a time clock alibi for the day of the robbery, so they couldn't touch him. But you know, it's easy enough to get some other man to punch your time card. He was in court for the early part of the trial. He was the one the defense said sold the gun to Vanzetti, but Moore could never get him to testify. That was the way it was all through with the defense. Lies, cheating, evasion. I mentioned that some of the prosecution witnesses had changed their stories several times between the preliminary hearing and the Dedham trial. Sacco and Vanzetti weren't convicted on the testimony of the witnesses, he said. It was the evidence of the bullets that convicted them. Some of the bullets they found on Sacco were so obsolete that the state police experts couldn't find any duplicates when they wanted to make firing tests. Yet the same kind of obsolete bullet was found in the guard's body. As far as witnesses go, you may not be able to describe a man properly, but if you see him again, you'll recognize him. Could you describe our receptionist now? I had to admit that I could not. Yet you just talked with her. But if you went out there, you would know if another girl had taken her place. You see? He paused, and I could hear the squeak of his swivel chair. Maxwell Anderson wrote a play about the case just after the executions. He had dinner with me afterward, and I told him he was barking up the wrong tree. I explained why, and I think I convinced him. Then he wrote Winterset, and in that he saw the case quite differently. To my mind, the greatest wrong, the greatest injustice in the whole trial was done to Webster Thayer. He was an upstanding man, and they took years off his life. The trial grew to be an obsession with him later, but it's small wonder the way he was threatened. He once told me that every day at noon he telephoned home to see if his house was all right, and every day he felt sick inside, thinking it might be blown up. You remember they finally did dynamite it. One of the jurors, Deaver, became a lawyer afterward, and he wrote an account of his experiences during the trial. Simon & Schuster would have published it. They found it all very interesting, if only he'd put in a happy ending. Tell how he'd changed his original opinion and decided they were innocent. But Deaver wouldn't do it, so he never did find a publisher. That's the situation I've been up against. That's what you'll face if you're honest. It'll take you 5 years, and you'll come up against a stone wall." He stood up abruptly and stalked to a table on which were 2 piles of manuscript, each over a foot high. "Here's my answer," he said, patting them. "This is my book on the case, the definitive answer. But do you think any publisher will touch it? Of course not. Can't you imagine what the Times and the Herald Trib and the Saturday Review would say to anything like this?" The chapters of the book were bound separately. He let me leaf through the one on the ballistics testimony, while he moved over to a row of filing cabinets labeled S.V. "Look," he said, rolling open the drawers one after another. "That's the raw material. It would take you years to get all that together. Years. Much of it's not even in the record. There's the report from the Attorney General's office, for example. Never been released. I can't even tell you how I got it." "You aren't a lawyer. Your mind isn't trained to evaluate," he said, leading me out to the elevator. "If you'll take my advice, kindly meant, just give up the whole business." When I stepped from the air-conditioned building onto sun-baked Federal Street, the city growled. The sky beyond Post Office Square looked rancid. I remembered the World War II British Army expression for accumulated paperwork, "Bumph." Those tight-packed filing cabinets with their formidable accumulation of details were "bumph." The transcript of the record itself ran to over 6,000 pages, and on top of this was enough additional "bumph" to bury me. My next call was to be on Aldino Felicani, the man the lawyer had dismissed as "that Italian anarchist printer fellow." An extraordinary old man, Felicani. The organizer of the Sacco-Vanzetti Defense Committee, he seemed so much a part of the past that I could never quite get used to the idea of his still being around. He was an anachronism. Whenever I saw him in public, he wore the red shirt, the black Latin Quarter tie, and the wide-brimmed hat that had been the anarchist uniform in Bakunin's time. So I had seen him last at the legislature's Judiciary Committee hearing for a posthumous pardon for Sacco and Vanzetti. As I watched him listening to the proceedings, I thought of the charge Vanzetti had given him: "Avenge our blood. Clear our names." I had heard Felicani repeat it many times in his heavy accent. Sacco and Vanzetti had about as much chance of getting a pardon from that legislative committee as Benedict Arnold. The gum-chewing faces behind the oak desks in the State House's Gardner Auditorium were implacable. When my father had been in the legislature during World War I, the characteristic member had been a lawyer, Republican, middle to upper class, interested more in maintaining the status quo than in himself. In 1959, the social revolution of 40 years was apparent enough in these lower middle-class legislators, whose interest was mainly in keeping their feet in the trough. Yet from these men representing a new emergent class, I should somehow have expected more charity for the 2 dead Italians. Instead, there was entrenched hatred, concentrating in the chairman as he interrogated Judge Musmano. Judge Michael Musmano of the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, one of Sacco and Vanzetti's final counsel, was the main speaker in favor of the committee's bill. Silver-maned and silver-tongued, he unwound reels of words until he was stopped by the chairman's hard voice. The latter had the features of the Celt, savage blue eyes, gray shaggy hair looped over the back of his collar like an old-time United States senator. "Look, Judge, why did Vanzetti have the loaded revolver on him and a pocket full of slugs that fit it, and why did he go for it when the police grabbed him?" Musmano tried to explain that carrying revolvers was then a common custom in America, especially among Italians, and that it was a right guaranteed by the Constitution. The chairman's voice, burred as a cat's tongue, broke in. "You mean to tell me that the district attorney, the judge, the jury, the governor, the president of Harvard, the Supreme Court of Massachusetts, the Supreme Court of the United States, they're all wrong and you're right?" Musmana maintained that this was just what he was trying to tell him. Applause from the audience, in which I saw old Felicani join, brought the familiar threat to have the hall cleared. That audience was a curious conglomeration of the elderly, a scattering of students, and a cluster of beatniks at the side in beards and blue denims tied with rope. The elderly were survivors of an old storm, their eccentricities accentuated by age, the crackpot label attached to their clothes, their hats, their gestures. Emotionally, they were drawn to lost causes, and here they gathered again like old soldiers at a reunion. The Sacco-Vanzetti case, with its drawn-out, tragic climax, had been, for them a generation ago, a self-fulfillment in indignation that they were now reliving. At one point, a woman near the exit caused a stir, almost a suspension of the hearing, by holding up Sacco and Vanzetti's death masks. Felicani's Excelsior Press was on the ground floor of a decrepit building near the foot of Milk Street, under the shadow of the new John F. Honey Fitzgerald Expressway, where the business district fringes into the Italian North End. Every time I saw the large red and green linoleum squares on the floor of that familiar little office, I thought back to the hopscotch games of my childhood. The walls were of pebbled tin sheeting, painted with mauve chemtone. Next to Felicani's desk was a pay telephone, and just above it an oak-framed clock, invariably 6 minutes fast. On top of a filing cabinet next to a spindly philodendron plant was a plaster bust of the dead anarchist leader, Carlo Tresca. I was glad to find the old man there on this hot August afternoon. A man who towered in any crowd and looked more like a Viking than a Latin, he was wearing a brightly patterned sport shirt. His gray eyes peered with astigmatic blankness until he recognized me and smiled. I told him of the massive bump I had just encountered. "Yes," he said, offering me a chair, "but what were they, those papers? I have almost as many papers myself. If your lawyer's wrong at the start, it doesn't matter how many files he has. There are not many of us left from those days, the ones who really knew." I asked Felicani what he had done immediately after the two men's arrest. He thought for a moment. "It's strange," he said. "When you begin to think, then all the memories come back, just as clearly as if it all happened yesterday. I knew Vanzetti best. He was one of my closest friends. As soon as he was arrested, he got word to me, and I got the others together. We went to see them at the Brockton police station. We raised money, $2 or $3 here, another dollar there. It's all down in writing, every penny. Then, at the first trial for the Bridgewater holdup, Thayer gave Vanzetti 12 to 14 years. When Tresca heard that, he came on from New York. 'What is going on here?' he asked us. 14 years? Is that what you do?' So then he got Moore, the lawyer from the Lawrence strike, to come in and take charge of the case. I know this may be painful to you," I told him, "but I have a letter from Upton Sinclair, who talked with Moore after the executions. Moore told him then, his exact words were, 'Sacco was probably, Vanzetti possibly guilty.'" Felicani's sport shirt rippled as he shrugged his vast shoulders. "I've heard things of that kind, so many rumors. You know, Sinclair wrote most of Boston right here in this office. I don't see why he didn't mention it to me. Moore was angry after he left the case. His anger just got too big." I knew that Sacco had come to distrust Moore, but I did not know the details of Moore's leaving. Felicani was roundabout in answering me. "I never say Moore kept money for himself. He was an honest man. But for all the money you gave him, he wanted more always, for witnesses, for travels, for new investigations. He had no idea of money. If you gave him $1,000 every other day, Moore was all right. But we didn't have that much, the committee. Finally, I tightened the purse strings. Then Moore started his own committee to raise money. That was why he got into a fight with Sacco, how the bitterness started. That was why we let Moore go and got Thompson." His voice was heavy with regret. "Ah, if we had had Thompson from the beginning, then we would have got them off. When we first went to him, he was cold. He listened to us and said he'd take the case for $25,000. When he started, he didn't know the difference between an anarchist and a communist. You could tell by an appeal he drew up that Vanzetti corrected. After he talked for some time with Vanzetti, he understood. It made all the difference. He took part then as if we were friends. A wonderful man, Thompson. An aristocrat, the way the word should mean. He would have made mincemeat of a man like Katzman, if only we'd had him instead of Moore. One thing I had been wanting to ask was about the various bombings connected with the case. Would he agree that anarchists had been responsible for them? Sacco and Vanzetti themselves were said to have been philosophical anarchists, as opposed to violence as Tolstoy was. But where did the dividing line come? Felicani stared at me with his guileless eyes. "You know," he said, "there are times when a man is so desperate that he will do such a thing as set off a bomb. When that happens, and to what man, I don't know. Vanzetti never could have done anything like that. But yes, in certain circumstances, Sacco might have. That is the type of man he was. But a hold-up murder, to kill innocent men like that? It was quite impossible." "Think of the times," he said, lifting his hands palm upward. "I carried a pistol in my pocket then. I never fired it. I didn't even know how to load it, but it gave me strength to feel it in my pocket." He stopped as if he were thinking again of those far-off days. I watched him, the peaceable elderly printer who had outlived his party and his time. Where the word anarchism had once aroused fear, it now brought a kind of nostalgia. Violent some of the anarchists may have been, but there had been an integrity about them, a trust in human nature that I could never have. Now here he was, gnarled and sturdy as an old oak, speaking to me of the lost comrades of his young manhood. Afterward, as I walked out into the reverberant street, I felt I had put the boomph into perspective. I knew it was intuition rather than reason, that the historical method had fallen by the wayside, yet I did not see how anyone could spend an afternoon talking with Aldino Felicani and still feel that Sacco and Vanzetti were guilty. But that was the difficulty in trying to form any picture of an event by talking with the survivors. The three principals in the case whom I had seen in the flesh and who now were dead, District Attorney Katzman, Governor Fuller, President Lowell of Harvard, I had judged harshly. But others I met, whom I had expected to find fools or knaves, I had found neither. Among these was Michael Stewart, the Bridgewater police chief whose suspicion started the events that led to the arrest of Sacco and Vanzetti. Some time after the trial, Stewart had left Bridgewater to become police chief of Scituate, a seaside town southeast of Braintree. He had a speech about the case that he liked to deliver at men's club meetings. Now retired, he lived with his son in a white bungalow near Scituate Harbor. I knew the inside of it well, the gumwood trim, the knickknacks on the tapestry brick mantel, the child Jesus of Prague under cellophane, the sofa and the overstuffed chairs. Whenever I rang the bell, I could see Stewart through the glass as he came limping to the door, lame from some old police injury. There was an unmistakable Celtic look about him, from the cut of his mouth to the blueness of his eyes and the wave to his white hair. Never, since that night in 1920 that he had driven down to the Brockton police station to interview Sacco and Vanzetti, had he ever had any doubt about their guilt. To him it was all very simple. Godless men, atheists like Sacco and Vanzetti, were capable of any crime. Yet his relations with them after their arrest were, for a period, amiable, and he had liked Vanzetti. Sacco I never paid much attention to, he told me. He was just a sap, but Vanzetti was a real interesting man. I used to drive him to the Plymouth Trial from the jail, and each morning I saw him I'd say, "Hello, Bertie," and he'd say, "Hello, Mike." Sometimes he used to sing songs for us in Italian on the way over, and he had quite a voice. After he heard me testify in court, though, The next time he saw me, he raised his hands, he was handcuffed, and shook them at me, and he never spoke to me again. The thing I remember most about him is his eyes. He had terrible eyes, like fire when he looked at you. Though Orciani, who was with Sacco and Vanzetti just before their arrest, had produced a watertight alibi after he was picked up, Stewart was nevertheless convinced of his guilt. For my money, Orciani was the cleverest of the lot, he told me. That's how he managed to rig himself up such a good alibi. He was one of those wise guys. During the trial, he used to go to court every day. There was a little room in back the defense had for exhibits and things like that, and he had charge of it. Most of the time he'd stand in the doorway watching what went on in court. Well, Katzman spotted him there, and the day they were cross-examining Vanzetti and asking him about where he got his gun, Katzman looked straight at Orciani and said, "I'll tell you, Mr. Vanzetti, where you got that gun." You could hear his voice right down the corridor. "You got it from your friend Orciani after he took it off of Berardelli's dead body." Katzman pointed his finger right at him, and Orciani ducked. That was the last time he ever showed up. One late summer afternoon I drove to Billerica to meet Dr. Warren Steems, Dean Emeritus of Tufts Medical School, who, as state prison psychiatrist, had seen Sacco and Vanzetti regularly in the years following their conviction. I found him in the study of his classically square colonial mansion facing the common. He was listening to a middle-aged man in heavy tortoiseshell spectacles who held an open book in his left hand and pointed to a passage with his right. "It says here," the man explained, 10,000 people were there to see him hanged. That was 1820. I wonder what would draw all those people to an execution." Steems, with his wreath of kinky white hair surrounding a bald dome, looked amiable, but his voice was tart. "Cruelty. If it were announced that I was going to be publicly tortured and hanged next Monday morning on Boston Common, there'd be at least 150,000 people there to see it." He beckoned to me apologetically, and then, when the other had left, pointed to a chair. "I'm the Billerica antiquary," he said. "The local historians all call on me with their problems. 75 years old I am. That gives me a life expectancy of 5 years, and it would take 50 for me to do all the things I have to do. You came here to ask me about Sacco and Vanzetti. What do you want to know?" Without waiting for my answer, he went on. "I don't think the truth will ever be known. As to whether they did it or not, I don't know, and I've made a point of not trying to know. I tell you this, though, they weren't criminal types. For a while, I think I saw them as much as anyone. Sacco had a very winning way about him. Of course, he was a more settled type, with a wife and family. Vanzetti reminded me of a trade union leader, that rigid mentality. He once said to me that where he came from in Italy there was a castle above the town, and one family living in it had been oppressing the ordinary people in the valley for 800 years. I told him that it wasn't so in America, that a family scarcely lasted 3 generations here. He'd read a little, but he'd not digested it too well. An unstable, wandering type, paranoid at times. When I saw him once over in the Charlestown prison, he said to me, "I don't deny the right of the state to execute a man, but they have no right to castrate me and make me a laughingstock." The doctor had known personally almost everyone connected with the case, on both sides. Katzman was to him lazy and incompetent, though he thought better of his assistant, Harold Williams. Judge Thayer he gave credit for honest intentions, but found him irascible, a snob, and obsessed with the idea that communists were just about to take over the United States. Governor Fuller was merely a successful automobile salesman. Thompson he respected, but felt he had gone into the case merely for the fee. "I thought," I said, making another stab at it, "that seeing Sacco and Vanzetti so closely, you might have formed some opinion as to their guilt or innocence." "I feel," he said, "as William James did about psychic phenomena. I just do not know." When I left, he walked out with me through his back garden blooming with zinnias. "If you are interested," he said finally, "I'll try to find my files on Sacco and Vanzetti for you. There may be something there. I've had so many cases since that I can't remember the details. But drop in while you're by this way again." 3 weeks later, he was dead. By chance, I discovered that Beltrando Brini was living in Wollaston, a 20-minute drive from my home in Wellesley. When a boy of 13, Brini had testified at Vanzetti's first trial that the two of them had been delivering eels in Plymouth the day before Christmas, 1919, the day Vanzetti was to be found guilty of attempting a hold-up in Bridgewater. As he grew up, Brini had broken away from the Italian community. He had graduated from Boston University and was now an elementary school principal. Community affairs seemed to take up most of his spare time. 2 weeks passed before he could find a free evening to see me. I found his house easily enough, a decent, inconspicuous house in a decent, inconspicuous street. He was a small man in his 50s. Like many of the second generation, he still looked Italian, but to a diminished degree. He showed me into his living room. His wife was standing near the fireplace, a thin, fair-haired woman, not Latin at all. After he had introduced me to her, we sat down, taking each other's measure while she went into the kitchen to make coffee. "You know," he said finally, "I could have been a musician. I really could at one time have gotten into the Boston Symphony Orchestra. But I thought it was safer to be a teacher. That's why I never seem to be home nights. Always something they want a school principal to be doing, somewhere they want him to be." He looked at me sharply. "You want to know about Vanzetti. He lived with us a long time. He paid more attention to me than my parents did. He was kind to all children. I remember one Halloween we all had jack-o'-lanterns. The others had theirs lighted, but mine didn't have a candle in it. Vanzetti came along and asked me why I didn't get a candle. I said I hadn't any money. He asked me how much candles cost, and I said 2 cents. So he fished in his pocket and gave them to me. When I got to the hardware store, I found he'd given me a cent and a dime. So I got my candle and I brought him back the 9 cents. I'd never had that much money in my pocket before, but I remember how proud of myself I was that I brought that 9 cents back to him. I remember the last time I saw him before his arrest. It's a thing I somehow still feel ashamed about. A bunch of us were playing ball in Swasso's Lane, and somebody hit one over the fence into a garden. While I was climbing over to get it, I trampled on some vegetables, and the man who owned the garden came out and started to bawl me out. I answered him back, like any fresh kid. Then Vanzetti came along, took me over by the fence, and talked to me. He wasn't angry, he didn't raise his voice, but what he said made me feel ashamed. I didn't feel like playing ball anymore. I've often wished it hadn't been that way the last time I saw him free. "You know, of course," he went on, "that I testified I was delivering eels with him the morning he was supposed to have been holding up the pay truck in Bridgewater. That's been the terrible thing for me. I was there with him all that morning long, and I couldn't make them believe me. Sometimes I've asked myself, could I have been wrong? Could I have dreamed it all? Was Vanzetti really at Bridgewater? But then I know that I was delivering eels with him that morning. It couldn't have been any other day, because that's the one day Italians always eat eels, no matter what they cost. And I remember how I started out that morning to go to Vanzetti's house. It was muddy, and I forgot my rubbers. At the corner I met my father, and he sent me back for them, so I was late. Vanzetti was waiting for me with the push-cart. We delivered eels until it must have been 2 o'clock. It's funny the things you remember. I remember a 2-family house where I made a mistake and went to the wrong door. When we got all through, Vanzetti paid me off at the corner of Cherry Lane and Court Street. And I know that it happened that way, that it was the day before Christmas, the same day and the same time they said he was holding up the truck in Bridgewater. When I told my story in court, Katzman complimented me on learning my part so well. I was only 13 then, and I was scared. I'd never been in a court before. Katzman would go at me like a tiger, fire 3 questions at me at once. Thayer would never help me out. His face was so stern. He never said anything, but you could feel his hostility. Bernini's wife came in with a tray, and Bernini took a pile of magazines from the coffee table to make room. "Tell me," I said, as she joined us, "if you had a friend in trouble you knew was innocent, could you lie to establish an alibi for him?" He leaned back in his chair for some seconds, frowning slightly, while his wife poured out the coffee. "I thought you might ask me something like that," he said finally. "No, I couldn't. I suppose you wanted me to say yes, but I couldn't. I don't know why I couldn't, either." "Could you?" his wife asked me. "Yes," I said truthfully. "I could, quite easily, under oath, too." "So could I," she said, looking at her husband as if she thought he was being foolish. "Well," he said, "I know this, that I didn't want to go to court. Young as I was, I knew what a disadvantage it would be for me to get mixed up in it. I wanted to be a musician, and whatever I might want, once I testified, I knew I'd find the way blocked. And it's shadowed me ever since. They've pointed me out. Brini, the boy who testified for a murderer. In 1927 I told my story to Governor Fuller, and he said he believed me, but he never did anything about it. The day before they were executed I tried to see the governor again, but I couldn't get past his secretary. I shouted at him, 'If I lied, why don't you arrest me for perjury?' All he said was, 'If I was so brave, why wasn't I out picketing on the common?' I told him I'd been there the day before, and I asked to be locked up, but he just turned his back." He set down his coffee cup. "I don't suppose what I've been telling you helps you much. These are just my feelings. Those others, where we delivered the eels that morning, they didn't want to testify either. They were all good Catholics, and Vanzetti was an anarchist. But they'd bought the eels, they'd seen Vanzetti, and my father talked to them. They had respect for him, not fear, but respect, so they went." As we talked, the lights of the suburban street began to wink out, and I could see it was time for me to go. "You'll probably think of things you forgot to ask me," he said at the door. "Just telephone me or come down if there's anything more you want to know. Any time." Driving home, I thought over what Brini had told me. What had a respectable school principal to gain by lying? If he had anything to hide, 40 years after the event, he could simply have refused to see me. Yet, if Brini was telling the truth, Vanzetti was innocent of the Bridgewater hold-up. And if he was innocent of the first crime, it seemed to me he was most probably innocent of the second. But Brini knew. If he had told me the truth, Vanzetti was an innocent man. "I think you can sense whether a person is telling the truth or not," I told a sergeant at the state police headquarters a few days later. "You can judge a man by the sort of person he is, by the general impression he gives as much as by what he says. You can size him up, don't you think?" The sergeant did not reply directly, but his laugh had a jeering ring. For weeks I had been trying to get an interview with Michael Dray, Katzman's old law partner, but always, without quite turning me down, he had eluded me. Katzman had been dead 6 years, but Dray still kept the firm's name. After the trial, Katzman had never made any public comment on his great case, nor since his death had his partner been less reticent. Finally, unexpectedly, Dray offered to see me. I drove through Dedham again, past the rain-wet courthouse with its glistening columns, down the empty High Street and across the empty square, and then through the mean industrial section of East Dedham, following the loops of the Neponset River to Hyde Park. It was a strange feeling to be on that journey, as if I might at last be heading toward the center of the maze. Katzman and Dray. There was the name on the downstairs directory of the modernized office building on River Street. Upstairs it was not quite so modern. I followed the dark, creaking corridor until I faced the name painted on an open door, then walked into a narrow brown room with nothing in it but a table, a lamp, and a gilt-framed photograph of Katzman. I recognized him at once from the afternoon at Dedham, the square, domineering head with the close-cropped hair. Dre came suddenly out of a back room, a short, pudgy man in his 60s, with thin mouse-gray hair and blue eyes. "Just go in there," he said, pointing to another room, "and I'll be right with you." On the oak door were the faded letters, F. G. Katzman, room 12. Stepping inside, I found myself alone. An oak desk faced me. On its plate glass top I noticed an issue of American Heritage containing my Sacco-Vanzetti article with the Ben Shahn illustrations. To my embarrassment, for my description of Katzman in it was not flattering. Dre strode in briskly, sat down at the desk, and stared at me several seconds before speaking. "I could have seen you at any time within the last 2 months," he said finally, "but I couldn't make up my mind whether to or not. This is what decided me." He tapped the magazine. "You write here that though you thought they were innocent, just by reading the evidence alone you'd have found them guilty. When I read that, I decided you at least were honest. But for that, I'd not have seen you. You know that Fred, as long as he lived, refused to discuss this case publicly with anyone. Of course, he mentioned it to me. I don't suppose a day went by that he didn't think of it in one way or another. I saw him come in sometimes with tears in his eyes and say, 'Why do they say these things about me? Why do they keep on attacking me?' Don't think he wasn't hurt. Now that he's gone, thinking it over, I'm willing to tell you a few things I know to set the record straight, because so much has been said against him. Fred was almost like a father to me. I was 24 when I came here just after the trial, and I studied what law I know right here in this office. Fred never had a son of his own, just his 2 daughters, and I think he came to look on me as sort of a son. All I know is this. My son's at law school now, and if I can teach him as much decency and as much law as Fred Katzman did me, I'll think I'm a lucky man. You think I admire Fred. I do." He opened the American Heritage. "Here you speak of Katzman as being, in spite of his name, a Mayflower descendant. He wasn't. His father was German, his mother Scotch, and came from Roxbury. They were poor. His mother used to work. Fred had nothing. I think when he went to Harvard an aunt helped him out a little, but he used to tend furnaces to work on his way through. Sometimes he earned a bit singing. He had a fine voice. Even when he was starting up his practice, he still used to sing sometimes at churches and funerals. We got pretty close over the years. I don't think in the end there was anything he kept back from me. I knew about his family, his social life, his practice. I knew how he felt about the Sacco-Vanzetti case. In that he never changed. He didn't just think they were guilty, he knew they were guilty. He wouldn't have avoided the case, for he never did put off dirty jobs onto other people, but sometimes he'd say to me, 'Mike, if I had my life to live over, I'd never want to go through that again.' He always felt it shortened his wife's life, the whole business. For years they had to have guards round his house. He said whenever he woke up nights he'd hear them tramping round. A lot of things I set myself out to tell you," Dre went on, "but they slip through my mind right now. Just this, though. I've built up a good practice in Hyde Park. I've done all right here. But I always have the feeling somehow that it was Fred's practice, that anything I've amounted to has been through him. I want to defend his memory, and that's why I'm talking to you. I'll tell you another thing. When Jerry McInerney was on the Sacco-Vanzetti defense, he thought his clients were innocent. I never heard any of the defense committee boys criticize Jerry. He went to the governor's committee afterward, and he still thought they were innocent. But he and Fred stayed the same good friends all through the years. They were partners together on that Willett Sears case. Maybe you remember, the case that lasted 14 months, the longest jury case in the history of Massachusetts. I suppose if anyone asked Fred to name his 10 best friends, Jerry McInerney would have been among them. And if Jerry had named his best 5, Fred would have been on the list. I remember, too, just a short while before Jerry died, he said one day, right in this office, "No matter what they said about you, Fred, you were all right." So we talked, or rather I listened, as the lawyer talked through the afternoon. Katzman had avoided the Dedham courtroom the day Thayer had passed sentence, but Dre had gone there deliberately, and had heard Vanzetti's speech to the court, and watched him point his finger at the judge. For Dre, Vanzetti had seemed a sinister figure at that moment, with his glaring eyes, his heavy bobbing mustache, and his passionate foreign voice. Inevitably, we got to the subject of the guns. "There's a church just across the street," Dre said. "The priest, Father Freiherr, had a brother who was in here after the trial. He told Fred, 'You want to know where Berardelli got his gun? He got it from me, that's where he got it.' There was a crack or nick or some sort of mark on the handle, and this Freiherr had said, 'If the one you found on Vanzetti has that mark on it, it's the same gun.' He hadn't even seen the gun then, mind you, but when we showed it to him, there was the mark, just like he said." "Ah," he said at last, sadness in his voice, "I wish I could explain to you in words what Fred really was. You couldn't really understand him, seeing him just that once. Perhaps you were fed up with being on a jury. Fred wasn't tricky, he was honest all the way through. I remember some man came in here once and wanted Fred to defend him in a robbery case, offered him $5,000. That was a lot more money then than it is today. When he came to pay Fred, he brought the money in a box, all in bills done up in little piles. As soon as Fred saw it, he wouldn't touch the case. That money looked too much like payroll money. But an assistant district attorney over in Suffolk County didn't mind taking it. No, you couldn't get Fred to do anything that had even a suspicion of being wrong. He was that kind of man." I left Dre in the anteroom. We shook hands beside Katzman's picture. "I'm glad you came," he said finally. Out I went into the slashing rain to my car parked by the dark bulk of the Catholic church where Father Freiherr, or his successor, was probably still hearing confessions. If only Dre could have whipped open one of his filing cabinets and taken out the ultimate document that would have satisfied everyone, from Aldino Felicani in his sheet metal office to the corporation lawyer on Federal Street. I would have settled for a villain, but I had found only decent enough people in irreconcilable positions. And still, at the core of the labyrinth, two men who had died a third of a century earlier in the electric chair. End of section 2. Section 3 of Tragedy in Dedham, The Story of the Sacco-Vanzetti Case, by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, April 15th, 1920. Thursday mornings, Shelley Neal, the South Braintree agent for the American Express Company, met the 9:18 local from Boston to pick up the payrolls of the Slater and Morrill and Walker and Neeland shoe factories. Until January 1920, the payrolls had been sent down on Wednesdays, but recently there had been so many holdups around Boston that the head office had altered its delivery schedules. It was an uneasy time that year after the soldiers returned. In November, the savings bank in the neighboring town of Randolph, a few miles west of Braintree, had been held up and robbed. A month later, on the day before Christmas, 4 men in a touring car had tried to rob the paymaster of the L.Q. White shoe factory in Bridgewater, 16 miles to the south. An unknown gang had recently stolen several freight car loads of shoes belonging to Slater and Morrill. Almost every week, Neal received a notice from the Boston office warning him to take every precaution, particularly to watch out for suspicious strangers. He now carried his .38 caliber Colt in his pocket, with the pocket flap tucked inside so that he could reach for it quickly. South Braintree was the other side of the New York, New Haven, and Hartford tracks, at the wrong end of town. Had there been a national bank branch there, the payroll money would not have had to be sent down by train, but the triangle of factories and narrow streets and workers' houses was not commercially important enough. Braintree itself, lying 10 miles south of Boston, was an undistinguished community of about 15,000 inhabitants that one passed through almost absent-mindedly on the old turnpike road to Cape Cod. On Thursday morning, April 15, Neil, in his customary dark suit, derby, and overcoat, waited on the station platform with Art Stevens, one of his expressmen. The 9:18 was late. Neil drew out his gold Waltham on its heavy chain with the Masonic seal. 9:21. He could hear the wail of the steam whistle, 2 long notes, a short and a long, as the train approached the Braintree crossing. It would take another 5 minutes to reach South Braintree. His express wagon was backed up to the curb, the driver hunched forward on the seat, his coat collar over his ears. Between the shafts, the horse jingled his brasses, stamped, steamed, and tossed his head. Although the sun was 4 hours up, the air still held an aftermath of winter. Neil's blunt hands, with their hairy knuckles, showed red. The diamonds set in the thick gold band on his left ring finger reflected the light coldly. A cumulus puff from the invisible train billowed up, blurring the horizon outline of the water towers on Penn's Hill, Quincy. Within a minute, the engine rounded the curve, growing larger as it moved soundlessly against the wind. Then the whistle echoed again, and suddenly the train loomed up on the Union Street crossing by the Victorian Bridge aggregate of Thayer Academy. The station windows began to vibrate with the sound. Almost before Neil was aware of it, the train had slipped into the station, the brass bell on the boiler clanging, the driving wheels slurring to a halt. He waved to the engineer as the cab passed. Below the station, at the Pearl Street crossing, Mike Levangy, the lank-mustached, one-legged gate tender, hobbled out of his shack and cranked down the double gate, then clumped over the tracks and lowered the single one. Several passengers got off. A man and a woman got on. The station master came out to check a bundle of Boston newspapers. Neil and Stevens walked to the baggage car where the freight clerk was waiting for them. Neil did not know his name. He was a new fellow, but he was a Mason. "Cold morning," he remarked as he shoved an iron box across the floor. It contained some $30,000 in bills and coin. After Neil had signed the receipt book, the clerk handed him the box's key in a sealed envelope. Neil and Stevens carried the box across the platform to the wagon and pushed it under the seat. Then Neil climbed up beside the driver. The driver flicked his reins and the horse started forward. Stevens, who had climbed over the tailboard, remained standing. Just as the wagon began to move, the locomotive backed up suddenly with a clank of couplings. Its piston rods reversed, a jet of steam shot from the cylinders, and the train started off in the direction of Weymouth, Hingham, and the South Shore. The shadow of the wagon moved diagonally across Railroad Avenue toward the Hampton House, a mansard-roofed structure, 4 stories high, that had been built in the 70s for a trunk factory. It now housed the Slater and Morrill offices, as well as the cutting rooms of the upper factory. Slater and Morrill's lower factory was some distance away on Pearl Street. On the ground floor of the Hampton House, to the left of the center entrance, was the Express Company's office. The gilt sign over its door, unchanged from an earlier day, read New York and Boston Dispatch Express Company. Its clapboarding flaked and blistered, the gray building lay full in the slanting sunlight that burnished its windows. A narrow grass border divided the avenue from an indented strip of pavement in front of the porticoed Slater and Morrill entrance. 6 or 7 cars were parked along the outside of the border. Neil recognized them. It was still possible to know all the cars in town at sight. "A lot of autos here this morning," he remarked to the driver. There was one auto parked by the granite curb near the central entrance that Neil had never seen before, a touring car, dark and shiny as if it had just been polished. The top was up, the rear side curtains were fastened in place, and the motor was running. Neil's driver had to turn out sharply to avoid scraping its fender. A man slumped down in the driver's seat did not turn or look at them. He wore a felt hat, and his shoulders were hunched so that all Neil could see was the back of his neck and his right hand on the steering wheel. Then, standing in the doorway under the portico, Neil noticed a second man, thin and fair-haired, with a pale, sunken face. He had on a brown coat, like an old army overcoat, and he wore a gray hat pulled over his forehead. Neil did not like his looks. The driver backed the wagon into the space in front of the express office, and Neil and Stevens carried the box inside. After the outside chill, the office was warmly pleasant, smelling of floor oil and cigars. Neil took the key from the envelope and opened the box. Inside were the payrolls for the two companies, each in a brown canvas bag stamped National Shawmut Bank. He took out the Slater and Morrill bag and put the box containing the Walker and Neeland money in the safe. Then he closed the safe door, pressed down the nickel-plated handle, and spun the dial. With the bag tucked under his arm, Neil motioned to Stevens, and they started out the door toward the building's center entrance. Neil now noticed another strange car. This one was parked across the avenue, facing south. He could not tell what kind it was. It was streaked with mud. He heard its driver call out, "All right," to the man in the first car. The pale man was still standing under the portico, leaning against the doorpost. His hands were thrust into his overcoat pockets, and he held his head low. But as Neil and Stevens passed, he stared up at them, moving his eyes without lifting his head. Neil felt for the reassurance of the Colt in his pocket. The man did not move. He had blue, bulging eyes, the whites muddied, and his skin was yellowish, sickly, as if he were tubercular. There was something queer about him, about his being there, Neil felt, as he trudged up to the second floor. "Some funny-looking people round here today," he told the girl at the desk. Margaret Mahoney, the paymistress, was at her desk by the water-cooler. Neil had known Margaret Mahoney for years. The payroll bag was heavy for her, so he walked across the office and put it in the safe himself. She gave him the receipt for it, and he and Stephen started downstairs. From the top of the landing, Neil could see the pale man still standing in the doorway, but when he was about halfway down, the man took his hands out of his pockets, walked over to the touring car, opened the rear door, and got in. Neil had kept his hand on his Colt. By the time he reached the doorway, the car had started up and swung round the corner of Holbrook Avenue. The mud-streaked car had already disappeared. South Braintree Square was empty at 10:30 when Harry Dolbear, a piano tuner, finished a cup of coffee at Torrey's drugstore on the corner and started up Washington Street to Cuff's music store. Cuff had called him the day before to see about the felts on a second-hand upright, and Dolbear told him he would have a look at it. As he reached Gregor's restaurant, he noticed a black touring car turning left from Holbrook Avenue to Washington Street. He could see two men in front, and, although the rear side curtains were up, 3 more men in the back seat. One of the men in back was leaning forward, talking to the driver. Dolbear had never seen any of them before, or the car either. They looked to him like foreigners, maybe some of that Dago bunch from the Four River shipyards. Tough tickets, the lot of them, he thought to himself, after the car had passed him. At 11:15, Lola Hassam, a hard-faced woman in her 40s, got off the train from Quincy with Julia Campbell, the old woman who rented one of her 2 rooms in the Alhambra block there. Lola now called herself Lola Andrews, her name before her divorce, although some people said she had never been married. At various times she had been a waitress, a cleaning woman, and a practical nurse. Men often used to come to her room in the Alhambra. Since things were slack in Quincy, she and Julia had decided to come to South Braintree and look for work in one of the shoe factories. They crossed the tracks by the gate tender's shack at the end of Railroad Avenue, walked down Pearl Street, past the double-pipe fence in front of Rice and Hutchins, and continued another 25 yards to the lower Slater and Morrill factory. Julia Campbell was developing cataracts, and she took the younger woman's arm going downhill. About 30 feet from the factory, they passed a black touring car parked at the side of the road. A dark, stocky man with high cheekbones was bending over the raised hood, adjusting the motor. Lola Andrews saw another man sitting in the back of the car, a pale, sick-looking sort of fellow in a khaki overcoat. The men paid no attention to them, and the women walked up the steps of Slater and Morrill. Once inside, they could not locate the employment office. As they stood there undecided, A middle-aged man in a business suit came down the corridor and asked them what they wanted. "We want work, mister," Lola Andrews said. The man said that 3 months ago he could have given them both jobs. Now they were not taking on any new help. She was not to be put off so easily, insisting she had heard in Quincy that the factory needed people. He told her she had heard wrong. "Isn't this Rice and Hutchins?" she asked him finally. "No," he told her. "Rice and Hutchins was up the road." When the women again passed the touring car, the pale man in the overcoat was standing behind it, and the dark man had crawled underneath and was working on the motor from below, his head and shoulders just visible through the spokes of the front wheel. Lola had almost to step over his feet to get by. He had a screwdriver in his hand, and just as she was opposite him, he glanced up at her. "Pardon me," she said. "Could you tell me how to get to the factory office?" He crawled out from under the car, stood up, and asked her what factory she wanted. When she told him Rice and Hutchins, he pointed out the brick building and told her to take the driveway to the left. That was the office up there. Lola and old Julia went down the gravel walk along the side of the brick building, up the stairs, and through the double folding doors. They could see the employment office sign there plainly enough. Whenever William Tracy drove to the square on an errand, as he did 2 or 3 times a day, he liked to drive by his building, the wooden 3-decker he had built in 1907 at the corner of Hancock and Pearl. Torrey's drugstore occupied the ground floor. That Thursday morning, as he parked on Pearl to pick up his wife's groceries at Dyer and Sullivan's, just across from the drugstore, he noticed 2 strangers standing with their backs to Torrey's window, where the big glass vase of red water hung from its chains. The men were swarthy, about medium height, one just a little taller than the other. If it had been 12 o'clock, the streets would have been full of factory hands, and he probably would not have noticed them. But it was still half an hour before the noon whistle, and the square was empty. He could not help but notice them. After Tracy reached home with the groceries, he found he had forgotten bread, so he drove back again, past his building, and left to Shrout's Bakery on Pearl Street. The strange men were still leaning against the window as he went in. When he came out, they were gone. Not quite an hour later, William Heron, a railroad detective, noticed the same 2 men in the station. They were sitting on a bench by the gents' toilet, smoking cigarettes and talking in some foreign language. Dagos, he thought they were. He had come down on the 12:27 from Boston, and he was scarcely off the train before he spotted a fresh kid who had climbed on top of the Union newsstand and was trying to tip it over. 11 or 12 years old he was, one of that gang that hung around the station afternoons. Heron grabbed him by the collar and ran him into the operator's room. The Dagos didn't even look up as he went by. McNamara was the kid's name. The operator said his old man was all right, worked for the railroad, so Heron told the kid what he'd do to him if he ever caught him hanging around the station again, and let him go. He was not in the operator's room for more than 5 minutes, but when he stepped out again, the Dagos had left. Somehow they stuck in his mind, and he wondered where they had gone to. By trade, Ralph DeForest was a shoemaker, though he had been unemployed for 2 months now. When he had nothing else to do, and that was most of the time, he wandered around South Braintree Square, or sometimes dropped in at Magazu's pool room on Pearl Street. At 2:20 he was talking with Officer Shea on the corner next to Torrey's, when he spotted 2 men in front of the jewelry store. In the last 2 months he had seen everyone in town, but he had never seen those 2 before. Shea left to go up to the town hall, and DeForest walked down by the fruit store past the jeweler's. The 2 men looked him over as if they wanted to make something of it. Dark men they were, tough babies. He wasn't going to let them think he was scared of them, though. Deliberately he turned round and walked past them again. They stared at him, and he stared at them, and finally he said, "I don't think I owe you fellows anything." Without answering him, they started off down Pearl Street, one about 5 feet ahead of the other. DeForest decided he would follow them. At the crossing they turned left toward the station. Just in front of the station, a pinched-faced man in a brown coat was tinkering with the engine of a black touring car. The other two paused on the platform, and DeForest brushed right by them and through the station into the toilet. When he came out, the car and men had disappeared. At 3:10, Jenny Novelli, a nurse, was on her way down Pearl Street to call on her friend Mrs. Nips, who lived on Colbert Avenue, a dead-end dirt road just beyond Rice and Hutchins on the left. As she passed Shrout's Bakery, she noticed a large curtained touring car abreast of her and going in the same direction scarcely faster than she was walking. The car kept level with her until she reached the cobbler shop on the corner. At first she thought the man next to the driver was a friend of hers, William Mooney, but at second glance she realized she was mistaken. The pale driver she scarcely noticed. For 16 years Lewis Wade had been working in the sole leather room at Slater & Morrill. Then, late in 1919, the boss had put him in charge of the shed and gasoline pump in front of the lower factory. Any time the company car needed gas, he went out to take care of them. Every afternoon at the same time, Hans Berson, Mr. Slater's chauffeur, would come round to fill up Slater's Marmon sedan, and Wade was always ready for him with the shed door open and the pump unlocked. On this April 15th, just before 3 o'clock, Berson dropped by as usual and said he was on his way to the garage and that he would be back in 10 minutes. A couple of minutes after 3, as Wade was hitching the hose onto the pump, he happened to see a touring car below the factory in front of the little wooden house that belonged to the carpenter at Rice and Hutchins. A man was bending over the hood of the car, fixing something. Berson pulled up alongside the shed with the gray Marmon, and Wade put in about 8 gallons of gas. While he was cranking, he kept watching the black car until, before he knew it, the tank had overflowed. Berson and he wiped up the overflow. Then Berson drove off up Pearl Street toward the station. As he passed Rice and Hutchins, he saw 2 men sitting on the pipe fence near the end of the building, their feet on the lower bar. He knew they were strangers, but that was all he noticed about them. From the time Shelley Neal brought in the payroll money, Margaret Mahoney had been dividing it to make up the envelopes for the lower factory. There were almost 500 separate envelopes to be filled, and dividing the $15,776.51 took her right up to 3 o'clock, with only about 10 minutes off for lunch. After she had sealed the envelopes, she packed them in 2 wooden cases that went inside steel cash boxes with Yale locks. Hardly had she got the locks fastened before Mr. Parmenter and his guard, Berardelli, the one everyone called the detective, stood there waiting for them. Frederick Parmenter was in his middle 40s, a full-faced man with a short mustache. The solidness of his body, his slightly sagging features and thinning brown hair, made him seem older. Margaret Mahoney and the other girls in the office looked forward to his weekly visits. He liked to joke and pretended to make dates with them, though it was only in fun, for he had been married for years and did not play around. He was always very careful of his dress. That day he wore a white shirt with black and pink stripes and a new brown felt hat. Before he left, he kidded a bit with the bookkeepers, Frances Devlin and Mary Splain. He said he would take his pay now while there was still some money, and Margaret Gabney, the assistant bookkeeper, told him he had better, for there might not be any tomorrow. Then he took one of the cash boxes by the handle, and the detective took the other. The detective was just another Italian who never said anything. Margaret Mahoney remembered afterward how Parmenter stood for a moment in the doorway, and then how the stairs creaked as he and the detective walked down. It was a few minutes past 3. Outside the main entrance of the Hampton house, Parmenter, with Berardelli behind him, met Albert Frontello from the lower factory. Frontello said he was on his way to the office to get some cardboard tags. The paymaster and his guard walked on out of the shadow of the Hampton house. Frances Devlin and Mary Splain watched them for some minutes from their window on the second floor. Parmenter, without an overcoat, kept to the outside of the gravel walk, and the detective, his overcoat buttoned up, walked a little way behind him. Just before they reached the crossing, Parmenter shifted the cash box from his left to his right hand. 15 feet beyond him, the gate tender was out washing a window of his shack. From the cutting room on the 3rd floor, Mark Kerrigan, also looking out a window, kept his eye on the paymaster and the detective with their boxes as they passed the cobbler shop on the corner and went on toward the railroad crossing sign. Just beyond the crossing, they stopped to talk with a man coming uphill from the other direction. Then they went on down, behind the high board fence by the water tower. The first-floor windows of the lower Slater and Morrill factory were open, and Minnie Kennedy and Louise Hayes, at their workbench, noticed a touring car parked by the side of the street only about 10 feet from them. A slight, fair-haired man in a blue suit was fussing with the motor, lifting one side of the hood and then the other. Finally, he stood by the front mudguard and lit a cigarette. A sickly young man he seemed, but not bad-looking. While he was standing there with a screwdriver in his hand, Thomas Tracy drove up with a wagon-load of coal for Slater and Morrill, noticed the man's light hair, and remembered that he had seen the same car with another man in front of the railroad station early that morning. After a while, the two girls watched the fair-haired man get into the car, drive down Pearl Street toward the swamp, turn round, and start back again. Roy Gould had invented an oil and pumice paste for sharpening safety razor blades. All he needed to do was smear a little on the edge of the blade, run the blade a couple of times around the inside rim of a glass tumbler, and it was as good as new. He used to go to the different South Shore factories on paydays and sell his paste at the gates as the men came out. On April 15th, he arrived at South Braintree on the 2:59 train. There was a young fellow standing on the platform, and Gould asked him if he knew where and how they paid off at the shoe factories. The other pointed to 2 men walking down the street to the railroad crossing. "There goes the paymaster now," he told him. "Just follow him." Gould started off toward the gateman's shack. He could see the paymaster stop briefly at the crossing to talk with someone, then disappear behind the board fence the other side of the tracks. Jimmy Bostock, the bandy-legged machine repairman, hurrying up Pearl Street from the lower factory to get the 3:15 trolley to Brockton, was near the water tower when he saw Parmenter and Berardelli coming down the street. He crossed over to meet them. "Bostock," Parmenter said as he came up, "there's a pulley off one of the motors up at number 1. "I can't look at it, not today," Bostock told him. "I got to get this 3:15 trolley to Brockton to do a job there." "Well," said Parmenter amiably, "they just told me to tell you if I saw you, that's all." While they were talking, Berson drove by in the Marmon sedan, honking and waving as he passed. Bostock said he would have to leg it to catch his trolley. "Don't let me keep you," Parmenter told him. He and his guard continued down the gravel walk. Parmenter shifted the cash box from his right to his left hand. The afternoon sun was warm on his back. To his right was the garage with the tin roof, and beyond it the tower of Rice and Hutchins. The lilac bush on the little dirt triangle in front of the factory was just coming into bud. A flock of pigeons circled over the tower, then headed back to their loft in Kane's livery stable. Across the street, beyond a pile of bricks, some Italians were digging the cellar for a new restaurant. A loaded truck had just started up out of the excavation. Jim McGlone's dump truck was pulled up to the curb beside a couple of little carts into which the Italians were shoveling dirt. Parmenter passed the telephone pole with the red fire alarm box on it. 2 strangers were standing by the fence in front of Rice and Hutchins, dark, squat men, their hands in their pockets. One wore a cap, the other a felt hat. He kept on past them, 1 step, 2 steps, 3. As his guard, still following, reached the telephone pole, the strangers whipped their hands from their pockets, and the man in the cap lunged forward, pinning Berardelli by the shoulder with his left hand, while his right brought up a pistol. Berardelli tried to grapple with him, but before he could get a grip, the man fired into him 3 times. Parmenter turned like a cat to find the same man now facing him, pistol in hand, and Berardelli just behind, his knees buckling. Then the gun muzzle flashed and a bullet struck him in the chest. He flinched, took a few steps sideways, and the man fired again. This time the bullet struck him in the back, and as he staggered across the street his legs began to go limp. Berardelli lay in the gutter, his arms twitching, the second cash box just beyond the reach of his right hand. The man in the felt hat snatched up the box, then darted out toward the box Parmenter had dropped. The man in the cap, who had followed Parmenter halfway across the street, now signaled with his pistol and fired again. As he did so, the dark touring car that had been parked below Slater and Morrill, 75 yards away, started jerkily uphill with a grinding of gears. The staccato sound of the shots echoed from the factory walls. From the loft of the livery stable, the pigeons swirled up into the sunshine, then wheeled over the Hampton house. At the end of the wooden fence, almost at the crossing, Jimmy Bostock turned to see Berardelli doubling up and the gunman firing. Parmenter was walking jerkily across the street, and Bostock did not realize the paymaster had been hit until he began to sag. Seeing him fall, Bostock took a few steps toward him, but as he did so, the man in the cap froze him by the fence with 2 shots. The touring car churned along the streets, sputtering and skipping, the driver furiously working the spark lever on the steering wheel. Berardelli had managed to get to his hands and knees. Before the car stopped, a man, crouched on the running board, sprang off near the brick pile. He had an automatic in his hand. Stepping to the swaying Berardelli, he fired point blank. Berardelli collapsed in the gravel. The first 2 bandits had piled into the back seat with the cash boxes. After firing several shots at the upper factory windows, the third bandit climbed in the back seat after them. As the car whined toward the crossing, he crawled over into the front seat, leaning out, pistol in hand. Wade was just snapping the lock on the gas pump when he heard the noise and looked up the street, thinking the Italians had started a fight. He saw Parmenter drop behind the cart and then watched a wavy-haired man shoot at Berardelli. Along the front of each floor of Rice and Hutchins were 9 rows of frosted glass windows. Even if the sash of the middle cutting-room window on the first floor had not been jammed several inches above the sill, the cutters at their benches might still have heard the shots above the noise of the machinery. The jammed window made this certain. At the sound, William Brenner leaned forward from his cutting board to peer through the slit, as did Louis Pelser on his right. As they looked down, they saw Berardelli writhing in the gutter almost directly below them, and a man with a pistol standing over him. Afterward, they found it difficult to remember just what or how much they had seen in that one glimpse. As Pelser later testified, "We seen a glance of the whole thing." From behind them, Peter McCullum sprang on top of the bench, kicking the cutting boards aside and throwing the window up to the sash. What he saw was a dark man pushing a box in a car with his right hand. The sunshine was flickering on a whitish pistol in his left hand. "Duck!" McCullum yelled. "There's shooting going on." Another shot echoed, and there was a tinkle of broken glass. McCullum, Brenner, Pelsom, and the rest of the cutters threw themselves on the floor under the benches. A few seconds later, a cutter at the other end of the room shouted that the automobile was crossing the tracks. They crawled out from under the benches, and Pelser pushed down to the end of the room where someone had opened the last window. He managed to see only the rear of the car jolting over the tracks, but he could still make out the license plate. Going back to his cutting board, he wrote down the number, 49783. From the treeing room on the floor above, the foreman, Edgar Langlois, glanced incredulously down at the slumped Berardelli and the 2 strangers. "Someone's been shot," he shouted, and ran for the wall telephone in the corridor. Barbara Liscombe peered from the window to see the paymaster and his guard on the ground, and just below her a dark, short, hatless man with a pistol in his hand. As she looked, he lifted his head and stared directly at her, a face that she never afterward could get out of her mind. He pointed his pistol, but before the bullet crashed through the pane over her head, she had fainted. Langlois, dashing back, looked out again to see the dark car rolling toward the crossing. The glass had been removed from the back window, and a rifle or shotgun barrel was sticking through the opening. In the Slater and Morrill lower factory, Minnie Kennedy and Louise Hayes had gone upstairs to the ladies' room. When they heard the shots, they dashed to the window just in time to catch a glimpse of the vanishing car. From the kitchen of the frame house in back of the excavation, Annie Nichols, so startled that she could hardly breathe, had watched the shooting, seen Berardelli and Parmenter fall, and the laborers scatter and dodge toward her fence. Then the touring car appeared, and a man tossed the cash boxes into it. In his house next door, Maurice Colbert, a carman for the railroad, had just gone into the kitchen to take off his coat when he heard the shots and saw the Italians running. He started for the front door, only to find that his wife, sensing trouble, had locked it and removed the key. All he could see from the window was the auto and the two men with boxes running toward it. As the car approached the railroad crossing, it came so close to Bostock that he could have reached out and touched it. Lavanghi, washing the windows of his shack, had heard the shots without heeding them until he saw a man come out from behind the brick pile and commence shooting. At that very moment the warning bell began to ring for the Brockton train, and he left his cloth and bucket to crank down the gates. Just as he brought the bars horizontal, the touring car came to a halt in front of him, a man leaning out with a pistol that he jerked up sharply, shouting, "Up! Up!" The train was still beyond the Hood rubber works, the engine just rounding the bend. Again the man jerked the pistol, then pointed it. Lavanghi raised the barrier. The touring car jolted across the ties, passing within a few feet of Roy Gould on his way to the factories with his razor blade paste. A bare-headed gunman fired at Gould almost point blank, the bullet piercing a lapel of his overcoat. Gould fixed the man's look in his mind, the blown, wavy hair, the blue suit, and oddly enough the watch chain that he was wearing across his waistcoat. Mary Splain and Francis Devlin from their Hampton House office, Mark Kerrigan from the cutting room above, watched the top-heavy car with its flapping curtains as it crossed from the tracks to the cobbler's shop on the corner. The gunman in the front seat was firing at random. Workers scurried out the side entrance of Rice and Hutchins. Someone was chasing up the street from the factory, calling, "Stop them! Stop them!" A railroad gang, working beside a sand pile, stood gaping, their shovels still in their hands. Angelo Ricci, the foreman, trying to keep them back. On the corner of Railroad Avenue in front of the cobbler's shop, the car almost brushed Frank Burke, an itinerant glass-blower down for the day from Brockton. The gunman in the front seat aimed directly at him and pulled the trigger, but the hammer merely clicked. "Get out of the way, you son of a bitch!" he bellowed at Burke, the curtains blurring his face. Louis de Berardinis, in his cobbler's shop, was giving an order to a salesman, Merle Averill, when he heard the tattoo of shots. "What the hell's that?" Averill asked him, dropping his order book and running to the door. De Berardinis followed. Together they saw the touring car sputter past the shop. The gunman leaned out and fired almost in de Berardinis' face. Again the weapon misfired. At the pool room at 66 Pearl Street, beyond the stable, Carlos Goodridge, a Victrola salesman, had been having a quick game with Peter Magazu, the proprietor, who also owned the shoe store next door, when he heard the first shots. He walked to the window, saw nothing, came back, and was chalking his cue when he heard more shots and people shouting. This time, stepping out to the edge of the sidewalk, he saw the dark touring car only 20 feet away, and a swarthy man leaning out of it pointing a revolver at him. He ducked back inside and slammed the pool room door, then peered out through the glass as the car spun by. The gunman had lowered his hand now, but he still held the revolver. Goodridge, his stomach tightened in a knot, watched the car swerve past the bakery, a gun barrel protruding from the gap of the rear window. It gathered speed, running more smoothly, rolling past the stores and the framed 2- and 3-family houses, and the barber shop with its spiraling striped pole. At 54 Pearl Street, Nicola D'Amato, the barber, watched it pass, as did a shoe worker, Olaf Olsen, who had just come out of Torrey's drugstore. Both of them saw the gunman leaning out. Olson noticed how he kept his left hand over his mouth as he held the pistol in his right. As the car swung left onto Washington at the top of Pearl Street, the tires spewing up the gravel, one of the men in the rear seat threw out several handfuls of tacks. Elmer Chase, loading a truck in front of the Cooperative Society, 100 yards down Washington Street, heard the squeal of brakes and the grinding of gears. He looked up at the oncoming car, expecting a smash-up. It slowed slightly as it passed him, and he had a glimpse of a sickly-looking driver and a stocky dark man with blowing hair bent over next to him. Scarcely a minute had elapsed from the first shot until the getaway car vanished, but with its disappearance the actuality faded and the myth took over. All in all, there were more than 50 witnesses of the holdup in its various stages. Yet each impression now began to work in the yeast of individual preconceptions. The car was black, it was green, it was shiny, it was mud-streaked. There were 2 cars. The men who did the shooting were dark, were pale, had blue suits, had brown suits, had gray suits, wore felt hats, wore caps, were bareheaded. Only one had a gun. Both had guns. The third man had been behind the brick pile with a shotgun all the time. Anywhere between 8 and 30 shots had been fired. On some points there was a rough agreement. The car was a touring car. There were 5 men in it. The driver was a fair, sallow man, and the 2 men who had begun the shooting were short and clean-shaven. The 3 gunmen had scarcely climbed into their car before Jim McGlone crawled from the excavation to where Parmenter lay sprawled on a stone. "I got him by the shoulder," McGlone related 2 days later at the inquest, and asked him where he was hurt, and he didn't answer, and I lowered his head to the ground. I went to the double team and got a horse blanket to put under Parmenter's head, and my brother came along and we lifted Parmenter up, and they spread the horse blanket out and we put Parmenter in, and my brother and 2 other fellows took hold of a corner of the blanket and we carried him into the house. As soon as the car had passed the water tower, Jimmy Bostock ran back to Berardelli. The detective lay on his side, his lips open, and with every breath blood foamed from his mouth. Bostock propped the guard's head up slightly and wiped his face with a handkerchief. Berardelli gave a shudder, the bright bubbling at his mouth stopped, and Bostock knew that the man was dead. In the gravel, Bostock noted 4 spent shell cases. He picked them up and put them in his pocket. All the factory entrances were now clogged with gesticulating figures. Those who remained inside lined the open windows. From the shops and tenements, and the Hampton house beyond, people were streaming across the tracks to where the 2 men were lying. Around Berardelli they gathered 10 deep. Fred Loring, who had run out with the others from the lower factory, saw a dark cloth cap lying a foot or so from the guard's body. He picked it up and tucked it into his pocket. McGlone kept pushing the crowd back from the groaning Parmenter. Then he and his brother and Bostock carried the paymaster into the Colbert house, just beyond the excavation. Crowds swarmed into Pearl Street, men in shirt sleeves, women in work aprons, small boys underfoot pushing their way through the others. The roadway was soon blocked from the factories to the railroad crossing. The voices of the men and women mingled, a collective murmur of incredulity that a thing such as they might have read about in newspaper headlines could actually have happened in South Braintree. Shelley Neal arrived with his special police badge pinned on his coat and his Colt in his pocket, just as they were carrying Parmenter into the Colbert house. The paymaster looked almost gone. As soon as Neal saw him in the blanket, his one thought was to get back to the office and call the man's wife. It took him 5 minutes, bucking the crowd, to reach the Hampton house, and once there he found all the telephone lines busy. After trying several times to get central, he hurried down the steps to his harnessed wagon and headed for the telephone exchange. Police Chief Jeremiah Gallivan, driving up in his Ford, passed the careening wagon, Neal with his feet braced against the dashboard and slashing at his galloping horse. By the time Galavan covered the 1.5 miles from his home to Rice and Hutchins, Parmenter had been taken inside, and Berardelli was dead. The chief shouldered his way through the crowd until he stood looking down at the familiar body with the unfamiliar glazed eyes. The mill workers pressed about him, their voices clamorous as they pointed out where the shots had been fired and the route of the car. Fire Chief Fred Tenney, already on the spot, told him it was a touring car with a green body. Its motor was acting up, Tenney said. He thought there might still be a chance to catch the gunman. Galavan was willing to try. Together they started off in the red department runabout, forcing their way up Pearl Street, Tenney sounding the brass bell mounted on the radiator. After a left turn onto Washington Street, they had to stop to brush away the scattered tacks, but after that they were in the clear. At the Plain Street Railroad crossing, Galavan shouted at Joe Buckley, the gate tender, that there had been a killing. Had he seen a car pass? Buckley had not. Galavan and Tenney continued straight south toward Holbrook, 2 miles away. At Holbrook Square they found a soldier who had seen just such a green touring car 10 minutes before on the way to Abington. They swung east on the Abington Road, Galavan gun in hand, Tenney clanging his bell as he held the accelerator to the floor. The flat wooden town came on them with a rush, but beyond, in the network of roads beyond Whitman and Cox's Corner, they lost the trail. Back and forth through the barren landscape they circled, along dirt ways that looped back on themselves or ended in the litter of some squatter's chicken yard. The dust rose behind them, and the afternoon shadows lengthened as the red runabout pushed on, until, after almost 2 hours of driving, they gave up. Galavan's revolver was back in its holster, and the fire chief's bell silent when they again reached the Plain Street crossing. Buckley waved for them to stop. "I forgot to tell you about a car that came down here and went up that way," he told them, pointing north. "It went out of my mind. The brakes screeched so much I thought it was going into the river." "Well," said Galavan, "it's too late now." Instead of continuing over the tracks at Plain Street, the car, with the screech that Buckley noted, had made a hairpin turn and headed back toward South Braintree on the almost parallel Franklin Street. But at the hill corner by the white-spired South Congregational Church, it had swung west on Pond Street, following the curve of Sunset Lake on the right, and past the cemetery and the Torrey Elementary School on the left. After following Pond Street west for a mile, slapping and jolting, side curtains billowing and the motor roaring, the car turned south on Granite Street toward Randolph. Mrs. Alta Baker saw it near the Randolph line, moving at 50 miles an hour. At 12 minutes after 3 it passed Walter Desmond, a tobacco salesman, on his way from Randolph to South Braintree. Then at the junction with the Randolph Highway, it swung right along the broken surface of Oak Street, cut through the scrubby outskirts of the Randolph Woods for 1.5 miles, and took the left fork near an old cemetery into Orchard Street. On this obscure lane it passed Albert Farmer and his wife Adeline with their horse and wagon that they had just taken from the barn where the two roads joined. The Farmers noticed the swirl of dust as the car moved toward them, and they watched it make the abrupt turn south onto Orchard Street. The driver must have soon realized he was off course, for 10 minutes later George Chisholm, a road laborer working on Main Street, a stone's throw from Oak, saw the car beating up north with flaring curtains, hurtling by him so fast he thought the tires were coming off. It turned right into Oak Street and continued 1/4 mile east, bearing down Orchard until it again arrived at the junction. The driver stopped, hesitated, then swung the car into the yard of the Hewins home on the corner, just across from the Farmers. Mabel Hewins was standing on her porch when the swarthy man in the front seat leaned out and asked her the way to Providence. She told him to follow Oak Street to Chestnut, across North Main, and keep going. He grunted, reversed the car jerkily, and started back the way he had come. She could see both men in the front seat clearly, but not the others. Not quite 2 miles farther, a mile beyond Tower Hill, where Chestnut Street merges with the Stoughton Post Road, John Lloyd and Wilson Dorr, working in a sand pit, saw the car jouncing south along the road that was all hills and hollows and ruts. Dorr noticed that the glass was missing from the back window. On the sharp gradient of Tucker Hill leading into Staunton, it overtook Francis Clark and Elmer Poole in their bakery wagon, veered out, and continued on the left-hand side of the road and over the crest. Clark, too, noticed the oblong gap in the back of the cloth top, and told Poole to copy the license plate. All Poole could spot was 49. The car disappeared south in the isolation of the old turnpike, and was not glimpsed again until it reached the outskirts of Brockton at 3:45. A high school girl, Julia Kelleher, saw it coming down very fast over the hill from Brockton Heights, churning the dust behind it, the curtains fluttering in the wind. As it went over a bump, she saw something tossed up in the back seat behind the curtains. There were 2 men in front. After the car passed, she tried to take down the license number. She could make out an 83 at the end and a 9 and a 7, and these she wrote in the sand beside the road. At 4:15, Austin Reed, the railroad crossing tender at Matfield, a small settlement on the outskirts of West Bridgewater, 8.5 miles southeast of Brockton Heights and 22 miles from South Braintree, stepped out of his shanty at the approach of the train from Westdale. As he stood in the middle of the road with the yellow stop sign in his hand, he saw a touring car racing down the hill from West Bridgewater. He walked toward it, holding up his sign. The driver did not seem to want to stop, but finally he pulled up about 40 feet away. A man sitting next to the driver leaned out and shouted, "What the hell are you holding us up for?" Then the train passed over the crossing, and the man in the front seat pointed his finger at Reed, as if it were a pistol, and bellowed again, "What the hell did you hold us up for?" He was only 4 feet away. The rattling car took the right fork on Matfield Street, then, as if it had made a circle, returned 3 minutes later on the left fork of Belmont Street and recrossed the track. Reed saw it edge over the hill and watched the cloud of dust that slowly settled behind it. That was the last seen that day of the touring car. Parmenter lay propped up on the sofa in the front room of the Colbert house. Scarcely conscious, he managed to whisper that one gunman was dark, short, and stocky, and the other was short and thin. When the Weymouth medical examiner, Dr. John Chisholm Fraser, arrived at 4 o'clock, there were several other doctors already in the room with Parmenter. Fraser stopped by Baradelli's body. It had been carried into the Colbert kitchen, only long enough to note that he was dead and that blood was oozing from his back and arms. Shortly after the medical examiner's arrival, the ambulance from the Quincy City Hospital came for Parmenter. As the paymaster was carried down the steps, the onlookers surged in toward the stretcher. They surged in again 20 minutes later, when Baradelli's body was taken away in a wicker basket. After the hearse had disappeared, the crowd began to thin. Most of the workers headed home, leaving behind a diminishing core of the young and idle. The long shadow of the afternoon moved along the factory fronts, and the sun turned the Slater and Morrell windows orange. A group, mostly boys in corduroy knickers, still stood around the stains in the gravel where Baradelli had fallen. Later, as the sun edged toward the blue hills and the light began to fade, the crowd increased again. Workers and their wives strolled down Pearl Street after supper for a second look. Voluble witnesses repeated the details, and as the news spread to the neighboring towns, the curious and the morbid began to arrive from the compass points: Randolph, Quincy, Holbrook, Weymouth. Dr. Nathaniel Hunting operated on Parmenter shortly after his arrival in the hospital. A bullet that had apparently glanced off his ribs, causing an elongated but superficial wound, was shaken out of his jacket. The second bullet, the one that had struck him after he turned, had cut horizontally through his abdomen, perforating the vena cava, the body's largest vein. Hunting was able to remove it easily from a mass of blue flesh just below the surface of the abdomen. He marked the bullet with a cross on the base. After the operation, Parmenter recovered consciousness for a few minutes and managed to tell Assistant District Attorney George Adams who had been waiting at his bedside, that he did not recognize the men who shot him. Then he drifted off again. He died at 5 in the morning, some 14 hours after he was shot. Dr. George Burgess McGrath, the medical examiner of Suffolk County, made the autopsy on Berardelli, assisted by the Norfolk County examiner, Dr. Frederick Jones. He found 4 visible wounds, the first in the left back upper arm, the second near the left armpit, the third lower down on the left side, and the fourth at the right shoulder. According to Dr. McGrath, Berardelli might have recovered from the first 3 wounds, but not from the fourth. The bullet there had pierced the right lung, severed the great artery issuing from the heart, and continued down through the intestines until it lodged in the hip bone. All 4 bullets had remained in the body. As Dr. McGrath recovered them, he took a surgical needle and scored each in turn on the base with a Roman numeral. The mortal bullet he marked with 3 vertical scratches. The shell cases that Jimmy Bostock had picked out of the gravel he handed to Thomas Freiherr, the Slater and Morrell superintendent. These consisted of 2 Peters shells, 1 Remington, and 1 Winchester, the last identifiable by a W stamped on its base. Freiherr in turn gave them to Captain William Proctor, the head of the state police, who had driven down from Boston as soon as he heard of the shootings. Several hours later, Fred Loring gave the cap he had picked up to Freiherr, who kept it overnight and then passed it on to Chief Galeazzi. Over that weekend, South Braintree bubbled with gossip. State police and Pinkerton detectives, occasionally at cross purposes, combed the town, interviewing and filling out their reports. Chief Galeazzi spent Sunday with a state policeman searching the Braintree woods for abandoned cash boxes. He found nothing. That was his last discouraged gesture in the case. A rumor floated round that Berardelli had recognized the man who shot him, that he had known in advance something was up, and that was why he had been killed. There was a lot of such talk in the Hampton house. Mary Splain and Jimmy Bostock told a young Pinkerton operative, Henry Hellier, they thought a man named Darling, who worked in the order department, might have been the front man for the bandits. Darling had a bad reputation. 2 of his friends had been arrested some years back for stealing shoes from the factory, and only a few weeks ago the police had found some stolen shoes at his house. Mary Splain supposed that Darling had probably hatched the scheme and tipped off his accomplices as to the time the payroll went out. But when Hellier asked Freiherr about this, the superintendent told him that Darling was completely trustworthy, and that Mary Splain was too irresponsible for anyone to take her seriously. On Saturday, when the inquest was held before Judge Albert Avery in the Quincy District Court, several witnesses said they had seen 2 cars during the holdup, a large touring car and a small sedan. Levangi, the gate tender, described the driver of the touring car as having a dark complexion, dark brown mustache, soft hat, and brown coat. Everyone else described him as a pale, fair-haired man with a smooth, yellowish face. Detectives brought down a selection of Rogues Gallery pictures from Boston. Bostock, Wade, and several others who riffled through the assortment picked out a New York bank robber, Anthony Palmisano, as one of the South Braintree bandits. On April 23rd, a group that included Bostock, Wade, Albert Frontello, and Mary Splain was taken to Captain Proctor's office in the State House and shown a number of photographs, including Palmisano's. Mary Splain positively identified his picture as that of the man she had seen leaning out of the car with the revolver. Frontello and Bostock said it was an excellent likeness. Unfortunately for their promising identification, it was soon learned that Palmisano, also known as Tony the Wop and Baby Tony, had been arrested in Buffalo in January and was still in jail there. End of section 3. Section 4 of Tragedy in Dedham, The Story of the Sacco-Vanzetti Case, by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Bridgewater and West Bridgewater. The attempted robbery of the L.Q. White Shoe Company payroll in Bridgewater on Wednesday, December 24, 1919, resulted neither in loss of money nor life. At 20 minutes to 8 on that freezing, overcast morning, Alfred Cox, the company paymaster, was taking the week's payroll of $33,113.31 in his delivery truck from the Bridgewater Trust Company to the factory at the foot of the hill by the railroad station. The truck, a Ford with a tarpaulin top and solid rubber tires, was driven by Earl Graves, with Constable Benjamin Bowles beside him. Cox sat just behind Graves, on a large galvanized iron box containing the money. Graves drove from the bank along Summer Street to the square, then turned down Broad Street, divided in the middle by a single streetcar track, moving at a cautious 10 miles an hour because of the ice on the road. A streetcar moving in the same direction had just stopped at the corner of Hale Street, 75 yards away. At the same moment, a curtained touring car swung over the tracks and pulled up on the corner, its wheels on the sidewalk. 3 men jumped out and dog-trotted toward the oncoming truck. The man in the lead, bareheaded, with a dark mustache and wearing a long black coat, carried a shotgun. The 2 behind him held pistols. Graves had first noticed the touring car, a Hudson he thought it was, while he was passing Harlow's blacksmith shop. He watched the men get out and start running, but it was not until the mustached man knelt and took aim that he realized he was in for a hold-up. Yanking on the gas lever, he veered the truck across the tracks. Bowles reached for his revolver. When the truck was some 25 yards away, the mustached man fired both barrels. A few pellets rattled against the truck's metal body without doing any damage. One of the men with pistols, standing 8 feet behind the man with the shotgun, exchanged random shots with Bowles until the streetcar came between them. Then the mustached man dashed across the street and fired again at the slithering truck. Cox, from his seat on the cash box, saw the kneeling figure and the smoke from the discharged shotgun, everything like the snap of a camera. As the truck skidded, Graves lost control of the wheel. Bowles grabbed it out of his hands. Wavering from one side of the street to the other, the truck finally crashed against a telephone pole, smashing headlights and radiator. In the meantime, the 3 gunmen had scurried back to their car with its waiting driver and spun out of sight down Hale Street in the direction of the normal school. When Frank "Slip" Harding, an auto parts salesman on his way to Bassett's garage just across from the corner of Hale Street, first saw the men carrying guns, he thought it was some kind of movie stunt. He was only 4 feet away as they began firing, and he watched them too astonished to move. Then, within seconds, they had run back to their car and driven off. Harding later described the car as a black Hudson 6, with the license number 01173C. Dr. John Murphy, a young general practitioner with his house and office at 76 Broad Street, was getting dressed when he heard the shots. He looked out his window just in time to glimpse the touring car moving away. By the time he reached the street, about the only thing he could see was the litter of glass where the truck was rammed against the pole. Then he noticed a spent shotgun shell in the gutter. He picked it up and put it in his pocket. For Bridgewater's police chief, Michael Stewart, the robbery attempt lay outside the range of small-town peccadillos with which he was used to dealing. His force consisted of 2 officers, 1 patrolman, and 1 night patrolman. In addition, there were the specials, 1 at normal school, 1 for the night performances at the Princess Theater, 1 at the L.Q. White factory, and 6 for the 4th of July only. Stewart, in his 40s, had held his job since 1915. Before this, he had spent 4 years as the chief of the 2-man force in Rockland, another of the flat, semi-rural manufacturing towns lying inland between Boston and Cape Cod. In Rockland, most of the trouble had come from the foreign workers. The same was true in Bridgewater, where a third of the population was now made up of Poles, Russians, Greeks, and Armenians. As a second-generation Irish-American, Stewart tended to be suspicious of these newcomers. He had an idea that the hold-up men might be Russians, with a Confederate working in the factory. Inspector Albert Briard of the state police, who was sent down to Bridgewater to work with Stewart, was more inclined to think the hold-up the work of one of the gangs that had moved into the area after the recent Boston police strike. Graves thought the men were Italians. The license number that Harding had written down was traced through the registry of motor vehicles to George Hassam's garage in Needham, a Boston suburb 23 miles northwest of Bridgewater. It turned out to be a dealer's plate. Hassam owned 5 sets of them. On Monday, December 22nd, a foreigner had come into Hassam's office and asked if he could borrow a set of plates. In broken English, he told Hassam he had just bought a car in Wellesley and wanted to take it away. When Hassam said he could not lend his dealer's plates, the man left. He was a surly man of about 40, as Hassam remembered him, dark, with a close-cropped mustache. Hassam forgot about him until the police telephoned regarding the plates on the Bridgewater car. Then, as he went to the back of his garage to look at a second-hand Hupp that had been carrying a set of his dealer's plates, he found them missing. When or how they had been taken, he did not know. On December 26th, the Pinkerton operative Henry Hellier noted in his report that on Sunday evening, December 21st, a Buick touring car belonging to Daniel H. Murphy of Natick had been stolen from 115 Fair Oak Street, Needham, not far from Hassam's garage. Hellier was right about the Buick, though not about some of his other details. The car, belonging to a Francis J. Murphy, had actually been stolen in Needham a month earlier, on November 23rd, from in front of a house in Fair Oaks Park. That same November night, a Dedham police officer, Warren Totty, standing under the arc light in the granite shadow of Memorial Hall, had seen the car speeding across Dedham Square. He had stepped out, with his hand raised, but the car swung past him, down the hill and under the railroad bridge toward Hyde Park. The license number that Totty managed to copy down turned out to be Murphy's. It is thought, Hellier reported, that this car may have been used by the men last Wednesday. The connection between the Murphy Buick and the Needham license plates appealed to Stewart, even though both Graves and Harding had said that the car was a Hudson. Hellier now interviewed Richard Casey, a student at Rhode Island State College, who had seen the car on Main Street before the shooting, and John King, who noticed it afterward near the Normal School. Whether or not Chief Stewart had prompted them, both said it was a Buick. Stewart and Briard had managed to trace the car as far as Stoughton. Beyond that point, although they called at all the garages in the vicinity, their leads came to nothing. Chief Shine of Dedham had a notion that an Italian gang in East Dedham might be involved. Stewart visited Dedham, Needham, even some suspects in Newton, and arranged meanwhile for circulars describing the car to be distributed to the local garages and gas stations. He now began to think the car was hidden somewhere between Stoughton and Dedham. Meanwhile, the Pinkerton agents had been spreading out through the Italian districts of Quincy and Boston. On December 30th, Assistant Superintendent Henry Murray reported, "Today, informant telephoned in. Later met him at supper, and in the course of conversation stated that he had learned that the Italian mentioned yesterday had said that the men who were implicated in the Bridgewater holdup had occupied temporarily a shack in close proximity to Bridgewater, and that the car that had been used was left there, along with some overalls or disguise of a similar nature, used by one of the men implicated in the holdup. That these men were Italians, had deserted the car, returned to Quincy by trolley, that they are believed to be residing in the vicinity of Four River Shipyard and are known as anarchists." The Italian mentioned yesterday was a floater who spent most of his time hanging around the Boston American Building near Summer Street, or in Monahan's Bar in the North End. It took the Pinkerton agents several days to track him home to 31 Waverly Street in the massed tenement district of Brighton. The house was a brick three-flatter, and there was a scarlet fever card on the front door. Hellier, Stewart, and Briard went there the afternoon of January 3rd, 1920. By ringing the 3 doorbells until they got an answer, they learned that the man they wanted had left for Alston earlier in the day. They waited almost 5 hours on the upper landing until he came back. He turned out to be a flashily dressed Sicilian, Carmine Barrasso, who had anglicized his name to C.A. Barr. Quite willing to talk, he invited the three men into his flat. According to Hellier's report, Barr related a rambling statement about a machine that he had invented with which he could detect who had committed a crime, no matter where it was committed. He stated that one Mrs. Vettilia of 2 Lexington Street, East Boston, had looked into the machine and saw the holdup happening, and saw the man plainly, but did not know who they were. As Stewart drove back to Bridgewater along the empty, snow-edged roads of the Blue Hills, he added another piece to the puzzle he was fitting together in his mind. If the Pinkerton information was right, the hold-up men were anarchists. It was not a difficult conclusion to come to in the winter of 1919-1920. A group of 249 anarchist and communist aliens that included Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman had just been deported to Russia. That very day, January 3rd, the headlines of the papers were flaring with the news of Attorney General Palmer's raids that had taken place all over the country the previous evening. Raids to head off revolution was the heading of the weekly Bridgewater Independent. Department of Justice makes public Communist plan to overthrow government, arrests in 50 towns. But such incidents and antagonisms, the social change and struggle of the post-war period, were sensed only vaguely in Bridgewater. By the time the wave of history reached the inland Cape towns, it was scarcely a ripple. The same issue of the Independent made Charlotte Randall's 21st birthday party in West Bridgewater the subject of its editorial. When the 18th Amendment went into effect on January 16th, the December holdup no longer seemed worth discussing. The Pinkerton men had gone. The $1,000 reward posted by Loring Q. White for the gunman's capture was unclaimed. At his headquarters in the back room of the wooden pilastered town hall, Chief Stewart still thought about the crime, but he could find no more pieces to add to his puzzle. It was the snowiest winter in 50 years. The weeks followed into the lengthening afternoons of February. On the 6th, a mockingbird was seen by the members of the Bridgewater Bird Club. 5 days later, a blizzard swirled in from the northeast, and the town was snowed under again. In the Superior Court in Brockton, Judge Webster Thayer fined a young brava, the local name for the colored Cape Verde Island Portuguese, $200 for manslaughter under extenuating circumstances, and asked that the fine be turned over to the victim's family for funeral expenses. The thaw began on March 19th, and the basement of the Bridgewater Central Square Congregational Church was flooded. Then, on April 15th, a South Braintree paymaster and his guard were killed during a holdup. Having already gone to press, the April 17th edition of the Independent made no mention of the murders. Yet the event had already impinged on Bridgewater. Shortly after the passage of the 1918 Deportation Act, Chief Stewart had assisted the Immigration Service in arresting 6 Italians charged with spreading literature advocating the overthrow of the government. The 6 were marked down for deportation and released on bail. Stewart supposed they had all long since been sent back to Italy. But that spring at least one of the 6, Ferruccio Coacci, was still living in a section of West Bridgewater called Cochesset. Coacci, sometimes known as Ercole Pareca, had come to Quincy in 1915 and had taken up with a woman named Ercilia Buongarzone. Ercilia had borne him 2 children, both delivered at the state almshouse in Tewksbury. For a period, Coacci was employed at the L.Q. White Company. At the time of his arrest, Joseph Ventola, an anarchist friend from Hyde Park, had posted the $1,000 bond, and Coacci was released on condition that he marry Ercilia and support her children. While awaiting his deportation order, he worked for Slater and Morrill in South Braintree. Early in April 1920, after receiving his notice to report on the 15th at the East Boston Immigration Station, he quit his job. Since the first of the year, Coacci had been living in Puffer's Place, at the corner of Lincoln and South Elm Street, in the empty flatland about a mile from West Bridgewater's Elm Square. Puffer's Place was a small, decayed 2-story structure with a rust-colored mansard roof and irregularly spaced gables. Once it had been the office of the long-since-defunct Alger Iron Foundry. Then Clarence Puffer, a local handyman, had turned it into a dwelling. Mario Buda, a young Italian who called himself Mike Boda, had rented it early in the winter, and a month or so later Coachi had moved in from Quincy. Ercilia, who was pregnant again, kept house and did the cooking. The Italians in Puffer's place were scarcely noticed by their scattered Yankee neighbors. At times cars would be parked on the corner on Sunday afternoons, and talk and singing would echo from inside. But, for the most part, the newcomers were orderly enough. No one knew what Boda did for a living. With the 18th Amendment in force, some people on South Elm Street suspected the Italians might be engaged in selling liquor. In this they were right. At one time, Boda and his brother had run a dry cleaning shop in Wellesley, adjoining Needham, but after Prohibition he became a bootlegger. His avocation was anarchism. All his spare time and his enthusiasm he devoted to distributing radical pamphlets and journals to the Italian colonies of eastern Massachusetts. Boda was a dapper man, 5 feet 6 inches tall, with a short mustache, aquiline nose, and deep-set hazel eyes. If anyone happened to ask him what he did, he replied that he was a salesman for a New York fruit importing firm. Since coming to West Bridgewater from Hyde Park, he had bought a green Overland, which he kept in a shed beside the house. The car was a 1912 model, more often than not laid up for repairs. Boda had not registered it for 1920. During the 2 years he had been out on bail, Coachi had maintained that he wanted to go back to Italy and that he was just waiting for a free ride. When his bondsman, Ventola, learned from the immigration service that Coachi had not turned himself in on April 15th, he was as surprised as he was dismayed. He drove at once to West Bridgewater, arriving at Puffer's place at 4:30. There was no one home, but the door was open. He went into the kitchen to wait. About 5 o'clock he at last saw Boda coming down the road from Elm Square, wearing a green velour hat and carrying a leather bag. Boda said he had just come back on the trolley from Brockton. Ventola told him that Coachi had not reported at the immigration station, and that he was worried about his bond. Boda assured him that Coachi would report next morning. For the time being, Ercilia and the children would stay in the United States. Ventola, relieved, offered to help them. The following afternoon, Coachi telephoned the immigration service and told Inspector Root that he could not come in. His wife was sick, he said, and he needed a few extra days to take care of her. Root in turn called Chief Stewart in Bridgewater and suggested they both drop in on Coachi that evening. But Stewart had to attend a dress rehearsal of Aunt Jerusha's quilting party, a play in which he had a part. Besides, West Bridgewater was a separate town, outside his jurisdiction. However, he agreed to send his night patrolman, Frank LeBaron. Root and LeBaron arrived at Puffer's place after dark. Coachi admitted them and announced that he was ready to leave. There seemed to be nothing wrong with his wife. Root, who had a lodge meeting that night, offered to have the deportation postponed another week, but Coachi refused, saying that he wanted to get back on the first steamer to his sick father. When Root suggested that Coachi leave his wife some money, Coachi, who had $200 with him, said she did not need any. As the inspector led him down the steps with his baggage, Ercilia and the children stood in the doorway crying. After his rehearsal, Chief Stewart hurried back to headquarters. LeBaron was already there behind the desk. "That Dago," he said. "There wasn't nothing wrong with his wife, just a stall." As Stewart walked home from the town hall, under the elms of the deserted common, he kept mulling over LeBaron's remark. He suddenly recalled what Bar Barasso had said in December about some anarchists living in a shack near Bridgewater. On April 15th, these anarchists had been where? It was in this evening moment, in Chief Stewart's responding mind, that the Sacco-Vanzetti case had its origin. On the afternoon of April 17th, Charles Fuller, The business manager of the Brockton Enterprise locked his office, walked over to the fairgrounds where he kept his horse, and started out with his friend Max Wind on their usual Saturday ride. They left the fairgrounds at 2:30, riding out the back gate toward West Bridgewater. Once over the railroad track on Manley Street, not far from the Poor Farm, they headed down a bridle path through the thick secondary growth of maple and scrub oak and alder known as the Manley Woods. Fuller rode ahead. About 600 feet in from the road, he came face to face with a Buick touring car. So close were the bushes that he and Wind had to dismount and lead their horses past it. The car had apparently been there overnight, for the windshield and hood and fenders were streaked with dew. Fuller glanced in as he went by and saw a few coins on the front seat and a coat in the back. A moment later, when he looked back to see if Wind could get by, he noticed that the glass was missing from the rear window. Before remounting, the two men stopped to look at the smeared dark blue car. It had no license plates, but otherwise it seemed to resemble the hold-up car they had read about the day before. Just ahead of the car they made out the thin tracks of a smaller car, perhaps a Ford, leading to Manley Street. They rode back the way they had come, stopped at the first house, and called the Brockton police. Within 15 minutes, City Marshal Ryan arrived with Officer William Hill. Together the four men examined the car inside and out. Besides the coins and the old brown overcoat, they found a file that was thought afterward to have contained dope, and on the floor the glass from the rear window. Since Fuller was more familiar with a Buick than the others, he drove it out through the snagging bushes. Reaching Manley Street, he turned the car over to Hill, who drove it to the police garage in Brockton. The next morning the police, examining the car a second time, found a bullet hole in the rear door. Stewart and Briard were notified, and they inspected the car Sunday evening. The Buick's spare tire was missing, and the maker's number near the gas tank had been chiseled off. The engine number, however, was still intact, 560,490. It was the number of the Murphy car stolen in Needham on November 23rd. The Registry of Motor Vehicles had reported that the license plate, 49783, had been stolen from a Ford belonging to Warren H. Ellis of 602 Webster Street, Needham. Just after 10 o'clock on the night of January 6th, Ellis had put his car in his garage. Next morning, the plates were gone. Stewart learned about the Ellis plates on Monday. In December, he had connected the missing Needham Buick with the Bridgewater holdup. Now it turned out to be the car used in South Braintree, and both the Bridgewater and the South Braintree license plates had been stolen in Needham within an interval of about 2 weeks. The two crimes now seemed to him to be the work of the same gang, another piece added to his puzzle. It was curious, too, a kind of corroboration of his theory of the other night, that the car should have been found less than 2 miles from Puffer's place. Kawauchi again. Unfortunately, Kawauchi was, at this point, somewhere on the Atlantic. Nevertheless, Stewart felt there might still be some evidence to be found in the South Elm Street house. He telephoned Briard, and they arranged to go over to Puffer's place on Tuesday. That same Monday, Joseph Ventila turned up at Puffer's with a truck to move Ercilia, her children, and her belongings to a house in South Braintree. Not long after he had gone, Simon Johnson and his brother Samuel arrived from their Elm Square garage with a tow truck to haul away Boda's broken-down Overland. Boda helped them push the car out of the shed at the side of the house. After they had it hitched up, Boda, who had known the Johnsons ever since he moved to Cochesset, rode the mile to Elm Square with them in the truck. The Italian wore his velour hat and was carrying his leather bag. The Johnsons let him off at the car stop, and he boarded the Brockton trolley. Tuesday afternoon, Stewart picked up Briard, and they drove to Puffer's place. In the fading light, the ramshackle gabled house with the gnarled apple tree in front of it and the leafless grapevine in the rear looked as if it might have been cut out of cardboard. Broken windows in the shed had been tacked over with burlap. After Stewart knocked several times, Boda came to the door in his shirt sleeves. Stewart said he and Briard were from the Immigration Service, and that they wanted a photograph of Coachi. Boda said Coachi had already sent in 2 photographs. Stewart explained that one of them had been lost. Boda let the men in. When Stewart asked about Coachi's friends, Boda said that they sometimes came to the house, but he did not know who they were. They were, he told the chief, bad peoples. More than that he could or would not say. When Stewart asked if Coachi had owned a gun, Boda said he had kept one in the kitchen drawer. Stewart opened the drawer. Though he found no gun, the drawer contained the manufacturer's diagram of a Savage automatic. Still ostensibly looking for photographs, Stewart and Briard searched the house while Boda tagged after them. When they asked if he himself had a gun, Boda produced a Spanish-type automatic from his bureau. He said he had no license, but that he never carried the gun outside. Briard removed the clip and examined the 3 cartridges. Each was of a different make. All were American. When the 3 men went out on the porch, Stewart asked about the padlock shed. Boda said he kept his car there, but just now it was at the Johnsons' garage. Stewart asked if he could look inside the shed. Boda unsnapped the padlock and slid the door back. On the right of the dirt-floored shed stood 2 planks, on which the overland had rested. To the left of the planks the floor had recently been raked. Stewart and Briard inspected the shed carefully. Afterwards, Stewart claimed that a small, unraked patch near one of the planks showed the clear imprint of a U.S. Royal tire, much too large for an Overland, but the right size for a Buick. Footnote: several years later, another investigator measured the shed and said that it would have been impossible to maneuver a car from the right-hand threshold to the area on the left. End footnote. Boda locked the shed again, and Stewart thanked him for his cooperation, saying he might have a chat with him later. The more Stewart thought about Boda afterward, the more dubious the Italian began to appear. Later, he felt he should have arrested him on the spot, but at the time there had seemed nothing tangible except the pistol. Early the next morning he drove over to Puffer's place alone. Boda was eating breakfast at the kitchen table when he glimpsed the chief's car coming down South Elm Street. By the time Stewart knocked on the door, he had slipped out of sight. Stewart knocked several times, peered through the window at the breakfast table, and then drove off. For Boda, that second visit was conclusive. The police would be coming back. Whatever they might want, he preferred not to be there. An Italian friend came down from Brockton and helped him get his belongings together. He left on the Boston train that afternoon, and for the next few weeks stayed undercover with an Italian family in East Boston. Just as Boda had suspected, Stewart returned the following evening, but this time, when he flashed his light through the kitchen window, there was nothing to see. Except for a few tin cans in the corner, the place was empty. Stewart drove to the Elm Square garage. Boda's Overland was still there. Stewart told Simon Johnson, ominously, that there was some pretty serious business afoot, and that if Boda or anyone else should come for the Overland, Johnson was to string him along until he could call the police. End of section 4. Section 5 of Tragedy in Dedham, The Story of the Sacco-Vanzetti Case by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, The Night of May 5th. A week after Stewart's visit, Simon Johnson received a long-distance telephone call at his garage from Boda, asking if the Overland was ready. Johnson told him it was. Boda said he would pick it up next day. Next day he did not appear. Another week passed, and Johnson began to worry about his bill. He asked Stewart if he could sell the car for what was owing on it. Stewart told him to wait. On the evening of May 5th, Johnson had felt out of sorts and gone to bed early. At a little after 9 o'clock, his wife, Ruth, was sitting in the front bedroom of their one-story wooden house on North Elm Street, a quarter of a mile from the garage, when she heard a knock at the front door. Going to the vestibule, she asked who it was. A voice replied that it was Mike Boda, and that he had come for his car. From the bedroom, Johnson recognized the foreign voice. As his wife came back, he whispered to her to go next door and telephone. She nodded, then said loudly enough to be heard outside, "Mr. Boda is here for his car. While you're getting up, I'll go over for the milk." As she opened the front door and stepped outside, she found herself caught in a beam of light. At first she could make out nothing beyond the whiteness. Then she saw Boda vaguely outlined against a telephone pole 10 feet away. As her eyes grew more used to the glare, she noticed 2 strangers walking toward her from across the railroad bridge 30 feet south of the house. She could hear them talking, in Italian, she thought. The glare caught them. They looked foreign. One was wearing a derby and an overcoat. The other, who wore a felt hat, Ruth Johnson remembered afterward because of his drooping mustache. Boda called out something to them and then walked toward her. "Mr. Johnson isn't feeling good," she told him, "but he's getting out of bed to get your car for you." Boda nodded as she walked past him toward the Bartlett house next door. The light, she now saw, came from a motorcycle. A man in a checked mackinaw with a hat pulled over his eyes was sitting in the saddle with one hand resting on the empty sidecar. After she had passed into the darkness, she had the uneasy feeling that the men were following her. But there were no steps behind her as she turned up the Bartlett's driveway. To her relief, the lights in the house were still on downstairs. One of the Bartlett children let her in. Over the hall telephone, in a voice barely under control, she told the operator to get through to the police. For the moment, that was all she could think of to say. West Bridgewater then had no police force, only 2 part-time policemen. The operator connected her with the house of one of them, Warren Lawton, who was also fire chief and water commissioner. Lawton had just stepped out, his wife said, but she took the message that the Johnsons had agreed on with Stewart. Boda has come for his car. Johnson dressed slowly. When he finally stepped out of his house, the first thing he noticed was Boda walking toward him from the bridge. Farther off, he saw the motorcycle with the indeterminate outlines of the driver and the 2 other men. The usually dapper Boda was wearing a crumpled brown suit and an old slouch hat. He said he wanted to take the Overland away at once. Johnson asked him if he had brought license plates. Boda said he had not. Johnson told him he could not drive without plates. "I will take the chance," Boda said. Johnson said that when his wife got back, they would go down to the garage. Boda, watching Mrs. Johnson return, said he guessed it was too late for the car now, that he would send someone with plates for it next day. He said good night and turned away. The man in the mackinaw kicked the motorcycle's starter pedal, and the other 2 men stepped back. Ruth Johnson, as she passed, sensed that they were watching her, and she thought she caught the word telephone mixed in their foreign speech. Boda stepped into the sidecar, squatted down, and the motorcycle spluttered off north toward Brockton. The tail light was out, but Johnson had already noted the license plate, 871. As the motor echoed away, the 2 strangers, the man in the derby and the man with the drooping mustache, started back over the railroad bridge. The Johnsons watched them hesitate, turn, and disappear in the direction the motorcycle had taken. Along empty North Elm Street they trudged for a mile, following the Bridgewater-Brockton trolley line. Meeting a solitary woman, they asked her where the car stop was. She pointed, just beyond them, to a white-striped pole on the corner of Sunset Avenue. They thanked her. A few minutes later, the electric car from Bridgewater hummed along the track. It was 9:40 when the 2 men stepped aboard it. Until he had a closer look at him, Austin Cole, the 23-year-old conductor, thought that the man in the derby and the walrus mustache was a Portuguese named Tony. Cole asked if they were going to Brockton, and the other man, who was clean-shaven, said yes. At that hour the car was almost empty. The newcomers walked stiffly down the aisle and sat in the first cross seat at the rear. Somehow they reminded Cole of a pair who had got on at the same place, about the same time, a few weeks back. The car swayed and rattled through the darkness. Where North Elm Street crossed the Brockton line, it became Copeland Street, and the houses, most of them with their lights out now, began to give way to small shops and an occasional church. Cole, counting transfers, eyed the strangers in the back seat. They were aliens. Anyone could see that. The high cheek-boned man with the drooping mustache was easy to spot, but beyond his obviousness there was a quality about them both, a stiffness of feature, a fixed look to the eyes, just the awkward way they wore their clothes, that set them apart. Americans were put together more loosely. When Warren Lawton arrived home and received Ruth Johnson's message, he had no idea what was back of it, but called Chief Stewart at once. However, by the time Stewart arrived at the Johnson house, the two strangers were already on the Brockton car. How Stewart knew they were on that car is not wholly clear. One account has it that Johnson followed them and saw the car stop at Sunset Avenue. It may be that the unnamed woman at the corner of Sunset Avenue reported them. In any case, Stewart went to the Bartlett house and called the Brockton Police Headquarters. A few minutes before 10 p.m., Michael Connolly, the officer on duty at Station 2, Campello, received a call from the Brockton Central Station telling him that two foreigners on the trolley from Bridgewater had just tried to steal an auto. The trolley was due in Brockton any minute. Connolly put down a sandwich, nodded to the sergeant at the desk, and hurried off to Main Street with Officer Earl Vaughan. Vaughan walked north, Connolly headed south. It was 4 minutes past 10. Connolly saw the trolley's headlight as it turned into Main Street from Keith Avenue. A hulking, florid, pugnacious man who liked a good pinch, he hoped that the suspects had not got off. He signaled to the motorman and swung aboard while the trolley was still moving. As Connolly steadied himself and glanced down the aisle, he saw the foreigners in the rear seat. A year later, at the Dedham trial, he gave his version of the arrest. I went down through the car, and when I got opposite the seat, I stopped, and I asked them where they came from. They said, Bridgewater. I said, What was you doing in Bridgewater? They said, We went down to see a friend of mine. I said, Who is your friend? He said, A man by they call him Poppy. Well, I said, I want you. You are under arrest. Vanzetti was sitting on the inside of the seat, and he went, put his hand on his hip pocket, and I says, Keep your hands on your lap or you will be sorry. They wanted to know what they were arrested for, and I says, Suspicious characters. We went on, it was maybe about 3 minutes' ride, where Officer Vaughan got on, and I told Officer Vaughan to fish Vanzetti, and I just gave Sacco a slight going over, just felt him over, did not go into his pockets, and we led them out the front way of the car. Vaughan had found a loaded revolver in the hip pocket of the man with the mustache, and gave it to Connolly, who kept it in his hand all the way to the Brockton Central Station. Officers Spear and Snow of the Central Station had driven down to meet the trolley. I put Sacco and Vanzetti in the back of our light machine, Connolly continued, and Officer Snow got in the back seat with them. I took the front seat with the driver, facing Sacco and Vanzetti. I told them when we started that the first false move I would put a bullet in them. On the way to the station, Sacco reached his hand to under his overcoat, and I told him to keep his hands outside of his clothes and on his lap. I says to him, Have you got a gun there? He says, No. He says, I ain't got no gun. Well, I says, keep your hands outside your clothes. We went along a little further, and he done the same thing. I gets up on my knees on the front seat, and I reaches over, and I puts my hand on his coat, but I did not see any gun. Now, I says, Mister, if you put your hand in there again, you are going to get into trouble. He says, I don't want no trouble. We reached the station, brought them up to the office, and searched them. The revolver taken from the mustached man was a .38 caliber Harrington and Richardson, its 5 chambers loaded with 2 Remington and 3 U.S. cartridges. Taken from him at the Campello station were 4 shotgun shells, a pocket knife, a handkerchief, $20, and several pamphlets. The smooth-faced man was searched by Officer Spear, who found a .32 caliber Colt automatic tucked in his waistband. The Colt had 8 cartridges in the clip and 1 in the chamber. In the man's pocket were 23 loose cartridges. Though all 32 caliber, the cartridges were of assorted makes: 16 Peters, 7 US, 6 Winchesters, and 3 Remingtons. In addition, the man had in his pocket a penciled announcement in Italian that read: "Proletarians, you have fought all the wars. You have worked for all the owners. You have wandered over all the countries. Have you harvested the fruits of your labors, the price of your victories? Does the past comfort you? Does the present smile on you? Does the future promise you anything? Have you found a piece of land where you can live like a human being and die like a human being?" On these questions, on this argument, and on this theme, the struggle for existence, Bartolomeo Vanzetti will speak. Hour, day, hall, admission free. Freedom of discussion to all. Take the ladies with you. Within a quarter of an hour Chief Stewart arrived at the station, heady with excitement at the springing of his trap. With him were his night patrolmen, Frank LeBaron and Warren Lawton, and Simon Johnson. Johnson at once identified the prisoners as the men he had seen standing by the motorcycle. Stewart then questioned them individually. He talked to the mustached man first, taking care to repeat the cautionary formula that the latter did not have to answer questions, but that anything he said might be held against him. The prisoner did not hesitate. He said his name was Bartolomeo Vanzetti, that he was an Italian, 32 years old, and a fish peddler, and that he lived at 35 Cherry Street, Plymouth. For the last 2 days, he said, he had been visiting his friend, Nick Sacco, in South Stoughton. The two of them had gone to Bridgewater that evening to see Vanzetti's friend, Poppy, but it was so late by the time they arrived that they decided Poppy had probably gone to bed, and they might as well go home. They were on their way back to South Stoughton when the police picked them up. As for Poppy, that was only the man's nickname. Vanzetti did not know his real name, or even his address in Bridgewater, but he was a big man who usually wore a blue shirt. They had worked together in the Plymouth cordage plant. Vanzetti denied knowing anyone named Boda or Coaci. He said he had never before been in West Bridgewater. He had walked some distance before he had taken the trolley, but he had seen no motorcycle all evening. Stewart suddenly asked Vanzetti if he was an anarchist, if he approved of the government. All Vanzetti would admit was that he was a little different, and that he liked things different. As to why he was carrying a revolver, he said that he was in business and needed it for protection. He had no permit. Stewart's questioning of the second man followed the same line. The suspect said his name was Nicola Sacco, that he was married, lived in South Stoughton, and had been in America 11 years. For the last 2 years he had worked at the 3K factory in Stoughton. He once looked for a job in Bridgewater, but he had never been in West Bridgewater until tonight. He did not know any Boda or Coaci. He had not seen a motorcycle. He was not an anarchist or communist. As for the automatic in his waistband, he carried it because there were a lot of bad men about. He had bought it a long time ago at some shop near Hanover Street in Boston. The cartridges were from a box he had bought, and they just happened to be in his pocket. He had planned to shoot them off in the woods with his friends. Stewart's questioning of both men lasted about 10 minutes. They were then locked up. Neither Sacco nor Vanzetti had been behind bars before. Now, in adjoining cells under the shadowless glare of the overhead light, with a wooden shelf to sleep on and a seatless toilet in the corner, they sensed the isolating fear of arbitrary, impersonal force. To the policemen going on and off duty, they were curiosities, and as such, subject to a certain amount of crude horseplay. When the two men requested blankets, the reply was they would find it warm enough when they were lined up in the hall for a little live target practice, and one patrolman showed Vanzetti a cartridge which he then slipped into the barrel of his revolver, cocking it and pointing it between the bars. When Vanzetti did not move, the other spat on the floor contemptuously and turned away. According to the Registry of Motor Vehicles records, the motorcycle in which Boda had ridden off belonged to Riccardo Orciani. A molder in a Norwood foundry, Orciani boarded at 1532 Hyde Park Avenue with Angelo Ventola, whose brother, Joseph Ventola, lived across the street. Orciani was picked up in his room the night of May 6th and taken to Brockton. Still wearing the checked mackinaw of the night before, he was identified by Simon and Ruth Johnson as the driver of the motorcycle. A short, cocky Italian with an assured round face and clipped mustache, he was unperturbed by his arrest. He refused to answer questions. Where he went, he told the police, was his own business. The revolver found in his bureau was one he just happened to have. On Thursday, May 6th, the district attorney for Norfolk and Plymouth counties, Frederick Gunn Katzman, appeared at the Brockton station to take over the questioning, bringing with him a stenographer and an interpreter. Katzman was then in his late 40s, a plump, ambitious man whose presence seemed underlined by the smartness of his dress, his snap-brim hat, and his raglan Burberry coat. He had grown up on one of the poorer streets of Hyde Park, a gray, semi-industrial adjunct of Boston, attending the Boston Latin School, and then crossing the Charles River to enter Harvard with the class of 1896. As an unathletic poor boy from Hyde Park, his years at Harvard were obscure. He belonged to no clubs, took part in no sports or undergraduate activities, nor, on the other hand, was he a scholar. At the end of his senior year, his one distinction was an honorable mention in engineering. Returning to Hyde Park with his diploma, he worked for several years as a meter reader for the local electric light company. What he really wanted to be was a lawyer. If he had had the money, he would have gone on to the Harvard Law School. Instead, he attended night sessions at Boston University, receiving his Bachelor of Laws degree in 1902. For the next year, he served as an apprentice with one of the established firms of Boston's Pemberton Square. But the staid legal world of Beacon Hill and State Street was a fenced-off Brahmin preserve. A Hyde Park boy with a B.U. law degree and a dubious name would not penetrate that circle. Katzman was sensitive about his name. His mother's maiden name, his own middle one, was Gunn, and he tried to emphasize its Anglican propriety in his signature. After his year at Pemberton Square, he returned to the familiar puddle of Hyde Park and set up his office on the second floor of a wooden building on River Street. There, in a small ochre room with a creaking floor smelling of oil, he hung his 2 diplomas and filled several sectional bookcases with second-hand volumes of Corpus Juris. He prospered. From 1907 to 1908, he represented Hyde Park in the Massachusetts legislature. The following year, he was appointed Assistant District Attorney. From 1909 until Hyde Park was absorbed by Boston in 1912, he served on the school committee. In November 1916, he ran for district attorney and was elected to a 3-year term. In 1919, he was re-elected. Katzman's personality, like his figure, expanded with success. He could plan to go back to his Harvard 25th reunion with pride, the chill of his undergraduate years forgotten. As an active, conforming Republican, the prospect of a judgeship in the Superior Court, or even, with luck, the state attorney generalship, lay ahead of him. The drawback of his name scarcely bothered him now. He lived with his wife and 2 young daughters in a Victorian frame house on the Mattapan side of River Street, within walking distance of his office. He was a member of the Hyde Park Lodge of Masons, the Sebra Tennis Club, and the Wollaston Golf Club. He became Hyde Park counsel for the Family Welfare Society of Boston. As a district attorney, he was popular, if undistinguished, a routine prosecutor addicted to the McKinley Baroque style of oratory. The district had re-elected him in spite of the war-fanned prejudice against German names. As with many criminal lawyers, the law was, for him, like politics, a game, where at times one might have to cut a few corners, but in the end the best man usually won, and the loser congratulated the winner. It was a game played with other men's years, and sometimes with their lives, but still a game. Such was the man, soon to become a symbol of chicanery and deceit for indifferently informed protesters all over the world, as he arrived at the Brockton police station for the routine questioning of two hold-up suspects. Especially in questioning foreigners, the district attorney favored the disarming approach: bluff, fatherly, confidential. You deal straight with me, and I'll deal straight with you. It is particularly effective after a suspect has spent a night in a cell. Katzman first questioned Sacco. For some time he put merely routine questions to him about his acquaintances, about the gun and the cartridges. Sacco said he had bought his gun 2 years before in the North End. He had not given his right name then because he was afraid. As to Orciani, yes, he knew him, but Vanzetti did not. Boda he had never heard of. Boda did not sound like an Italian name. Suddenly Katzman asked him if he knew anyone named Berardelli. Sacco asked him who Berardelli was. In the course of the interrogation, Sacco said that his mother had died recently, and that he was planning to return to Italy. When Katzman asked if he had heard about the South Braintree murders, he said he had read in the Post there was bandits robbing money. He had worked in various shoe factories, he admitted, but never in Braintree. He had taken a day off early in April to go to Boston for his passport, but thought he had been working in Stoughton on April 15th, the day of the hold-up. That was all, the opening gambit, but both men were now aware of the South Braintree crime in relation to each other. When Vanzetti appeared, Katzman asked him if he spoke English. He said that he spoke a little. When reminded that he was free not to answer questions, he said he was willing to answer any. He had known Sacco for a year and a half. He told of taking the trolley from Stoughton to Bridgewater with him to see a friend, and of changing cars at Brockton. During the wait he had gone into a fruit store to buy some cigars and to a lunchroom for a cup of coffee. At no time, the evening of May 5th, had he seen a man on a motorcycle. The name Boda meant nothing to him. His revolver he had bought 4 or 5 years before for $18 or $19 at a shop on Hanover Street. At the same time he had bought a box of cartridges. Some of these he had fired off on the Plymouth beach. The remaining 6 were in the revolver. Katzman led him indirectly to the date of the South Braintree crime. Vanzetti remembered Patriots' Day, the 19th of April, because it had fallen on a Monday. He had no particular recollection of what he had done the preceding Thursday. Katzman had already discovered, before questioning the men, that Sacco had been absent from his work on April 15th. When he left the police station, he was convinced that Sacco had been involved in the South Braintree murders. Of Vanzetti he was not so sure. After their questioning, the 2 Italians, unshaven and bedraggled, were photographed. They were then taken to the Brockton Police Court and charged with carrying concealed weapons. A local lawyer, William Callahan, was engaged for them. They pleaded guilty. The judge, after consulting with the district attorney's office, held them without bail under an unrepealed wartime act that empowered him to hold men suspected of major crimes. Later in the day, several dozen witnesses were brought from South Braintree and Bridgewater to see if they could identify the prisoners as participants in either of the hold-ups. In the small Brockton police station, there was no attempt to have the 2 Italians mixed with other suspects in a lineup. They were merely led into the emergency room by themselves, where they stood docilely until ordered to kneel, put on and take off their hats, raise their arms, and assume the crouching position of a man firing a pistol. The various witnesses walked around them slowly, observing them from every angle. Mary Splain, Francis Devlin, Minnie Kennedy, Louise Hayes, Mark Kerrigan, Albert Frontello, Frank Burke, Hans Berson, Louis de Berardinis, Jimmy Bostock, Mike Levengy, and Louis Wade were among those who came from South Braintree. Minnie, Louise, Kerrigan, Burke, and Bostock could not identify either man. Frontello was certain they were not the ones he had seen on April 15th. Wade thought Sacco resembled the man he saw shooting Berardelli. Francis Devlin and Mary Splain studied the 2 men separately several times. Sacco was again ordered to raise his arm as if holding a pistol. The two women finally decided that he might possibly have been the man they saw leaning out of the car and shooting, but they were certain they had never seen Vanzetti before. Of all the South Braintree witnesses, only Levaghi, the gate tender, picked Vanzetti as the driver of the getaway car. Jenny Novelli, coming to the station with a later group of witnesses, said that Sacco resembled the man she had seen in the bandit car, but she could not be positive about him. The shotgun bandit in the Bridgewater holdup had been described by Constable Bowles as having a close-cropped mustache, and Slip Harding had so described him to a detective the afternoon of the crime, adding, "I did not get much of a look at his face, but I think he was a Pole." Nevertheless, he no sooner caught sight of the droop-mustached Vanzetti in the Brockton station than he pointed to him with great positiveness as the man with the shotgun. Cox, on the other hand, was inclined to think Vanzetti was not the man. Bowles thought that he might have been. While these identifications were being made, Chief Stewart and Assistant District Attorney William Kane took the handcuffed but still unperturbed Orciani on an identification marathon from Brockton to Needham to Braintree to Bridgewater. Faced with Sacco and Vanzetti, Orciani smilingly declared that he had never seen them before in his life. In Needham, George Hassam said Orciani was not the man who had tried to borrow his dealer's plates in December. When Orciani was displayed in the Braintree Town Hall, 3 witnesses identified him as one of the April 15th gunmen. In Bridgewater, Harding was positive that Orciani had been one of the gunmen in the December 24th holdup. Back in Brockton, Orciani was taken to court and charged with exceeding the speed limit on his motorcycle and not having a tail light, the only things the police could pin on him for the moment. Like Sacco and Vanzetti, he was held without bail. Although state and local police combed their districts for Boda, they could find no trace of him. The headlines of the Boston Evening Globe of May 6th announced that Governor Calvin Coolidge had vetoed the 2.75 beer bill. Tucked away on page 6 were several short paragraphs about Bert Vanzetti, 32, of Plymouth, and Mike Sacco, 34, of South Stoughton, arraigned this morning in the Brockton Police Court, charged with carrying concealed weapons. The last paragraph mentioned that an unnamed witness was almost sure that one of the men under arrest had driven the getaway car the day of the South Braintree murders. These few lines were the first notice in print of what would, in the next 7 years, become the Sacco-Vanzetti case. End of section 5. Section 6 of Tragedy in Dedham, the story of the Sacco-Vanzetti case, by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The Men and the Times, Part 1. An introspective man, the sensitivity of his features concealed by prominent cheekbones and the drooping thatch of his ferocious mustache, Vanzetti was well known in North Plymouth's Italian settlement. Unmarried, he boarded with the Fortini family in a house halfway up Cherry Lane. Daily he sold fish to the Italian and Portuguese families, pushing his cart with its clanking brass scales and load of haddock, cod, halibut, and swordfish along Cherry Lane and Cherry Court and Standish Avenue. The fish for his regular customers he carefully wrapped in newspapers, marking the packages with the name and price. Most of the Italians of North Plymouth worked at the Plymouth Cordage Company. Vanzetti had been employed there for 18 months during 1914 and 1915, but had quit when they wanted him to shift from an outside to an inside job, preferring to work outdoors on the Plymouth breakwater. He had been on the Strikers' Fund Committee in the cordage strike that broke out over a wage dispute in January 1916. At that time, the men were receiving $8 a week, the women $6. The strikers demanded $12 and $8, but finally accepted the company's offer of a general raise of $1. After that, Vanzetti never worked or attempted to work for the cordage again. In the spring of 1919, in an effort to be independent of bosses and foremen, he bought his pushcart and scales and knives from a friend who was going back to Italy. Each morning at the Fortini's he would come downstairs in his slippers, take his boots from the zinc platform under the coal stove, and put them on before having breakfast. Then he would push his cart either to the town pier or the railroad station, returning to the Fortini's with his load of fish, which he could clean in the cellar. When fish were scarce, he would go clamming on the flats between the town pier and the cordage plant. He liked being on the windy beach. Everybody knew the fish peddler, Bart the Beard, along the narrow lanes of his route, even the Yankee policeman. Children loved him. At mealtimes he was welcome in the Italian kitchens along his route, where he would sit at the table with his elbows on the checkered cotton tablecloth, drinking coffee. For some years he had drunk nothing stronger, while the others downed glasses of homemade red-eye. He liked to talk, and he liked to read. Over the years he had read Darwin, Marx, Spencer, Hugo, Tolstoy, and Zola in random, persistent efforts to overcome his lack of formal education. And he had read the anarchist fathers, Kropotkin, Proudhon, Malatesta, long since convinced that only anarchism could strike off the chains that fettered human freedom. His best thumbed books, however, were The Divine Comedy and Renan's Life of Jesus. Anarchist that he was, in his personal relations he was not a doctrinaire. At one time he had enrolled in an evening course given by a liberal Protestant minister in Plymouth. Sacco would never have set foot inside a church. Like his friend, a member of the loose-knit Galliani group of New England anarchists, he was rigidly class-conscious. Yet in his private life he was much more the petty bourgeois than Vanzetti. Domesticity, which meant little to Vanzetti, touched Sacco more deeply than anything else. He lived with his wife Rosina and his 7-year-old son Dante in a 5-room bungalow rented from Michael Kelly, the owner of the 3K Shoe Company, where he worked. His wife, who was expecting another child, was a delicately featured auburn-haired woman of the northern Italian type. As is often the case with Latin women, she left politics to the men and held to her inherited Catholic faith. Sacco, as a skilled piece worker, often earned $60 or $70 a week. A short, muscular man, he read little except the daily paper and repetitious anarchist tracts, preferring to spend his free time in the garden. Often he would be there at sunrise of a summer morning before going off to the factory, and after hours he would be working among his vegetables until dark. Sometimes he gave Michael Kelly beans and corn and tomatoes to distribute to poor families in the vicinity. Kelly thought well of Sacco. During the cold months he gave him the small extra job of tending the factory furnace. When Sacco stoked the fire in the evening, he always checked the premises. Mornings he always made sure that the place was warm by the time the workers arrived. Whenever he went to the factory after hours, he carried his .32 caliber Colt with him. Kelly warned him several times to get a permit from the chief of police if he wanted to carry a pistol. Sacco had come to the United States in 1908, the same year as Vanzetti. In the dozen years since their arrival, they had both kept close to the immigrant community. They spoke scarcely more than a pidgin English. Nameless, in the crowd of nameless ones, Vanzetti described himself in his 20-page autobiography, The Story of a Proletarian Life, that he wrote in the Charlestown prison. He was born in June 1888 into a prosperous family of Villafaletto, Piedmont, a village on the Magra River. Life in northwest Italy had the harshness of most peasant life, but the landscape itself could have served to illustrate the Georgics. Villafaletto was a rich agricultural community raising corn, wheat, beets, silkworms, and 3 crops of hay yearly. In the surrounding alpine hills were apples, pears, cherries, grapes, plums, figs, and peaches. Vanzetti's earliest memories were of his father planting peaches, of blue flowers in the garden of his house, and of his mother giving him honey every morning from a beehive. Vanzetti lived with his parents, a brother, and 2 sisters until his 14th year. At school, loving study with a real passion, he won examination prizes that included a second prize in religious catechism. Under other circumstances, the eager, introspective boy might have developed into a teacher or scholar. William Thompson, who became Vanzetti's counsel in 1924, thought he was one of the most gifted men he had known and, applying a Boston yardstick, felt that with an education he might have been a Harvard professor. Vanzetti's father was a practical, peasant-minded man. For some time he could not make up his mind whether to apprentice his son or to let him continue his studies. But when he read in the Gazzetto del Popolo that 42 Turin lawyers had applied for a position paying 35 lire a month, he decided then and there that education was a waste of money. And so, Vanzetti wrote, in the year 1901 he conducted me to Signor Conino, who ran a pastry shop in the city of Cuneo, and left me there to taste for the first time the flavor of hard, relentless labor. I worked for about 20 months there, from 7 o'clock each morning until 10 at night, every day, except for a 3-hour vacation twice a month. From Cuneo I went to Cavour, and found myself installed in the bakery of Signor Goitre, a place that I kept for 3 years. Conditions were no better than in Cuneo, except that the fortnightly free period was of 5 hours' duration. Later he became a caramel maker in Turin. Scarcely out of his childhood, drifting from city to city, reading whatever came to hand, he found nothing to replace the memory of Villa Falletto. His companions, the casual workers of the urban proletariat, were blasphemously Marxist, and he, still loyal to his heritage, would occasionally defend his religion with his fists. Yet, as the hard years of his adolescence passed, he too was drawn to the socialist image of a better world. His Catholicism eroded to a vague deism. Early in 1907, working again in Turin, he fell ill of pleurisy, and his father came from Villa Falletto to take him home. In spite of his suffering, when he saw from the train the deep green of his native countryside, Vanzetti felt renewed. And so I returned after 6 years spent in the fetid atmosphere of bakeries and restaurant kitchens, with rarely a breath of God's air or a glimpse of his glorious world. 6 years that might have been beautiful to a boy avid of learning and thirsty for a refreshing draught of the simple country life of his native village. Years of the great miracle which transforms the child into the man. Ah, that I might have had the leisure to watch the wonderful unfoldment. After 2 months in bed, nursed by his mother, he began to recover. He was now 20 years old. Later he was to describe the period of his convalescence as one of the happiest of his life, a time of gardening, of talking, and wandering through the woods bordering the Magra. The happiness was brief, for his mother developed cancer and after 3 agonizing months died. Vanzetti cared for her as she had cared for him. He remained at her bedside day and night. For the last 2 months of her life he did not even undress. She died in his arms. In after years he recalled that death in all its immediacy. It was I who laid her in her coffin, I who accompanied her to the final resting place, I who threw the first handful of earth over her bier. And it was right that I should do so, for I was burying part of myself. The void left has never been filled. It was in the days following her death that he decided to go to America, to that land across the ocean where the past might be erased. On June 9, 1908, he left Villa Falletto, accompanied far down the road by his tearful relatives and neighbors. After traveling across France, he embarked at Le Havre in the packed steerage of a giant liner. New York, the impersonal, sky-swept metropolis, seemed to him from the huddled deck both inviting and threatening. In his autobiography, one can sense the bewilderment of the immigrant coming down the gangplank. How well I remember standing at the Battery, in lower New York, upon my arrival, alone, with a few poor belongings in the way of clothes and very little money. Until yesterday I was among folks who understood me. This morning I seemed to have awakened in a land where my language meant little more to the native than the pitiful noises of a dumb animal. Where was I to go? What was I to do? Here was the promised land. The elevated rattled by and did not answer. The automobiles and the trolleys sped by, heedless of me. That depression year of 1908 was a sorry time for a friendless stranger to arrive in the United States. Like all immigrants facing the unknown, Vanzetti sought out his fellow countrymen. One of them found him a job in a fashionable restaurant where he worked as a dishwasher and slept in a vermin-infested garret. 3 months later he moved on to a similar job at Mucan's. As in so many such places, the glittering dining room bore little relation to the squalid kitchen. The scullery where Vanzetti worked was windowless. When the electric light for some reason was out, it was totally dark, so that we couldn't move without running into things. The vapor of the boiling water, where the plates, pans, and silver were washed, formed great drops of water on the ceiling, took up all the dust and grime there, then fell slowly one by one upon my head as I worked below. During working hours the heat was terrific. The table leavings amassed in barrels near the pantry gave out nauseating exhalations. The sinks had no direct sewerage connection. Instead, the water was permitted to overrun to the floor. In the center of the room there was a drain. Every night the pipe was clogged, and the greasy water rose higher and higher, and we trudged in the slime. We worked 12 hours one day and 14 the next, with 5 hours off every other Sunday. Damp food, hardly fit for dogs, and $5 or $6 a week was the pay. After 8 months I left the place for fear of contracting consumption. 3 months he tramped the streets of New York looking for work. Behind the bright, towering facade of the world city, he saw the human refuse that slept out of doors and rummaged in garbage barrels. There were 2 worlds, he could see them for himself. The world of those who sat at the tables of Mucan's, and the world of those like himself, who worked in sculleries. And for him they were irreconcilable. At an employment agency he met a young Italian who had not eaten for 2 days. Vanzetti bought him a meal. They decided to strike out into the country, where they thought there would be a better chance of finding work, and where at least the air would be clean. With Vanzetti's last savings they bought tickets and took a steamboat up the Connecticut River to Hartford. They then set off, aimless and hopeful, knocking on doors and asking for work, but rarely finding any. A farmer they encountered took pity on them, fed them, and let them stay 2 weeks on his farm, although he had no real need of their labor. Vanzetti never forgot the man's kindness. Their wanderings took them from village to village. Penniless, often soaked by rain, they were glad to find a few slices of bread at the end of the day or an abandoned stable to sleep in. Finally, they managed to get work in a brick factory near Springfield, Massachusetts. The other man soon quit, but Vanzetti stayed on, the hard labor at the furnaces compensated for after work by the gay spirits of a little colony of his countrymen, natives of Piedmont, Tuscany, and Venice. In the evenings, someone would strike up a tune on a violin or an accordion. Some would dance. Vanzetti liked to watch them, keeping time to the music with his foot. Later he went to Meriden, Connecticut, where he worked almost beyond his strength in the stone pits. His friends kept urging him to go back to his trade as a pastry cook, insisting that the unskilled worker was the lowest animal in the social system. After 2 years, Vanzetti returned to New York and took a job as assistant pastry chef in the Savarin restaurant on Broadway. 8 months later, he was unexpectedly discharged. He found a new job in a 7th Avenue hotel, only to be discharged again after 5 months. Finally, he learned the reason. The employment agencies were splitting their fees with the chefs, who found hiring and firing more profitable than keeping regular help. Again he was out of work, walking the streets, unable to find a job even as a dishwasher, buffeted by the weather, sometimes sleeping in doorways, his clothes lined with newspapers to keep out the cold. After 5 months, he learned of an employment agency that was looking for pick and shovel workers. It was necessary, he recalled, to present oneself with unbuttoned shirts, because they wanted to see what one was like. They wanted to see the hair on the chest of the worker. And good for me that I am Latin with haired chest. They used to say, "You are too small. You are too old." He was sent to a barrack settlement near Springfield, Massachusetts, and put to work on the railroad. After he had swung a pick several months and saved enough to pay off his debts in New York, a little over $100, he moved on to Worcester, first working on the Boston and Albany Railroad, then in various factories. In 1914 he arrived in Plymouth, where he was employed as a gardener, then with a loading gang in the Plymouth Cordage Company. Through all his working years he spent his scant free hours in reading. "Ah, how many nights I sat over some volume by a flickering gas jet," he wrote, "far into the morning hours. Barely had I laid my head on my pillow when the whistle sounded, and back I went to the factory or stone pits." His reading was now mostly political. Gorky and Merlino, Reclus, Marx, Leon de Labriola, the Testament of Carlo Pisacani, Mazzini's Duties of Man. He boarded at first with Vincenzo Brini and his wife Alfonsina in Soissons Lane, one of the unpaved, unnumbered streets, like Cherry Street and Cordage Lane, of North Plymouth's Little Italy. The houses were either the barrack-like structures of the Cordage Company, or else square boxes with haphazard additions, always with a grape arbor in the rear. They clustered round the cordage plant like houses round a medieval cathedral. The Brini house was a wooden double tenement opposite the Amerigo Vespucci Club, the social center of the Italian colony. Vanzetti had been drawn to Brini by his anarchist beliefs. Brini was a forceful, outstanding man, respected in the community for an integrity strong enough to overcome the suspicion of his free thinking. For, in the pattern of immigrant groups, the Italians of Plymouth were more devout than those of the old country, their religion reinforcing their nationality in a foreign land. The Brini house was a way station for every passing anarchist. Luigi Galliani had stopped there, and big, genial, bearded Carlo Tresca, and the poet Arturo Giovannitti, and Malatesta himself, the aristocrat turned radical, with his beautiful voice. Night after night they used to sit in the Brini kitchen, talking of the brave new world to come. Vanzetti felt himself more a relative than a boarder in the 4 years he lived at the Brinis. He was fond of the little girls, Lefave and Zora, but their brother Beltrando came to seem almost a son to him. Vanzetti always had time for the children when the parents had none. He used to take Beltrando on walks, showing him the kinds of flowers, or, in the early evening, pointing out the constellations. On Saturdays, Beltrando would sometimes help him with the push-cart. Vanzetti liked to listen when Beltrando practiced his violin. Though he could not read music, Vanzetti had a sharp ear for the wrong note. Paganini, he called the boy. Although the cordage strike had left him blacklisted in the local factories, Vanzetti stayed on at the Brinis, taking odd jobs, carting bricks, digging cellars, building breakwaters, cutting ice, or, after a northeaster, shoveling snow for the town or the railroad. He continued in this casual way until the spring of 1917. Nicola Sacco had been baptized Ferdinando, a name he sometimes used in later life, but when his eldest brother, Nicola, died, he inherited the name by which he came to be generally known. The third of 17 children, he was born in 1891 into a prosperous peasant family living on the outskirts of Torremaggiore, an Adriatic village in the foothills of the Apennines. His father, who owned olive groves and vineyards and who had married the daughter of an oil and wine merchant, was not made conservative by his prosperity. He belonged to a local Republican club. Nicola's older brother Sabino went one step further and became a socialist. Recalled from his Dedham prison cell, Those early years at Torre Maggiore became a sun-drenched idyll that Sacco would sometimes describe in letters that were, at the same time, exercises in English. About 60 step from our vineyard we have a large piece of land, full of any quantity of vegetables that my brothers and we used to cultivate them. So every morning before the sun shining comes up, and at night after the sun goes out, I used to put 1 quart of water on every plant of flowers and vegetables and the small fruit of little trees. While I was finished my work, the sun shining was just coming up, and I used always jumping upon well wall and look at the beauty sun shining, and I do not know how long I used to remain there and look at that enchanted scene of beautiful. At 14 he left school to work in the fields. He became the reliable son. Sometimes his father would send him off in a cart, paying off workmen or buying supplies. When the grapes were ripe, he used to sleep in a hayrick to guard the vineyards. Summers he tended the steam engine and threshed all the wheat of the region. He liked machines. When Sabino was called up for his 3 years in the army, Nicola took over as the head of the family. A trustworthy boy, old for his age, he still did not want to settle down in Torre Maggiore. Sabino had long been fascinated by the dream of going to America, and his younger brother absorbed the idea from him. Their father had a friend who had, some years before, emigrated to Milford, Massachusetts, and when they wrote to him, he replied enthusiastically, urging them to come over as soon as possible. Sabino finished his army years in the spring of 1908. In April, he and Nicola sailed from Naples on one of the White Star ships. They landed in East Boston just before Nicola's 17th birthday, and went at once to Milford. The realities of immigrant life were too much for Sabino. Within a year he returned to Italy. Nicola stayed on. For his first few months he worked in Milford as a water boy with a road gang. Sometimes the engineer would let him tend the steamroller. He liked to stand beside the clanking, shining engine, stoking it with coal or squirting oil into it from the long-nozzled can. After 3 months, however, he was given a pick and shovel. Then for a year he worked in the foundry of the Draper Corporation in Hopedale, trimming slag off pig iron. As an unskilled foreign laborer, he was at the bottom of the heap, and he knew it. He decided to learn a trade. In Milford, Michael Kelly, then superintendent of the Milford Shoe Company, ran a school where immigrants could learn edge trimming, lasting, stitching, and the other processes of shoe manufacture. The course lasted 3 months and cost $50. More burdensome than the fee was the necessity of spending a quarter of a year without earning anything, but Sacco took the chance and the course. He became a skilled edger. The benefits were immediate. Where before he had been earning $1.15 a day, he could now earn $40 or $50 or more a week. After a short period in another factory, Sacco went to work in the Milford Shoe Company, remaining there from 1910 until the spring of 1917. 3 evenings a week he attended English classes, then compulsory for foreigners working in factories. Most of the pupils showed up in their work clothes, sweaty and indifferent, but Sacco always arrived washed and shaved in a decent suit of clothes. His teacher remembered his courtesy, his eager mind. She liked him, as did everyone else in the clan-bound community, even though they all knew that he was a radical. Sacco joined the Italian Dramatic Society and took part in most of the neighborhood social events. It was at a benefit dance he got up for a crippled accordion player that he met Rosina Zambelli. She was 16 that year, 1912, and had arrived from a convent school in Italy only a few months before to live with her parents. Father Zambelli heard a lot about Sacco as soon as he began to court Rosina. A sovversivo, a free thinker. When the sovversivo eloped with his daughter, Zambelli was furious. "That one will end on the gallows," he shouted. Later he became somewhat reconciled with his son-in-law. Sacco was happier in his married life than he had ever been before. But for this, it is probable that in a few years he would have followed his brother back to Italy. He never identified himself with America. He kept to the Society of Italians and gave up his efforts to learn English. Like many radical-minded Italian immigrants of the time, he found himself drawn to anarchism. Until coming to America, he had been a Republican. In Milford he read Il Proletario, a paper edited by the poet-anarchist Giovannitti, Galiani's Cronaca Sovversiva, and other more fugitive sheets. Sometimes he and Rosina acted in fundraising propaganda melodramas with titles like Senza Padrone and Tempeste Sociale. In 1913 he joined a local anarchist club, the Circolo di Studi Sociali. He helped organize meetings in neighboring towns, distributed crudely printed apocalyptic pamphlets, raised small sums of money, and occasionally welcomed visiting leaders like Tresca or Galliani. In 1916, his club held a meeting in Milford to raise money to support a strike Tresca was running in Minnesota. The meeting did not have a police permit, and the speakers were arrested, among them Sacco. He was convicted and paid a fine for disturbing the peace. It was the only time he was ever arrested, until the May night when he was picked up on the Brockton streetcar. For most Americans, the belated entry of the United States into World War I was an exhilarating experience. The bloody reality of the Civil War had long since been embroidered by legend. After half a century of peace, the Spanish-American affair was, after all, little more than a maneuver. Combat could again be seen the grandest of human hazards. For Sacco and Vanzetti, the complex tragedy of the war was simplified to the formula of predatory capitalism. Their attitude was summed up in the anarchist-communist anti-conscription appeal, which demanded that the workers refuse to serve in the army at any cost. A month after Congress declared war, President Wilson signed the Selective Military Conscription Bill, requiring every male between the ages of 21 and 31, whether or not a citizen of the United States, to register on June 5, 1917. The official notice explained that registration did not mean liability to military service except for citizens or those who had taken out first papers. Sacco and Vanzetti were not liable, but so remote were they from ordinary American life that neither of them understood this. The passage of the act filled them with panic. A week before the registration date, they left for Mexico. It was only a week before this that Sacco and Vanzetti had first met. Some 30 New England anarchists formed a cooperative community in Monterey. Those who could found jobs. Sacco worked in a bakery, sometimes taking his pay in bread and carrying a sack of it back to the others. But life in the adobe huts was difficult. From the United States, letters came telling of high wages there and how easy it was to avoid the draft. Gradually, the Monterey anarchists slipped back across the border. Sacco, who had suffered much from the separation from his family, returned to Massachusetts late in August. Under his mother's maiden name of Mosmacotelli, he rejoined his wife in Cambridge and worked briefly for the New England Candy Company, going on to a succession of poorly paid jobs in East Boston and Haverhill, and a better one in Brockton. This he gave up rather than buy a Liberty bond. For a short period in October 1917, he was employed by Rice and Hutchins in South Braintree, but quit when he found out that he was making only $13 a week. A few days before the armistice, when it was obvious that war was ending, Sacco reappeared under his own name at the 3K shoe factory in South Stoughton. It was a small plant of about 125 workers, owned by the same Michael Kelly who had run the apprentice school in Milford. Sacco walked into his office and said, "I am Nick." At first Kelly could not place him. Then he remembered the deft young Italian he had taught 6 years before. He called his elder son and told him, "George, if you need an edge trimmer, here's a good man." And Sacco was a good man, steady, arriving early and staying late, a great fellow to clean up everything. Unlike Sacco, Vanzetti had no personal goal. Returning to the United States at about the same time as Sacco, he wandered for a year, first to St. Louis, then Youngstown, Ohio, Farrell, Pennsylvania, and finally, in the summer of 1918, back to Plymouth. For a few months he stayed again with the Brinis. Then Vincenzo found him a room with the Fortinis in Cherry Lane. But though Vanzetti no longer lived at the Brinis, the old intimacy remained. For a year Vanzetti worked at various jobs. Then he bought his push-cart. He had no competitors in North Plymouth, and there were days when he would sell up to 200 pounds of fish. The difficulty was the supply. Often the trawlers did not go out until April, and sometimes they came back with empty holds. During the slack summer of 1919, Vanzetti worked for the town, but in the autumn he again pushed his cart. Sometimes he had to go to the Boston docks for his fish. When he was in the city, he would drop in to see his friend, the printer Aldino Felicani, in the press room of the Italian daily La Notizia, or else would take the 1-cent ferry to East Boston to visit some of his anarchist comrades there. After the first of Attorney General Palmer's red raids in November, Vanzetti told Felicani they should plan to set up an underground press. End of section 6. Section 7 of Tragedy in Dedham, The Story of the Sacco-Vanzetti Case by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The Men and the Times, Part 2. In 1917, the slogans that, after the war, came to seem as shabby as a last season's theater poster, had rung taut and true. Beat the Hun. Stand by the President. Keep the world safe for democracy. It had been a time of sauerkraut turned Liberty Cabbage, of Wagner turned John Philip Sousa, of the conductor of the Boston Symphony Orchestra, Dr. Karl Muck, driven from the podium, and dachshunds driven from the streets. Several states had even passed laws against speaking German. High schools dropped the language from their curricula. Upper school boys of my school, Roxbury Latin, who were still allowed the choice between Greek and German, used to joke that it was better to choose Greek because you could study it on the streetcar. Except for the scapegoat Germans, all American racial and religious groups were welded into the unity of the war years. Only a meager minority, a few 100,000 at most, continued to stand aside. What opposition to the war still remained came from the foreign-born of the big cities with their inherited dread of conscription, from the dwindling Socialist Party, the still belligerently confident industrial workers of the world, the Wobblies, and from the anarchists. War unity, seeming at the time to be forged in steel, has a way shortly afterward of showing its putty-like consistency, as 1919 soon demonstrated. In a soothing syrup speech that year, Senator Warren G. Harding coined normalcy, a word that has endured because it somehow expressed the common yearning to return to the idealized pre-war period. Instead of normalcy, 1919 was a year of fragmentation that began with President Wilson triumphant on his European journey and ended with him in America, broken and defeated. It was the year of the high cost of living, as inflation was then known, the year of the Great Steel Strike, the Seattle General Strike, the outlaw railway strikes, coal strikes, textile strikes, maritime strikes, telephone operator strikes, the Boston police strike, actors' strikes, even strikes of rent payers. At one point, almost 3 million workers were out. Above all, it was a year of antitheses. The first year of peace, it saw the United States reject the peace treaty. In Versailles, the League of Nations was born, while in Berlin, the Spartacist revolt was bloodily suppressed. The AEF paraded under Madison Square's plaster triumphal arch in New York, and just before Christmas, the Spanish-American War transport, Buford, nicknamed the Soviet Ark, left Ellis Island for Russia with a load of assorted radical deportees that included Emma Goldman. Within a few months of each other, the American Legion and the American Communist Party were founded. "Hell will now be for rent," Billy Sunday announced triumphantly, as Nebraska became the 36th state to ratify the Prohibition Amendment. At the same time, a crime wave surged from coast to coast. It was a year of violence. When President Wilson landed in Boston on February 23rd after his return from the Paris Peace Conference, Secret Service men lined the roofs and all windows were ordered closed as he drove through the streets. The day before, 2 members of the Grupo Propensa, a Spanish anarchist circle in Philadelphia, were arrested by Secret Service agents and accused of plotting the president's assassination. On April 28th, Mayor Ole Hansen of Seattle, who had been denouncing the Red Menace, received a bomb package in the mail. The following afternoon, a maid at the Atlanta home of Senator Thomas Hardwick, former chairman of the Committee on Immigration, opened a package that blew off her hands. Subsequently, 34 bomb packages were put in the mails, addressed to Attorney General Palmer, the Postmaster General, the Secretary of Labor, the Commissioner of Immigration, Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, Judge K.M. Landis, who had recently presided at an anarchist trial, Senator Lee Overman, chairman of a committee investigating Bolshevism, J.P. Morgan, John D. Rockefeller, and others. May Day, the first since the armistice and the second since the Bolshevik coup d'etat in Russia, was anticipated by the police in all major American cities. Attorney General Palmer had announced that there was a plot afoot to kill high officials and force American recognition of Soviet Russia. But the bomb packages were followed by nothing so drastic. In New York, a Tom Mooney protest meeting that overflowed Carnegie Hall was charged by ex-servicemen in uniform. The New York offices of the socialist Call were sacked by a mob of soldiers and sailors. There were demonstrations and counter-demonstrations in Chicago, and in Cleveland, a man was killed when paraders carrying a red flag were attacked. The worst fighting took place in Boston, when the communist-dominated Lettish Workmen's Society attempted to hold a parade after a mass meeting in the Dudley Street Opera House. In mid-May, Luigi Galliani, the leading anarchist figure in the United States, was taken to the East Boston Immigration Station for deportation. A man of leonine bearing and much charm, Galliani had edited the brilliantly inflammatory Cronaca Sovversiva in Paterson, New Jersey, in Barre, Vermont, and finally in Lynn, Massachusetts. Our master, Vanzetti called him. Following his deportation, on the evening of June 2nd, bombs exploded in 8 cities. The chief target was Attorney General Palmer, whose house at 2132 R Street, Washington, had its front blown in just as he was going to bed. Windows of neighboring houses were shattered, including those of Assistant Secretary of the Navy Franklin Roosevelt, directly across the street. Apparently the bomb had gone off prematurely, killing its carrier, for parts of a body were found up and down the street, one fragment lying on the Roosevelt doorstep. The police also found a cheap suitcase, large enough to hold about 25 pounds of dynamite, 2 pistols, a derby, a sandal, and shreds of a pinstripe suit and a polka-dot bow tie. About 50 printed pink flyers entitled "Plain Words" were scattered over the neighborhood. Several of these were picked up by Secretary Roosevelt. They read, "The powers that be make no secret of their will to stop, here in America, the worldwide spread of revolution. The powers that be must reckon that they will have to accept the fight they have provoked. A time has come when the social question's solution can be delayed no longer. The class war is on, and cannot cease but with a complete victory for the international proletariat. Do not say we are acting cowardly because we keep in hiding. Do not say it is abominable. It is war, class war, and you were the first to wage it under cover of the powerful institutions you call order, in the darkness of your laws, behind the guns of your bone-headed slaves. There will have to be bloodshed. We will destroy to rid the world of your tyrannical institutions. Long live social revolution. Down with tyranny. The Anarchist Fighters." The same evening, a watchman was killed in New York when a bomb exploded on the steps of the townhouse of Judge Charles Knott. Our Lady of Victory Church in Philadelphia was bombed, and in Pittsburgh there were blasts at the homes of United States District Judge W. H. Thompson, who had once presided over a prosecution of Carlo Tresca, and Chief Inspector W. W. Cibre of the Bureau of Immigration. In Boston, Judge Hayden, who had dealt severely with the arrested May Day paraders, had his house almost demolished by a bomb made of iron pipe stuffed with shrapnel and dynamite. In suburban Newtonville, a similar bomb blew off the side of the house belonging to Representative Leland Powers, who had sponsored an anti-anarchy bill in the state legislature. Copies of Plain Words were found in the vicinity of both explosions. Except for the watchman and the obliterated carrier, no one was injured in any of the bombings, but the effect over the country was one of dismay at the recurring challenge and indignation against the alien radicals held responsible. The New York Times might consider the bombings of Bolshevik or IWW origin, but the public generally believed them the work of anarchists. Ever since Chicago's Haymarket Massacre of 1886, when 6 policemen were killed by a bomb thrown at an anarchist meeting, Americans had been haunted by the image of the terrorist alien. President McKinley's assassination by the half-mad, half-anarchist Leo Chugos hardened the image. Such acts were in the tradition of the propaganda of the deed, as proclaimed by anarchist patriarchs like Malatesta, and furthered gleefully by disciples like Johann Most in his Science of Revolutionary Warfare, a manual of instruction in the use and preparation of nitroglycerin, dynamite, gun-cotton, fulminating mercury, bombs, fuses, poisons, etc., etc. But for their rare, spectacular gestures of political violence, the anarchists would doubtless have been left to wither in the obscurity of their cult. The nobly absurd anarchic conception of a governmentless future, when, in Vanzetti's words, man would no longer be wolf to the man, was held in America by only a minuscule group, mostly immigrants from the more backward countries to whom it seemed quite feasible that workers could run factories cooperatively. Because by his philosophy of freedom each anarchist made his own basic decisions, there was no way of separating the theorist from the activist. Sacco and Vanzetti were said to be quietistic anarchists, as opposed to the activist bombers of June 2nd. Yet the dividing line was as difficult to establish in 1919 as it was 2 generations before with the abolitionists, whose ranks could include John Greenleaf Whittier and John Brown. Property is theft, Proudhon had said, and some anarchists accepted this literally, asserting, in Galeazzi's words, the right to expropriate the bourgeoisie, which lives by theft, whenever the need presses or the struggle against the evil social order demands it. During the 1880s in Paris, one such anarchist expropriator, Clement Duval, was convicted of robbery and sent to Devil's Island. His successor, François Ravachol, became one of the saints of anarchism through his bombings of the houses of judges. In the course of various robberies, Ravachol committed several brutal murders. Galeazzi spoke well of both Duval and Ravachol, and when Duval escaped from Devil's Island and reached the United States, published his prison memoirs and a biographical sketch in Cronica Sovversiva. In 1917 this material appeared in book form, edited by Andrea Salcedo, a 40-year-old Sicilian who had helped Galeazzi with his newspaper. The bombing of his house may well have caused Attorney General Palmer to believe that resident aliens in large numbers and of a desperate type were conspiring to overthrow the government by means of a physical force revolution. Certainly from then on, red plots became his phobia. Appointing William J. Flynn, former head of the Secret Service, director of the Bureau of Investigation, Palmer ordered him to conduct a dragnet for Reds all over the country. The first raids took place on November 7th, the second anniversary of the Russian Revolution. Suddenly, an army of government agents, local police, and special deputies, augmented by a haphazard swarm of private detectives, many of dubious background, swooped down on the various headquarters of the Communist Party, the Communist Labor Party, the Union of Russian Workers, and the Russian anarchists. During that wild and vengeful night, the raiders smashed their way into buildings in all the large cities, wrecked property, broke open safes, and, indifferent to warrants and the niceties of habeas corpus, hustled thousands of citizens, as well as non-citizens, to the lockup. But the November raids were only a prelude to the sweeping raids of January 2nd, 1920. These were timed to take place simultaneously in 33 cities. 6,000 warrants were issued, and thousands of aliens were picked up, with or without warrants. Subsequently, about 3,000 were held for deportation, although in the end only 446 of these were deported. In Massachusetts there were 14 such raids, and in Boston 500 aliens were marched through the street in chains and taken to the Deer Island House of Correction, where they were isolated in brutally chaotic conditions. The callous illegalities of the raiding procedures caused much indignation among Native Americans. In Boston, Federal Judge George Anderson spoke out sharply against the mob actions of government agents. 12 nationally known lawyers, among them Zachariah Chaffee, Roscoe Pound, and Felix Frankfurter, all of the Harvard Law School, collaborated on a report condemning the illegal practices of the Justice Department. If the raids caused indignation among the native-born, among the alien radicals they caused terror. No one seemed safe from the midnight knock on the door, the hard-faced men with clubs, the blinding lights and the hammering questions of the night-long interrogation. Rumor exaggerated the Palmer proceedings to outright murder, as they were discussed by Sacco and his friends in Stoughton, and by Vanzetti and his comrades on Sunday afternoons in the Italian Independent Naturalization Club of East Boston. After months of following each clue, even to tracing the polka-dot tie to the store that sold it, Department of Justice agents concluded that the man blown to pieces in the bombing of Attorney General Palmer's house was an Italian anarchist, Carlo Valdinoce, a member of the dynamite-minded group in Paterson, New Jersey. Valdinoce had been associated there with Galliani in the printing of the Cronaca Sovversiva. In addition, Flynn, the new Bureau of Investigation director, had collected enough evidence to convince him that an explosion of the same date in Paterson was the work of another local anarchist, Ruggero Bacchini, who had since been deported. There were no clues in the other 11 bombings, though Flynn was certain that they were all the work of anarchists and that the dynamite had come from Paterson. Efforts to determine the origin of the plain words flyer failed. Then, in February 1920, Flynn received a tip from an ostensible direct-action anarchist named Ravarini. Recently, in Boston, Ravarini had sold subscriptions to Malatesta's Umanità Nuova, to Sacco, Vanzetti, Boda, and Orgiani, among others. He told a federal agent that a Roberto Elia, a printer at Canzani's printing shop in Brooklyn, New York, was engaged in publishing anarchist literature, including flyers. On the night of February 25th, bureau agents picked up Elia in his lodgings. At the print shop, the agents turned up pink paper similar to that of the flyer, and unearthed from the Canzani fonts the peculiar S that had not matched the typeface used for the first 9 letters of the title Plain Words. Canzani's typesetter turned out to be Galliani's old associate, Andrea Salcedo. Salcedo and Elia, questioned separately, at first maintained they knew nothing about Plain Words. They were taken to the Manhattan offices of the Department of Justice at 21 Park Row, and there they remained until the morning of May 2nd, when Salcedo's smashed body was found on the pavement, 14 floors beneath the window of his room. It was believed by the anarchists at the time, and afterwards by many liberals, that Salcedo had been tortured by bureau agents and then thrown from the window. Actually, Salcedo was a suicide. Neither he nor Elia was under formal arrest at Park Row, although the agents made it clear that the alternative to staying was jail or deportation. According to a Department of Justice report, Salcedo confessed that he had printed Plain Words. Elia admitted that he had been in the shop, and that he had delivered a bundle of flyers to Carlo Recchi, a member of the Galeani group. After consulting with their lawyer, Narciso Donato, the men agreed that they would remain in the department's offices, that their whereabouts should remain unknown to all except their families, their attorney, and certain of their friends, and further that neither should be subjected to interrogation or examination without the presence of their attorney. Donato later said that his clients had been well treated and had been questioned only when he was present. Subsequently, Elia was deported. Before leaving the country, he set down his own version of the events at Park Row in an affidavit for one of the Sacco-Vanzetti defense lawyers. On March 8th, he related, while being taken to an interrogation room, he had passed another room where he had seen Salcedo surrounded by 4 agents in their shirt sleeves. Then, while he himself was being interrogated, he had heard Salcedo scream. The next morning he had been taken to Director Flynn's office. I was alone in the outer room, Elia deposed, until Salcedo came in with Mr. Donato. Salcedo's face and forehead were bruised from the beating he had received. He had red spots and scratches on his cheeks and temples, and his eyes were vacant. He was depressed. I never saw him normal during all the times after that we were together. In Mr. Flynn's waiting room, Salcedo told me about his interrogation the night before. They showed him a bloody sandal and said, "You see this blood? This is the blood of the man who was blown up. Tell me whose blood that is." He would say that he did not know, and they would swear at him and strike him in the face or body with the heel of the sandal. They did this over and over again. Mr. Donato told me that we were charged with murder in the first degree. Salcedo said, "I do not want to die. We have done nothing, but we are in a trap. What are we to do? I will admit that I printed plain words, because I cannot stand any more, and maybe I will help myself." On the next day we were questioned by Mr. Flynn. Salcedo said that he had printed the leaflet in May 1919, that I had nothing to do with it, that it had been ordered by one Recchi. I stated that I had seen Salcedo printing it, but had nothing to do with it. After that we were not formally questioned any more, and we were very well treated. A room was fitted up for us with 2 beds. We had good meals. We were taken out for walks. Once we were taken to the movies. When anyone asked me if I was content, or if I was willing to stay at the Department of Justice, I always said yes, because I did not want to go to prison, and I thought that all depended upon the good will of the agents. Mr. Donato came to see us frequently. So did Salcedo's wife, who sought to tranquilize him. But Salcedo was always despondent and in fear. He would say, "We who are innocent are in jail. Maybe those who are guilty are out there in freedom." I would tell him that we would be free, but he did not believe it. He would lie groaning and lamenting all the night. He complained continually of pains in his stomach and head. He was always nervous. He refused absolutely to eat. He showed clear signs of an unbalancing mind. On the evening of Sunday, May 2nd, Salcedo walked a little with me in the corridor, as was our custom. He went to bed about 9 o'clock. Then I sat with the Department of Justice agents who were smoking and telling stories. About 11 o'clock I came into our room with Palmera the interpreter. Salcedo begged me to turn off the light. He said, "I have a terrible headache. That cigarette you gave me hurt me." I went to bed. For a long time I heard Salcedo groaning and lamenting. Then I fell asleep. I know nothing more until I was awakened by the watchman who came to call us every morning between 5 and 6 o'clock, so that we should be up before the cleaning women came to the offices. I said, "Is it not early?" He answered, "Your comrade is dead. He has jumped from the window." To the anarchist groups of New York, New Jersey, and New England, the detention of Elia and Salcedo was ominous. Tresca, who had succeeded the deported Galeani as leader, consulted with Donato, but was unable to see the men. He suspected the lawyer of backhand dealings with the Department of Justice. On Sunday afternoon, April 25th, 15 or 20 of the East Boston anarchists, meeting in their hall overlooking the docks, discussed what they could do for Elia and Salcedo. Sacco, Vanzetti, and Orciani were present. Ever since they had learned of their comrade's mysterious detention, these men had been raising money and sending it on, without, however, knowing just where it was going. Somebody from Boston, they now decided, must go to New York and find out what was happening. Vanzetti, being self-employed and having no family responsibilities, was chosen. He left that evening on the train. In New York, he found that Tresca could give him little new information. Luigi Quintiliano, the chairman of a committee to defend Palmer raid victims, warned Vanzetti that there would soon be more raids, and urged him to tell his Massachusetts friends to get rid of any anarchist literature they might possess. Vanzetti passed on this warning when he returned to Boston, but about Salcedo and Elia he had no more to tell than was known before. In spite of the Attorney General's prediction that a gigantic bomb plot and general strike would erupt on May Day, the day was, for the most part, a quiet one all over the country. Palmer's zeal produced only a few victims, among them members of the Association of Harvard Clubs who, marching in Washington behind their crimson banners, found themselves mistaken for a red parade. Public opinion began to turn against the Attorney General, even as his shadow still loomed large over the alien radicals. At their Sunday meeting on May 2nd, the East Boston anarchists were not aware of any change in the public temper. To them, the time seemed desperate, with the possibility of a police ambush at the next corner. Most of their talk was about getting rid of their anarchist literature. Orciani, who had recently seen Boda, reported that the latter still owned a car. He thought they might use it for rounding up the literature. Sacco suggested that he and Vanzetti and Orciani should meet with Boda sometime early in the week. Vanzetti reminded everyone that there would be a meeting in Brockton on May 9th to raise money for Salcedo and Elia. After the meeting, Sacco told Vanzetti that on the 9th he and his family would be on their way to Italy. He suggested that Vanzetti come back to Staunton with him for a last visit. Vanzetti promised to come down the following afternoon. Monday morning Vanzetti visited the Boston piers, but found that fish was still scarce and too expensive for his pushcart customers. He had lunch with some Italian friends near Haymarket Square and heard the news of Salcedo's death. Late in the afternoon he took the train for Staunton. Only Rosina and the child were at the bungalow when he arrived. Sacco had quit his job on Saturday, but had gone back to the factory to help break in a new man. He returned just after 5 o'clock. Tuesday morning Sacco had to go into Boston to the Italian consulate for his passport. Vanzetti spent the day reading. After Sacco had picked up the passport, he rode out to Hyde Park on the L to meet Orciani, who had come down from Reedville on his motorcycle. They talked again about the books and pamphlets that had to be collected, and Orciani said they could arrange with Boda to get the car the next evening. He gave Sacco a ride back to Staunton. As they chugged into the yard of the bungalow, they saw young George Kelly, the factory superintendent, who lived next door. Sacco introduced him to Orciani. They stood for a few minutes talking about motorcycles and the weather. Orciani said he would be over again next afternoon. On Wednesday, Sacco stayed home all day. He and Vanzetti chopped wood in the morning, had lunch, took a walk, and then sat down in the kitchen while Rosina went on with the packing. Vanzetti said afterward that he happened to notice several shotgun shells on top of the kitchen cabinet. Rather than see them thrown out, he put them in his pocket, thinking he might sell them to some comrade in Plymouth and perhaps make a quarter for the cause. Orciani arrived on his motorcycle about 4:30, the elusive Boda in the sidecar. Boda told them he had telephoned the garage man about his car. They could pick it up that evening. After the 4 ate supper, Orciani and Boda left on the motorcycle, having agreed to meet Sacco and Vanzetti at Elm Square in West Bridgewater. Sacco and Vanzetti caught the 7:20 streetcar for Brockton. There they found they had to wait for the Bridgewater car. It was growing dark. Vanzetti went into a store on Main Street and bought several cigars. Then the two men had a cup of coffee in a lunchroom. While they drank it, Vanzetti took out a paper and pencil and began to write the notice for the Sunday meeting in Brockton. He continued to work on it after they had boarded the Bridgewater car. Just before they reached West Bridgewater, he gave the notice to Sacco and told him it was ready for the printer. At the Elm Square, they waited a while under the streetlight by the Johnson Brothers' garage, which was shut. Then, after starting toward Bridgewater, they turned back, recrossed the square, and walked in the direction of Brockton. As they reached the railroad bridge, they saw the solitary beam of a motorcycle headlight snaking toward them. End of section 7. Section 8 of Tragedy in Dedham, the story of the Sacco-Vanzetti case. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7. The Plymouth Trial. The first of the East Boston comrades to visit the Brockton police station was Professor Felice Guadagni, a graduate of the Institute of Naples and editor of the Gazzetta del Massachusetts. He was proud of being an educated man, and in spite of his anarchism, liked to call himself, and have others call him, professor. He found that his two friends did not seem to understand the reason for their arrest. Vanzetti told him, with a shrug, that even if they were going to be deported now, they would at least go to Italy at Uncle Sam's expense. The point of Katzmann's opaque questioning was suddenly clear when Guadagni explained that they were being held not because they were anarchists, not for running away to Mexico during the war, but because they were accused of murder. When the news of Vanzetti's predicament reached Plymouth, Vincenzo Brini gathered his friends together to decide what to do. Like most aliens, they felt confused when faced with governmental authority. Whenever such difficulties came up in North Plymouth, troubles with police or courts or town officials, the Italian community turned to Dovilio Govani. Govani, the Plymouth court interpreter, was also the local fixer. He knew English, he knew the judges and the district attorney and the sheriff, he knew the routine of the town hall and the heads of the various departments, most of whom he called by their first names. Whether it was a tax abatement, a couple of boys caught robbing a fruit store, a matter of filing first papers, or getting a runaway son out of the Navy, Govani was the man to go to. After Govani had listened to Brini and the others, he told them straight off that they must get rid of their lawyer, Callahan. What they needed was a good, smart lawyer like Judge John Vahey of the district court. Not only did Vahey know his way around Plymouth, but his brother was a big Boston attorney who might come in handy in case things didn't turn out right. Vanzetti's friends agreed. They and Govani went down to the Brockton station the following evening with a declaration of discharge. They explained to Vanzetti that they would do everything they could for him, but that they needed a lawyer they had confidence in. Vanzetti, though he had come to like Callahan, signed the declaration. Meanwhile, Sacco's comrades had engaged a Boston lawyer, James Graham. An Irish Catholic, Graham had built up a large practice in the Italian North End, where he was noted for his ability to get on with politicians and to get his clients off. The latter's guilt or innocence did not concern him. He assumed that most of the Italians who came to him in trouble were troublemakers. Harding's positive identification of Vanzetti as the Bridgewater shotgun bandit had been enough to convince Chief Stewart, and on May 11th he filed a complaint in the Brockton Police Court charging that Vanzetti, being armed with a dangerous weapon, did assault Alfred E. Cox with intent to rob him. That same afternoon, to Stewart's disgust, Orciani had to be released, since his time card showed that he had been at work in Norwood on the date of both crimes. The preliminary hearing on the Bridgewater charge against Vanzetti was held in the Brockton Police Court before Judge Herbert Thorndike on May 18, 1920. Graves, the truck driver, who had thought the bandit car a Hudson, had died in the interim, but Cox, the paymaster, Bowles, the guard, and Slip Harding appeared as witnesses for the Commonwealth. The three still described the man with the shotgun as having a cropped mustache, but picked out the droop-mustached Vanzetti as the man. Bowles and Cox, who had been vague when they first saw Vanzetti in the police station, had by this time become much more positive. "I think he looks enough like the man to be the man," Cox told the court, although under cross-examination he admitted that he was still not completely sure. Bowles was sure. "That is the man who had the shotgun that morning," he said. Harding remained as certain about Vanzetti as he had been at the station, but the car he had originally described as a Hudson 6 had now firmly become a Buick. In addition to the three repeaters, the Commonwealth had a new witness, a Mrs. Georgina Brooks, who a few minutes before the Bridgewater attempt had been walking down Broad Street with her 5-year-old son. She had crossed just in front of the bandit car and had noticed the 4 men inside. The driver had followed her with his eyes as she passed. Now she picked Vanzetti as the man she had seen behind the wheel of the car. "I am positive," she said. Vahey having not bothered to produce any defense witnesses, Judge Thorndyke held Vanzetti for action by the grand jury, and on June 11th 2 indictments were found against him, for assault with intent to rob and assault with intent to murder. At the conclusion of the May preliminary hearing, Assistant District Attorney Kane told the court that he had witnesses who would positively identify Vanzetti in connection with the South Braintree murders. On learning this, Judge Thorndyke refused to admit Vanzetti to bail and remanded him to the Plymouth County Jail. His trial was scheduled for June 22nd. In the intervening weeks, Vanzetti continued to insist that he had spent December 24th, the day of the Bridgewater attempt, delivering eels to his customers in North Plymouth. Among Catholics, the day before Christmas is a fast day, and among Italians it ends in a feast that always includes eels. Even the poorest or the most free-thinking of Italian families manages to have eels on that traditional day. Perini rounded up several dozen witnesses to testify that they had bought eels from Vanzetti or seen him with his pushcart the day before Christmas. Sacco's lawyer, Graham, became associated with Vahey in Vanzetti's defense. 6 years afterward, while in Charlestown State Prison, Vanzetti wrote a pamphlet, Background of the Plymouth Trial, denouncing both his Plymouth lawyers. One of his chief complaints was that Vahey had refused to allow him to testify in his own behalf. Vanzetti wrote that when they discussed the matter, "He asked me how I would explain from the stand the meaning of socialism or communism or Bolshevism, if I was requested by the district attorney to do so. At such a query, I would begin an explanation on those subjects, and Mr. Vahey would cut it off at its very beginning. Hush! If you tell such things to the ignorant conservative jurors, they will send you to state prison right away." Graham set down his version 30 years later. According to it, he and Vahey went to the Plymouth jail one evening and spent hours discussing whether or not Vanzetti should take the stand. Graham said he told Vanzetti that when a defendant failed to testify in Massachusetts, he was usually found guilty. Vanzetti, Graham wrote, was carefully advised as to the evidence that had gone in as to what inference the jury might draw if he failed to take the stand, despite what the judge would tell them in his charge, and as to what information might be elicited from him if he did take the stand. "But you," Vahey told him, "are the one who has got to make the decision as to whether you will testify or not." Sacco had been moved to the Dedham jail, and Vahey, at Vanzetti's request, went there to discuss the matter with him. When he returned, Vanzetti, according to Graham, said in substance, "I don't think I can improve upon the alibi which has been established. I had better not take the stand." Vanzetti was sure afterward that he had been betrayed, and attacked Vahey in the bitter language of his pamphlet. Part of his bitterness was undoubtedly caused by the fact that in 1924 Vahey became Katzmann's law partner. May passed into June. Except among the Italians of North Plymouth and the small anarchist circle in East Boston, Vanzetti's forthcoming trial caused little interest. There was a flurry in June when the Boston Sunday Advertiser reported, it later turned out to be a newspaperman's hoax, that a letter, signed the Red X Society, had been found near Plymouth Rock demanding Vanzetti's release or take the consequences. But for most people, the trial was just a routine affair coming at the end of the spring criminal session. The newspapers and public were much more interested in the trial of Jenny Zimmerman in Springfield, accused of murdering her cousin and lover, Dr. Henry Zimmerman. Although Chief Stewart had received a setback with Orciani's release, he still stuck to his theory that the deported Coachi and the missing Boda had been mixed up in both crimes. Boda, he was convinced, was the man who had appeared at Hassam's garage in Needham looking for license plates. But Boda had successfully vanished. Actually, during all the time the police were looking for him, he was living quietly with friends in East Boston. In August, he moved on to Portsmouth, New Hampshire, where he stayed for 2 months, then went to Providence, where, under his old name of Buddha, he received a passport from the Italian vice-consul and returned to Italy. Several attempts were made later to induce him to come back to Massachusetts and testify for Sacco and Vanzetti, but each time he refused, maintaining that his life would be in danger. When Stewart went to North Plymouth and searched Vanzetti's room at 35 Cherry Street, he discovered nothing except odds and ends of clothing. He took away a black coat, a shirt, a sweater, and a brown cloth cap. An earlier search of Sacco's bungalow in Stoughton had produced a gray cap and a rifle, along with a few books and a few anarchist pamphlets that Rosina had neglected to burn. In Joseph Ventola's garage in Hyde Park, the police turned up a box that had belonged to Coachi. It contained $40 worth of shoe material stolen from Slater and Morrill. Of the missing South Braintree payroll, there was no trace anywhere. Vanzetti's trial began in the second-floor courtroom of the brick-pilastered Plymouth Courthouse on Tuesday, June 22nd, with the selection of the jury. This ran off quickly. There were no challenges by either side, even though one of the jurymen, Arthur Nickerson, a foreman at the cordage, may well have been challenged by the defense. Vahey and Graham were opposed by District Attorney Katzman and Assistant District Attorney Kane. Judge Webster Thayer presided. At the opening of the trial, Judge Thayer was within 2 weeks of being 63, although the leathery texture of his face made him seem a decade older. He was about 5 feet 2 inches tall, with the edgy vanity of many short men, and a voice that easily turned petulant. On the bench he looked the part of a judge. He had a high forehead, a sudden little hawk nose bridged by pince nez, thin gray hair and mustache, dark-circled eyes, and a narrow Yankee line of mouth. Governor Samuel McCall, a fellow graduate of Dartmouth, had appointed him to the bench in 1917. Thayer was born in Blackstone, Massachusetts, 25 miles south of Worcester, the son of the local slaughterer and provisions dealer. After going through local public schools and Worcester Academy, he entered Dartmouth with the class of 1880. Known there as Bobby, he was more noted as an athlete than a scholar. While a sophomore, he organized the first college baseball nine and was its captain for 3 years. Once he was suspended for a half year as the result of a rowdy prank, but he returned to graduate with his class. His undergraduate pictures show a fair-haired young man with a sprouting mustache, a quizzical expression, and eyes so deep-set that they seem almost hooded. On graduation, he briefly considered going in for big-league baseball, but instead returned to Worcester, where for 2 years he read law on his own. He was admitted to the bar in 1882. For the next 35 years he remained in that small city, rising higher in its restricted social circle than might have been expected of a butcher's son. He married early and well. He became an Odd Fellow, chairman of the Worcester Athletic Association, and a member of the Dartmouth Alumni Council. Indicative of his popularity, he was elected a Democratic alderman in Republican Worcester, the youngest alderman the city ever had. Later, he conformed more strictly to his social group and became a Republican. His greatest regret, for which his appointment as Superior Court Justice was only partial solace, was that he had not been young enough to join the Army in 1917. Webster Thayer. The Anglo-Saxon coupling had a bell-like residence in which were blended the Mayflower tradition and that of the young Federal Republic. Yet there was a hollowness to the ring, as the butcher's son well knew. Thayer, even as a justice of the Superior Court, was haunted by an inner sense of doubt that made him seek the approbation of other men constantly, uncritically. In his 3 years on the bench he appeared a run-of-the-mill justice, causing no particular attention, adversely or otherwise. The court attendants noted his irascibility, and his vanity came out in a fondness for buttonholing lawyers in the corridor to tell them about the charge he had just written. As an old-line Yankee, he had no great sympathy with foreigners, but no one had ever questioned his fairness. Other than Vanzetti's Italian neighbors and a couple of cub reporters from the Boston papers, there were scarcely any spectators at the trial. The routine was the same each morning. Vanzetti was brought in handcuffed and taken to the prisoner's box in the center of the room, where his handcuffs were unfastened. Then Vehy and Graham conferred with him, and the set, melancholy face with the drooping mustache would take on a momentary animation. Katzman and Kane always nodded affably to the defense lawyers as they came in. Then there was a wait of several minutes until Judge Thayer appeared, consciously delaying the daily drama of his entry, sweeping over the threshold in his black robe, inwardly satisfied that the room was standing for his presence, and would remain standing until he took his seat. The crier intoned, "Hear ye, hear ye! All persons having anything to do before the honorable justices of the Superior Court, now sitting at Plymouth, within and for the county of Plymouth, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts." With his intoning, the ritual of the court took over. The actuality of the outside world, the muted summer noises of the town entering with the sea air through the open oval-topped windows, became less real than this legal world where all action had been reduced to verbalizations. Symbolic in more than one sense was the statue of Justice in a niche of the courthouse, holding up her gilded scales and covered by a protective layer of chicken wire. During none of the trial sessions was there a discussion of Vanzetti's political beliefs. The prosecution's case was merely an elaboration of the preliminary hearing. The district attorney relied chiefly on the primary identification witnesses, Bowles, Cox, Harding, and Mrs. Brooks, reinforcing them with corroborative evidence that would in itself have been insufficient even to indict. Bowles still maintained that Vanzetti was the man with the shotgun, but the mustache he had earlier described as close-cropped now became merely trimmed. Cox denied that he had said, on seeing Vanzetti in Brockton, "I think there is doubt." Even now, though he had become much more certain, he was not wholly sure of his identification, and the best that Katzman could get out of him was, "I am not positive, but I feel certain he is the man." All 3 men had been shown the car found in the Manley Woods. Harding, disregarding his first statement about a Hudson, again described the Bridgewater car as a 7-passenger Buick. The croppy mustache of the bandit that he did not get much of a look at was now a heavy dark mustache that had been trimmed. On December 24th, he had described the shotgun bandit to a Pinkerton investigator as slim, 5 feet 10 inches, wore a long black overcoat and a derby hat. Now he described him long coat, no hat, high forehead, hair was short, dark-complected man, I should say, high cheekbones, rather hard, broad face, and the head, perhaps more a round head, bullet-shaped. Mrs. Brooks repeated her story of crossing in front of the parked car and looking through the windshield at the driver. She had picked Vanzetti out of a lineup of 4 men in the Brockton police station as that driver. Facing him in the courtroom, she was still certain that he had been the driver. After she had entered the railway station, she testified she heard shots and, looking out the window, saw the flashes from 2 gun barrels as the LQ white truck lurched down Broad Street. In cross-examining her, Vehy questioned whether it was possible, as indeed it was not, to have an unimpeded view of the street from the station, and whether, in fact, she had seen the shooting at all. Mrs. Brooks became confused and hesitant, but Vehy did not press the point. Neither did he bring out the fact that Vanzetti did not know how to drive. The only other witness to identify Vanzetti in court was Maynard Shaw, a schoolboy who had been delivering papers at the time of the attempt. From 150 feet away on Broad Street, he had seen a dark mustached man with a shotgun get out of a touring car on the corner and fire at the payroll truck. "He is the one I saw," the boy said, pointing at Vanzetti. He added that even at a distance he knew the man was a foreigner, by the way he ran. Vehy made much of this remark, asking Shaw whether Italians and Russians ran differently from Swedes or Norwegians, and how anybody could tell the difference. Shaw had not paid much attention to the bandit's car, thinking it a Hudson or a Buick. Later, though he did not explain why, he concluded it was a Buick. The other witnesses were routine. John King of Grove Street had been in his upstairs bedroom when he heard the car roar by. Looking out, he noted it was a 7-passenger Buick. Dr. Murphy once more told of picking up the spent shotgun shell. Simon and Ruth Johnson appeared and told their stories, and George Hassam, the Needham garage owner, told his. Officer Conley told of arresting Vanzetti. Chief Stewart submitted a transcript of his interview with the defendant. Most of it was excluded because of its references to political beliefs. Captain William Proctor of the State Police, testifying as a ballistics expert, claimed that the 12-gauge Winchester shell Dr. Murphy had found in the gutter and the Winchester shells found in Vanzetti's pocket were identical, except that one was empty and the others loaded. Vehy objected that the shell in the gutter might have been dropped there by any passing hunter, and that there was no connection between it and the shells found on Vanzetti 4 months later. Judge Thayer overruled Vehy and admitted the shells as evidence for the jury to pass on. Sacco's name was mentioned only once during the trial, when Austin Cole, the streetcar conductor, testified that he had seen Sacco and Vanzetti on the Brockton car not only the night of their arrest, but also on the 14th or 15th of April, when the two men had got on at the same Sunset Avenue stop at the same time and had got off at Brockton. On that first night, according to Cole, Sacco had paid the fares with a quarter and a nickel. "I changed the quarter," Cole continued, "and I said to him, 'To Brockton?' He says, 'Yes.' I said, 'It will be 30 cents.' 'I know it,' he says, and he handed me a nickel, and the other hand was thrust into the pocket, and he asked for 2 transfers. When I was talking with him he smiled, and I noticed the gold tooth on Sacco." Vehy wanted to know how the conductor could remember a particular day of no special significance among many days he could not remember at all. Cole maintained that he had worked Wednesday and Thursday, the 14th and 15th, and not again until the following Tuesday. He remembered those dates particularly because he associated them with Patriots' Day, the 19th. Katzmann's efforts to link Boda with the hold-up attempt were fumbling. One witness, Napoleon Ensher, who lived a quarter of a mile from Puffer's place, said that early in the spring he had seen Boda drive past in a Buick, and that Boda had waved to him. At the Dedham trial a year later, Ensher's evidence was ruled out as unsubstantiated. Another witness, Richard Casey, had watched the bandit car stop near his house at the corner of Broad and Main Streets. He described the driver as a man with a short mustache and prominent nose, wearing either a velour or a black soft hat. All that Casey could remember of the man next to the driver was that he wore a brown cap. When Stewart showed him half a dozen caps, Casey picked out the one that the chief had taken from Vanzetti's room. District Attorney Katzmann took 3.5 days to present his case. On Monday, June 28th, just before noon recess, he announced that the Commonwealth rested. The defense lawyers did not search Bridgewater for refuting witnesses. Their strategy was to rely on Vanzetti's alibi as established by his North Plymouth neighbors. Judge Thayer charged the jury that if they could conclude Vanzetti was in Plymouth on the morning of December 24th, the case was ended. In addition, the defense had collected several witnesses to testify that during all the years Vanzetti had lived in Plymouth, he had never worn anything but his present shaggy mustache. Awed and uneasy, the Italian witnesses marshaled by Vehy sat together in the back of the courtroom, talking in whispers and waiting for their names to be called. Except for those who were American-born, they spoke through the interpreter, Govani. First to take the stand was Vittorio Papa, the elusive Poppy Vanzetti had claimed he was trying to visit the night of his arrest. Papa merely said that he had been friendly with Vanzetti in Plymouth, and that when he moved to East Bridgewater he had asked his friend to come and visit him. He had not given Vanzetti his address there. Papa was followed by Mary Fortini, Vanzetti's landlady, who told how on that day before Christmas she had gone upstairs and called her lodger at 6:15. A few minutes later he had come down in his stocking feet, wearing overalls and a green sweater. She had warmed some milk for his breakfast. After drinking it, he had put on his boots and gone out. A day or two before, a barrel of eels had come down from Boston for him by express, and she happened to be at home when it arrived. Vanzetti had spent the evening of the 23rd in the kitchen, cleaning and weighing them, wrapping them in newspapers, and ticketing them for delivery next day. After he left the house the morning of the 24th, he came back again about 8 o'clock with a boy who was helping him, and the two of them had loaded the pushcart and a wheelbarrow with the packages of eels. Carlo Balboni, a night fireman at the cordage, said he had left the plant at 6 in the morning and gone directly to the Fortinis to pick up the eels he had ordered the day before. Vanzetti was still in bed when he got there, and Mrs. Fortini had gone upstairs to wake him. John Di Carlo, a shoemaker on Court Street, said that on December 24th he had opened his shop as usual at 7:15, and was just starting to sweep the place out when Vanzetti came in with a package of eels. Di Carlo could even remember that they weighed 1.5 pounds. Rosa Balboni of South Cherry Street said that Vanzetti had delivered the eels she had ordered in the afternoon, but she had also seen him early that morning as she was going to the baker's. Enrico Bastoni, the Cherry Street baker, told the court that Vanzetti had come to his shop the day before Christmas, just before 8 o'clock, to see if he could rent a horse and truck for the day. But that day Bastoni needed them himself. It was a little before 8 when Vanzetti arrived, for just afterward Bastoni heard the second cordage whistle blow. Teresa Malaguti, also of Cherry Street, said that she had bought eels from Vanzetti the same morning, and that he had come about 7 o'clock when the first whistle blew. Adelaide Bongiovanni remembered that she had bought 3 pounds of eels at 40 cents a pound. The boy brought them to the door, and she had offered him $2, but as he had no change, she had gone out in the street and paid Vanzetti herself. Just as the boy arrived, she had been cooking polenta, and while she was out chatting with Vanzetti, the polenta caught fire. Her next-door neighbors, Margherita Fiocchi and Emma Borsari, told how they had also bought eels from Vanzetti that morning, as did a high school student, Esther Cristofori, living in Soissons Lane, and young Vincent Longhi of 42 Cherry Street, both of whom testified in English. In dealing with this solid block of testimony, Katzmann tried to discredit it generally. He asked the witnesses how they could recall the details of one particular day among all the other days of the year. Might not Vanzetti as easily have delivered his eels on the 23rd as the 24th? His landlady, for example, although she said she had called him at 6:15 the day before Christmas, could not recall what time he got up the day after Christmas, or New Year's Day, or Washington's birthday, or any other specific day. The most important witness for Vanzetti was 13-year-old Beltrando Brini. The defense claimed he had been Vanzetti's helper on his morning round, delivering the eels. Nicknamed Dolly, he was an intelligent, nervous boy, small for his age, looking rather helpless in his Norfolk knickerbocker suit and high boots. On the night of December 23rd, he told the court, 2 men had brought half a pig to his house in Soissons Lane. His father had ordered the pig for Christmas. That same night Vanzetti had stopped in to ask if the boy would help him deliver eels next day. Dolly promised he would. On that damp and muddy morning before Christmas, he met Vanzetti first in front of Maxwell's drugstore. Near the drugstore, Dolly's father had run into him, taken one look at his boots, and told him to go home and get his rubbers. At first the boy could not find them. By the time he had located them under the stairs and hurried back to Vanzetti's house in Cherry Street, it was 8 o'clock, for as he trotted along he could hear the cordage whistle blowing. Vanzetti was putting his packages of eels in his pushcart and an extra wheelbarrow when Dolly arrived. He told the boy he had wanted to hire a horse and cart, but could not find one. The two of them started out with wheelbarrow and pushcart, making their deliveries to the regular customers up and down Cherry Street, Cherry Place, Cherry Court, and finally down to Court Street. Dolly had worked from 8 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, when Vanzetti paid him off. On Christmas Eve, Vanzetti dropped in at the Brinis. When he left, he noticed the children's stockings hanging by the mantel, and put $2 half-dollars in each one. On Christmas Day, Vanzetti stopped in again, and Dolly thanked him for the $half and showed him his Christmas presents. Katzman began his cross-examination with deceptive gentleness, calling the boy son and asking if he would like to testify sitting down. As he continued, his voice hardened, and he began to box the boy in with questions. How many times had he told his story? How many times had he gone over it with his parents, with Mr. Vahey? Had he learned it just like a piece at school? Who corrected him when he left something out? The district attorney stalked him through all the details of the morning, the houses where the boy had left packages, the weight of the basket he carried, the time he started and the time he finished his deliveries. Had he finished at 1:15 or was it 1:20? The boy squirmed and looked pleadingly at Judge Thayer, but there was no relief coming from that stiff-robed, parchment-faced figure. Young Brini had to admit that he had repeated his story a number of times to his parents and others, and that when he repeated it and omitted anything, his father would correct him. Beltrando's parents, Vincenzo and Alfonsina, both testified. Vincenzo told of meeting his boy in the lane on the morning of December 24th and sending him back for his rubbers. He also mentioned the side of pig that had arrived the night before, when Vanzetti dropped in for a visit. Vanzetti's mustache was untrimmed then, just the same that night as it was now. Alfonsina corroborated her husband. In a lengthy cross-examination, Katzman tried to force her into admitting that she had coached her son in his story, but the most she would say was that she had listened to him tell it a number of times. John Vernazzano, the Court Street barber who had shaved Vanzetti and cut his hair for the last 5 or 6 years, now took the stand to say that he had never trimmed Vanzetti's mustache, that it had always been just as it was today. He received unexpected confirmation from 2 non-Italian members of the Plymouth police force. Officer John Galt said that he knew Vanzetti and had seen him 3 or 4 times a week for several years. Galt had never noticed any change or alteration in the Italian's mustache. But under Katzman's cross-examination, he admitted that he had not paid any particular attention to it. Officer Joseph Schilling had seen Vanzetti off and on several times a week in the months before his arrest, and his mustache had always looked the same. It might not have been the same, Schilling admitted, but he had never noticed any difference. Cross-examining Vernazzano, Katzman asked him if he knew William Douglas, the proprietor of the Samoset House, and if the man had a mustache. The barber said he knew Douglas by sight, and that he had a small, light mustache. Katzman then produced the clean-shaven Douglas on the stand to say that he had never had a mustache. On this inconclusive note, the defense ended its case on Monday morning, July 1st. Judge Thayer, in a short, conventional charge to the jury, instructed them that no inference should be drawn against the defense witnesses because they were Italians. However, in spite of the judge's words, the Italians' embarrassment as they spoke through their interpreter undoubtedly made the Anglo-Saxon jury feel that, in Vanzetti's later words, all the wops stick together. If the headmaster of the Plymouth High School or the wife of the local congregational minister had testified to buying fish from Vanzetti on the morning of December 24th, that would have been as good as a directed verdict. But these swarthy aliens were suspect. The jury retired at 10:15. Henry Burgess, the foreman, was curious about what was inside the shotgun shells, and just before lunch he opened 2 of them. They were loaded not with birdshot, but buckshot. Simon Sullivan and several of the other jurors took a few of the pellets as souvenirs. After the lunch recess, the jury resumed deliberation. At 4:18 it brought in its verdict, finding Vanzetti guilty of assault with intent to rob and guilty on 3 counts of assault with intent to murder. As the foreman pronounced the word guilty, a protesting wail broke out from the thick-set peasant women in the back of the courtroom. Vanzetti remained calm. "Coraggio!" he called out to them as he was led away. The echo of Vanzetti's voice subsided into the dusty calm of legal decorum. Vanzetti's friends moved toward the exits, looking back now and then at the men filing out of the jury box. Judge Thayer, after Vahey and Graham had stepped forward to consult with him, extended the time for filing exceptions to August 18th and set bail at $25,000. Several days later, Juror Sullivan happened to run into Judge Thayer in a Brockton store and mentioned that he and a couple of others had taken away some of the buckshot. Judge Thayer ordered them to see that all of it was at once returned to the district attorney. The chastened Sullivan brought the pellets back, and Katzman warned him not to say anything more about the matter. On August 16th, Vahey filed a bill of exceptions, in which he requested that the shotgun shell evidence and the testimony of Simon and Ruth Johnson be excluded. The exceptions were not allowed, and Vahey did not carry the matter further. On that same morning, in the almost deserted courtroom, Vanzetti appeared for sentencing. He stood in the dock, an alien, slightly bent figure, flanked by his guards, with high forehead and high cheekbones and flowing mustache. The heat of the day had not yet set in, and the oval windows were open. If the prisoner had glanced to his left, he could have looked down Brewster Street to the blue line of Plymouth Harbor. Instead, he stared ahead at Judge Thayer sitting on the dais beneath the Plymouth seal, and the judge stared back from the mask of his withered face. Then Judge Thayer began to pronounce sentence in his precise, desiccated voice, the phrases falling like a curtain. The court having considered the offense whereof the said Bartolomeo Vanzetti is convict, does order and adjudge that the said Bartolomeo Vanzetti suffer imprisonment for a term of not less than 12 years, nor more than 15 years, 1 day thereof solitary imprisonment, and the residue of said term confinement to hard labor, in and within the limits of our state prison situate in Boston, in our county of Suffolk. End of section 8. Section 9 of Tragedy in Dedham, the Sacco and Vanzetti case by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Year Between. Part 1. A few days after the arrest of Sacco and Vanzetti, their typesetter friend, Aldino Felicani, organized a defense committee among the East Boston anarchists. The 17 members were skilled workers. One was a building contractor, but they were men detached from American life, distrustful of outsiders. The freeing of their comrades from the ominous charge hanging over them was, they felt, their affair. Their first pamphlet, published in Italian, appealed to men of goodwill. 2 of our active good friends and comrades have become involved in one of those tragic, dark legal plots in which innocence has all the semblance of guilt, and honesty has the hypocritical mask put on by the subtlest of rogues. In a country where subversive ideas are persecuted with inquisitorial fury, anarchists are beyond the pale. We are convinced that an attempt is being made, through the persons of Sacco and Vanzetti, to strike at all subversive elements in their libertarian ideas. A sentence would serve, in the hands of our enemies, to show that lovers of liberty are common criminals, and that their ideas are not entitled to any of the civil freedoms. We face a severe, a terrible test. Energetically, the committee raised a defense fund from the nickels and dimes and quarters of their countrymen in the crowded streets of the North End and East Boston. It was the committee that hired Graham as counsel, counting on his American skill to mediate between the 2 Italians and the complexities of Massachusetts justice. For the committee, the result of the Plymouth Trial was a disaster. In New York, Carlo Tresca and his fellow anarchists were appalled by the verdict. Tresca sent Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, with whom he had been living since he met her in a 1912 May Day parade, to talk matters over with Felicani. Gurley, the founder and secretary of the Workers' Defense Union, was bound for Boston in any case to see what could be done for the aliens imprisoned on Deer Island as a result of the Palmer raids. With Mrs. Marion Emerson, secretary of a workers' defense organization in Boston, she made her way through the twisting streets of the North End to the offices of La Notizia, and there, under the shadow of the Old North Church spire, they talked with the tall, indignant Felicani, who at that time could speak only through an interpreter. So it was that Gurley and Mrs. Emerson, on a July afternoon in 1920, were the first non-Italian sympathizers to hear the story of Sacco and Vanzetti. Later, Felicani took them to see the other, now thoroughly worried members of the committee, who asked them to try to arrange English-speaking protest meetings and to help find a lawyer who would understand the defendants' radical viewpoint. Returning to New York, Gurley hired the Forward Hall on East Broadway for a Sacco-Vanzetti protest meeting. She, the president of the Free Speech League, and the veteran anarchist Harry Kelly were the speakers. So few people showed up that the caretaker of the hall insisted on immediate payment. "You'll never get it in a collection," he explained. Shortly afterward, Mrs. Emerson organized a similarly uneventful meeting in the rickety Grand Opera House in Boston's South End. It was through Tresca and Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, both of whom had known him and worked with him over the years, that Fred Moore now entered the case. It was a fateful entry. At this point, while Sacco and Vanzetti were still inconspicuous foreigners whose names meant nothing, a capable conservative lawyer like their later counsel, William Thompson, might have secured their acquittal. Moore, the radical labor lawyer, was to make them internationally famous, to link their names indissolubly, but he may well have signed their death warrants in the process. Tresca had met Moore 8 years earlier during the Lawrence textile strike of 1912 and the murder trial that was its byproduct. Lawrence, Massachusetts, an industrial city of unrelieved drabness on the banks of the Merrimack, was in 1912 a polyglot company town owned by the Lawrences and the Lowells and worked by Italians, Germans, French Canadians, Poles, Lithuanians, Belgians, and Syrians, with a scattering of Russians, Jews, and Greeks. When the Massachusetts legislature in its 1911 autumn session reduced the work week from 56 to 54 hours, the Lawrence textile mills countered by reducing wages correspondingly. Weekly pay then averaged $8.76 a week for adults, $5 or less for the many child workers. The calculated meanness of the reduction, amounting only to about 25 cents, so infuriated the workers that on January 12, 1912, they spontaneously downed tools, in some cases smashing the looms. There followed a bitter struggle that brought 23,000 workers onto the streets. After a number of riots between strikers and police, Governor Eugene Foss called out the militia. The strike was taken over and managed by the IWW with anarchist assistance. From New York came Joe Etter of the IWW Executive Board and Arturo Giovannitti. Etter was an organizer, Giovannitti a persuasive speaker who kept up the strikers' courage through the bitter winter. In finally winning the strike, the IWW reached the peak of its influence in the East. One afternoon, while police and militia were charging a picket line, a girl worker, Annie Lopizza, was shot dead. No one knew who fired the shot, but the police at once arrested the troublemakers, Ettore and Giovannitti, as accessories to murder. They were held without bail until the end of the strike. With the leaders in jail, the IWW's Big Bill Haywood, the one-eyed giant who was already almost a legend, came to Lawrence and took command. With him he brought Elizabeth Gurley Flynn. By the time of the Sacco-Vanzetti trial, she had become enormously fat, but in 1912 she was a slim young firebrand with flashing blue eyes and a lacerating tongue. Theodore Dreiser had called her the East Side Joan of Arc. An Eder Giovannitti defense committee was at once formed, and Heywood had Fred Moore brought on from California. The strategy of the committee was to have the indefatigable and ingenious Moore help in selecting the witnesses and collecting evidence, but to have the case tried by a well-known local conservative. James Sisk, a staid Lynn lawyer, was chosen to represent Eder and Giovannitti in court. The results of this strategy were highly successful. In spite of the pressure of moneyed opinion against them, Eder and Giovannitti, appearing before the Irish Catholic judge Joseph Quinn and a Native American jury, were acquitted. It was this pattern that Tresca had in mind when he sent Moore to Boston in the fall of 1920. Moore was again to be the assiduous and inspired fact-gatherer. He would again prepare the brief, and then some irreproachable Massachusetts lawyer would try the case. Such, too, was the intention of the Sacco-Vanzetti Defense Committee when it accepted Moore. It was not Moore's intention at all. Moore, then in his late 30s, was the barrister bohemian in looks, dress, and manner. His long hair seemed to flow back from his forehead. He often wore sandals, and the broad-brimmed Western hat he brought with him from California became almost his trademark in Boston. He had started out as a railroad attorney in Seattle, then moved on to Los Angeles, where for a time he seemed a brilliant young corporation lawyer on the way up. But money and an established bourgeois existence meant nothing to him. When a casual IWW acquaintance arrested in a free speech fight in San Diego telephoned him for help, Moore picked up his broad-brimmed hat and a revolver, told his associates he would be back shortly, and walked out of the promise of his law career. After that, he went wherever his underdog interest took him. He became a labor defense expert, particularly devoted to serving the IWW, drifting from one labor fight to another, taking on the hopeless, desperate cases that could not afford better-known lawyers. When he ran into Tresca in New York in the summer of 1920, he had just come from Tulsa, Oklahoma, where he had defended Big Boy Krieger, an IWW organizer charged with dynamiting the house of a Standard Oil official. The charge was a frame-up, a fact cheerfully accepted by the townspeople, the prosecution, the defense, the judge, and the jury. Fortunately for Moore, one of the jurymen with a personal grudge against Standard Oil held out for acquittal. In a second trial, the fraud was too apparent, and Krieger was freed. As Moore headed for Boston, he was certain it would be a similar story with Sacco and Vanzetti, and the more he reflected on the ramifications of the South Braintree crime, the more convinced he became that this backwater New England affair could be his big case, the culmination of his career. Eugene Lyons, the young left-wing labor journalist who had been with Moore in Oklahoma, and who later followed him to Massachusetts to work for the Defense Committee, was awed by the lawyer's dexterity. Moore, he wrote long afterward, was at heart an artist. Instinctively he recognized the materials of a world issue in what appeared to others a routine matter. A socialist newspaperman spent a few days in Boston and returned to New York to report that there's no story in it, just a couple of wops in a jam. Not one of the members of the Defense Committee, formed immediately after the men's arrest, suspected that the affair was anything larger than it seemed. When the case grew into a historical tussle, these men were utterly bewildered. But Moore saw its magnitude from the first. His legal tactics have been the subject of dispute and recrimination. I think there is some color of truth, indeed, to the charge that he sometimes subordinated the literal needs of legalistic procedure to the larger needs of the case as a symbol of the class struggle. If he had not done so, Sacco and Vanzetti would have died 6 years earlier, without the solace of martyrdom. With the deliberation of a composer evolving the details of a symphony which he senses in its rounded entirety, Moore proceeded to clarify and deepen the elements implicit in the case. Arriving in Boston, Moore installed himself at 5 Rollins Place, a small 4-story brick house in a cul-de-sac of Beacon Hill in that no-man's land where proper Boston tapers off into the improper. The house, masked by a wooden porch with Greek Revival columns, and the brick-paved roadway, too narrow for any vehicle, seemed to suggest that whoever might live there would be gone tomorrow, a feeling that harmonized with Moore's personality. Shortly after moving in, Moore married Lola de Rock, the handsome young woman who had been with him during the Krieger trial. Their marriage lasted, officially, a little over a year, though unofficially it was concluded much sooner, when Lola was supplanted by a Lithuanian stenographer. In the environment, this seemed rational enough. Wherever Moore went in his travels, he pursued his weakness, which he considered a need, for pretty young women. 5 Rollins Place was a catch-all, a home for Moore and his assorted associates, an informal office, a dormitory for out-of-town enthusiasts, Italian and otherwise, a lodging-house for prospective witnesses and intellectuals and freshly minted college girls heavy with purpose. There were nights of talk and more talk, of makeshift prohibition drinking, of song and vacillating affections. Eugene Lyons, an almost daily visitor, later wrote that commonplace stenographers accidentally drawn into this tense atmosphere developed into flaming radicals. Roughneck detectives sprouted a social conscience. Cautious AFL officials hobnobbed with foreign firebrands. A milk-white, golden-haired little poetess swept like a tornado through the defense group, working havoc among the harassed men and spreading despair among their wives and sweethearts. She dominated the lives of a writer, a strike leader, a lawyer, and a Boston newspaperman in quick succession, with forays into the domestic preserves of half a dozen others, while composing soulful verses in defense of the accused Italians. A gawky, half-savage boy lured from the Maine woods to plead with his mother, a crucial identification witness, to retract her perjured testimony, had to be forced literally to take a bath. Soon he blossomed into a spick-and-span U.S. Marine. One of the closest comrades and most ardent defenders of Sacco fell hopelessly in love with Sacco's wife. He married her after Sacco's execution. Within the larger drama of the case, there developed complicated cycles of lesser dramas of private emotion. Before going to Boston, Lyons had gone to Italy in pursuit of revolutions. Moore wrote him there, persuading him to create propaganda for the case and to interview potential witnesses. In that convulsive period of red-flagged cities and rising fascism, the arrest of 2 Italians in a New England mill town was a small enough pebble on an eroding beach, but Lyons, through Sacco's brother Sabino, now the mayor of Torre Maggiore, managed to get Lianmucci to bring the Sacco-Vanzetti affair to the floor of the Italian Chamber of Deputies for its initial foreign mention. Coacci, Lyons found in a sleepy village in the Marquesan Hills, posing grandly as an international revolutionary. His shelves were lined with brochures on the home manufacture of bombs, and he professed himself a terrorist of the Galeazzi school. So deep, however, had the fear of American law and the police entered his heart that it needed a week of pleading and threatening and pressure by Merlino, the grand old man of the anarcho-syndicalist movement, to bring this terrorist to the point of signing an innocuous affidavit in support of Sacco's alibi. Sacco and Vanzetti were to typify a cause, Moore explained to a friend, adding, "In saving them, we strengthen our muscles, develop our forces preparatory to the day when we save ourselves." The more extreme anarchists of the Defense Committee were critical of such an attitude, feeling that Moore was more interested in building up the biggest labor case in history than in the fate of the men involved. This, too, was Rosina Sacco's feeling from the first time she met Moore. Not interested in issues, she merely wanted her Nick back to resume their old family life, to see the new baby, Inez, born 4 months after his arrest. Instinctively she distrusted the sparkle of the Bohemian lawyer. Moore's initial objective was to expand the case beyond the parochial limits of Norfolk County. With this in mind, he worked up a number of sensational appeals, following the pattern customary both in American criminal cases and in charity drives. He wrote, he telegraphed, he traveled, he sent out assistants, volunteers, anyone whom he could persuade to lend a hand. His salary, $150 a week, never seemed to cover his expenses. He was lawyer, detective, fundraiser, and propagandist combined. At their annual conventions, the Amalgamated Clothing Workers and the American Federation of Teamsters found themselves demanding the release of Sacco and Vanzetti, although few of the delegates had ever heard their names before some official friendly to Moore introduced the resolution. If Moore sent word that there was a frame-up in the offing, his word was enough for the central labor unions in Boston, Chicago, Detroit, Worcester, Seattle, and Salem, just as it was for the United Mine Workers, the Minnesota State Federation of Laborers, and dozens of other organizations Moore had known or assisted. Although their resolutions may have been quickly presented and quickly put aside, their effect was to be cumulative. By the end of 1920, there were stirrings across the country and echoes from overseas. To anyone with as sensitive an ear as Moore's, they were a promise of what was to come. Moore's temporary office in the Olympian Building at 3 Tremont Row, echoing with talk and typewriters and shuffling feet, was like a bus terminal in its comings and goings. In one corner, the blonde Lithuanian stenographer hammered away at the keys. Opposite her, John Nicholas Beffel, a freelance socialist journalist from New York, sat chain-smoking and preparing press releases in English. Art Shields, sent on by Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, assisted him. Frank Lopez, a young Spanish anarchist, a cabinet-maker by trade, preserved somehow by Moore from a deportation order, got out propaganda for the Spanish-speaking world. Felicani in the committee, from an upstairs room on Battery Street, took care of the Italian publicity. Only gradually did Moore bridge the gap between the Italian anarchists and the indigenous Boston liberals. When he approached John Codman of the New England Civil Liberties Committee, Codman asked for satisfactory proof that Sacco and Vanzetti would not be given an impartial trial. He had served recently on a jury in Dedham, and said he had been impressed by District Attorney Katzman's ability and fairness. Moore eventually managed to convince Codman to the extent that in February 1921 the Civil Liberties Committee contributed $500 to the Defense Committee. Later in the year it published its own pamphlet, Sacco and Vanzetti, Shall There Be a Mooney Frame-Up in New York? Through the Civil Liberties Committee link, a number of elderly Boston women of assured position and belligerent good works began their participation in the case. In the social worker tradition of Elizabeth Peabody, with the inherited wealth to be cultured as Boston understood the word, they functioned as nonconformists within the Black Bay circle of conformity. The most conspicuous and determined of these was Elizabeth Glendower Evans, a pacifist and campaigner for women's suffrage. Level-headed and charming, she avoided the crackpot label so easily attached to the middle-aged female reformers. Hundreds of prisoners in Massachusetts jails were indebted to her often anonymous kindness. Dozens owed their freedom to her. She had married a promising young lawyer, a friend and classmate of Louis Brandeis at the Harvard Law School, who died a few years after graduating. During the whole period of the Sacco-Vanzetti case, she lived in the Brandeis household, where the children called her Auntie B. When Eugene Lyons and his young wife first came to Boston, Mrs. Evans furnished their apartment for them, simply by opening the cellar where Justice Brandeis had stored some of his furniture. She seemed to know everyone, not only in Boston but throughout the country, and she had the key to people as well as buildings. When she was drawn into the Sacco-Vanzetti case, she saw it as just one more worthy cause. But as the months passed, she developed a preoccupying attachment for the two men that would last through the years to their execution. Moore soon brought the case to the attention of the American Civil Liberties Union in New York, and the organization did much to interest Native Americans in the predicament of the two Italians. The minutes of its meeting on November 22, 1920, read: Mary Heaton Vorse reported on the cases of Sacco and Vanzetti, two young Italian anarchists on trial in Boston for highway robbery and murder, stating that they had been indicted on questionable circumstances, and because of their activity on behalf of Andrea Salcedo, a political prisoner who committed suicide by throwing himself from the Park Row building, New York, while being held for deportation. It was agreed that the Union should do everything possible to secure publicity for this case. Mary Heaton Vorse was a writer with one foot in Greenwich Village and the other in the radical labor movement, the prototype of a number of women who would eventually become concerned in the Sacco-Vanzetti case. Brought up in the cultivated restriction of Emily Dickinson's Amherst, educated abroad, her experiences in the 1912 Lawrence strike turned her sympathies and her writings to the workers and the dispossessed. One can trace her career by the titles of her many books, from The Breaking In of a Yachtsman's Wife to Strike, a novel of Gastonia. After Tresca told her of Sacco and Vanzetti, calling their case a frame-up as bad as the Mooney case, Mrs. Vorse went to Dedham to visit Sacco. In the outline of the case she wrote for Norman Thomas's magazine, The World Tomorrow, she described Sacco in his gray prison trousers and striped blue cotton shirt as a little fellow so life-loving that even 6 months of inaction in jail had not effaced his vividness. Short, clean-cut as a Roman coin, eyes that looked at you straight, and above all, a friendly way with him almost like that of a child who had never known anything but affection. There was something about Sacco that made you think of swift, happy things, a jumping fish, a bird on the wing. She concluded with a paraphrase of Moore. Active labor men have all the dice loaded against them. All labor is on trial with Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti. It is bound up with all the fight that is going on for the closed shop and the determinations of the employers to smash the workers' organizations. The New Republic, in its December 29th issue, carried John Beffel's article, Eels and the Electric Chair. This account of the Plymouth Trial asked for a reversal of Vanzetti's conviction, lest there be another conviction which will send him through a little green door into a wired chamber of death. Thus, by the new year, with the trial scheduled to begin in Dedham on March 7, 1921, one of the left liberal magazines most widely circulated among the intelligentsia of the United States had made the names of Sacco and Vanzetti at least fleetingly familiar to its readers. Moore's case was beginning to gather momentum. Art Shield's pamphlet, Are They Doomed? The Sacco-Vanzetti case and the grim forces behind it, actually Beffel wrote most of it, appeared early in the year as the first general statement of the defense position. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn's Workers' Defense Union distributed 50,000 copies before the trial. The cover had a sensational drawing by Robert Minor showing Salcedo hurtling from a skyscraper window. Shields described the Brockton arrest as a frame-up from beginning to end, the murder charge against the two men a mere device to get them out of the way, and stated that they were practically the last of the Italian radicals in New England who had not already been jailed or deported. The New York office of the Workers' Defense Union sent out weekly Sacco-Vanzetti releases, most of them written by Beffel, to more than 500 papers. Gurley Flynn went on a speaking tour, explaining the case to college liberal clubs, including those at Pennsylvania and Harvard, as well as to the captive audience of Mrs. Evans' League for Democratic Control. End of section 9. Section 10 of Tragedy in Dedham, The Story of the Sacco-Vanzetti Case by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, The Year Between, Part 2. After his sentencing at Plymouth, Vanzetti was taken to the Charlestown State Prison, across the river from Boston. That granite fortress, built in 1820, was surrounded by a disintegrating brick slum, fouled with the smoke of the Everett chemical plants. On his arrival, Vanzetti went through the usual routine. He was questioned in the interview cell, then given a shower and issued prison clothes, a blanket roll, an enamel slop bucket and a smaller wooden bucket for drinking water, and locked in his cell. Within a few days, he was assigned to the shop making auto license plates, one of the few production tasks allowed convict labor. The machinery of the law continued to function with bureaucratic regularity. Sacco and Vanzetti were indicted on September 11, 1920, charged with the murder of Alessandro Berardelli and Frederick A. Parmenter. 5 days afterward, a bomb explosion seared New York's Wall Street, killing 30 persons. The crime, never solved, was generally believed to be the work of anarchists. On September 28, Sacco and Vanzetti were arraigned. They pleaded not guilty. Sacco, as a prisoner still awaiting trial, remained in the Dedham County Jail, where he had been taken after his preliminary hearing. Unlike the overcrowded Charlestown Fortress, the Dedham Jail, located on a rural side street, was a relatively pleasant place with fewer than 70 prisoners, most of whom the warden knew by their first name. It was like a well-kept ship, the walls and floors bright with paint, brass shining. The reception room, with its oak benches and bookcases, gave the fugitive impression of a library. There, prisoners could visit with friends and relatives without a guard being present. What was the hardest for Sacco to endure was the idleness. From the time the sun rose until it set, there was a gap of hours marked only by meals and the swing of the shadow from east to west across the recreation room floor. Except for the few trustees who stoked the boilers or worked in the tailor shop or the laundry or did the cooking, there was no way to kill time except by talking or playing cards. Inactivity and restraint chafed Sacco's spirit. He missed his wife and son. The baby he had never seen he could not get out of his mind. To this man of abundant energy, for whom the day had never been long enough, the tedium of empty hours became a frenzy of frustration. Yet, in this early period, he never seemed to doubt that he would be eventually set free. Sacco and Vanzetti saw each other seldom during the 7 years of their imprisonment. Except for the 6 weeks of the trial and the final period in the death house, they would meet only briefly when some new motion or empty formality brought them into court. Sometimes they would not meet for a year. Although the interest aroused by the case was still spotty, there was more awareness of the coming trial outside Massachusetts than there was within the state. In Norfolk County, it was more or less taken for granted that the suspects were guilty. The Braintree Observer of May 8, 1920, had announced that the 2 South Braintree yeggs had been positively identified. It said nothing more about the case till the trial began. By the time the Thayer Academy boys in their black and orange jerseys were holding their autumn football practice behind the Braintree Town Hall, the April robbery was no longer a matter of general conversation. However, Shelley Neal still thought of it each time the payroll came in, delivered now by armed guards, and the girls in the Slater and Morrill offices still liked to gossip about it during the lunch hour. 2 days after the Plymouth trial ended, Katzman appointed Chief Stewart his official investigator. Stewart's friend, Alfred Briard, on leave from the state police, was made his assistant. Proud of his new status and glad to resign his Bridgewater job, Stewart did most of his sleuthing under the direction of the assistant district attorney, Harold Williams. From Katzman, the chief received the 4 shotgun shell exhibits of the Plymouth trial. Now, the district attorney told him, it was time to dig up the right kind of witnesses. Stewart had little to go on at first. As a starter, he went to the Boston Public Library and read the accounts of the South Braintree crime in the back numbers of all the Boston papers, copying down the names of persons mentioned. He and Briard were on their own. Chief Gallivan was no help at all. Stewart usually found him sitting on the Braintree Town Hall steps with a quid in his cheek. Not until the new year was the approaching trial mentioned again in the Boston papers. Then a Dedham court interpreter, Angelina DeFalco, spread it briefly across the front pages after Moore had her arrested. The affair had its origins just before the new year, when Felicani received a telephone call from Beniamo Cicchetti of Providence, Rhode Island, who introduced himself as a compatriot of ideas, and said that he had an important letter concerning Sacco and Vanzetti. He agreed to meet Felicani at the Defense Committee headquarters on Sunday morning, January 2nd. Like Govani in Plymouth, Cicchetti was a fixer who followed his special line in the Italian Federal Hill section of Providence, arranging bail and, on a percentage basis, collecting defense funds. For Italians who had run afoul of the law, he was useful, almost necessary, to know. An oily, persuasive man, he bustled into the Battery Street office and assured Felicani he knew a woman who could do a great deal for Sacco and Vanzetti. When Felicani showed interest, he bustled out again and returned almost at once with a dumpy, nearsighted woman in her early 20s, whom he introduced as Mrs. DeFalco. She explained that she had come from the Dedham court, and that if the defense committee would put up a sufficient sum, she could guarantee Sacco's freedom. Felicani asked her how it could be done. "Oh," she told him, "we have a little society of our own, Fred Katzman, Mr. Squires, and Percy Katzman." When Felicani asked about Vanzetti, she said that was something else again, and that she would have to consult Fred. She then tried unsuccessfully to reach the district attorney by telephone. Felicani did not say much. He told her he would have to consult with the rest of the defense committee, and she agreed to meet him next day, suggesting at the same time that he bring along $500 as a deposit. They met the following morning with Professor Guadagni in a coffee house in North Square. Mrs. DeFalco told them that $50,000 would be needed to take care of everything. First of all, she said, the committee must appoint Squires and Percy Katzman counsel for Sacco and Vanzetti. Money spent on other lawyers would be wasted. When they had paid the $50,000, Percy would take care of the defense. Fred would not prosecute, but the case would be given to Harold Williams or one of the other assistant district attorneys. Guadagni said the committee could not collect so much money quickly, and suggested that Mrs. DeFalco take $10,000 and get the case postponed until September. She said she would see what she could do, and Felicani and Guadagni agreed to meet with her again. During the week, the various members of the committee met almost daily with Mrs. DeFalco, though as yet she was paid no money. She made an appointment with Felicani and Guadagni for Friday at the defense headquarters. Following Moore's advice, Felicani concealed a microphone in the room so that a public stenographer in the basement could take down the conversation in shorthand. Mrs. DeFalco said she had come to complete arrangements with him, that Fred Katzman and Squires had assured her of the freedom of the two men, but that by Monday the committee must pay $15,000. The money was to be paid to Squires or Percy Katzman, and all the committee's evidence was to be turned over to the latter. After the payment, there would be a mock trial with the jury made up so that the foreman would be a member of the county ring. She told them it was a simple matter to fix a jury. When Guadagni objected that $15,000 was still too much, Mrs. DeFalco telephoned the Dedham courthouse and, after talking briefly with someone not identified, told them that $5,000 would be enough for a start. They would also reduce the remainder to $35,000, which had to be paid as soon as the trial was postponed. She said she had arranged to have the lawyers meet the committee members at her house that evening. Felicani and Guadagni agreed to drive out. They left Boston about 8 o'clock. When they reached the back street in East Dedham where the DeFalcos lived, they hesitated. The small square house was brightly lit, and 2 cars were parked in front of it. Felicani and Guadagni decided not to go in. Before leaving, they copied down the license numbers of the cars. One turned out to be Squires, the other Fred Katzman's. The members of the committee were inclined to pay the money. Not so Moore. Suspecting that the defense might be charged with trying to bribe public officials, he, over Felicani's protest, had Cicchetti and Mrs. DeFalco arrested. Cicchetti was released, but Mrs. DeFalco was held on the technical charge of attempting to solicit law business, not being an attorney. As no money had changed hands, this was all she could be charged with. On the stand in the Boston Municipal Court, she gave a rambling account of how Cicchetti, a brother-in-law of her brother, had asked her if she could help him see his friend Sacco. He had also asked if she and her brother would go to Boston with him to see Felicani about getting a Norfolk County lawyer to defend Sacco and Vanzetti. She admitted that she had had talks with members of the defense committee. One morning she had met Guadagni, who introduced himself as Mr. Giovannitti of New York. He had told her the committee had a lawyer, Moore, whom they were paying $300 a week, although he was not doing much. When Felicani had asked her what lawyer she would recommend, she had named Squires, whom she knew because her brother was his gardener. She had arranged a meeting for them with Squires at her home, but Felicani and Guadagni had never showed up. District Attorney Katzman then took the stand to deny that he knew Mrs. DeFalco. He had never even heard of her until her arrest. Percy Katzman said he had known her for about 7 years and had employed her as an interpreter in his Italian cases. Mrs. DeFalco had asked him several times if he would take on the Sacco-Vanzetti case, and though he first told her he would not, out of friendship for her he had agreed to meet Felicani and Guadagni at her house. Inspector Flaherty, who had arrested Mrs. DeFalco, testified she had said then she would fix those anarchists. She was found not guilty. Judge Murray called her conduct imprudent, unwise, but not criminal. Whatever Mrs. DeFalco had been up to, the episode and the standing of the men involved gave the greater Boston community its first inkling of the enlarged dimensions of the Sacco-Vanzetti case. Moore's propaganda efforts were getting not only action, but reaction. Even before Sacco and Vanzetti were arrested, their names were in the files of the Department of Justice. After the Plymouth Trial, the Boston office began to take a more active interest in them. Agents were assigned to attend the various Sacco-Vanzetti defense meetings. One of them, Harold Zorian, even managed to become a collector for the defense committee, although, as he admitted afterward, he kept most of the money for himself. William J. West, the agent in charge of the Boston office's Radical Division, furnished memoranda regularly to District Attorney Katzman about Sacco and Vanzetti's anarchist activities. As Fred Wayand, one of the department's Boston agents, explained it, the understanding in this case between the agents of the Department of Justice in Boston and the district attorney followed the usual custom, that the Department of Justice would help the district attorney to secure a conviction, and that he, in turn, would help the agents of the Department of Justice to secure information that they might desire. Wayland, West, and other agents attended the Dedham trial in the expectation of finding sufficient evidence against Sacco and Vanzetti to deport them as anarchists in case they were acquitted of murder. In the autumn of 1920, either West or Katzman conceived the idea of planting an informer in the cell next to Sacco. West hoped to find something out about the Wall Street bomb explosion of September 16th. Although all the clues in that bombing had come to nothing, the Justice Department held to its theory that the explosion was the work of anarchists. West and Katzman talked the matter over with Ferry Felix Weiss, formerly one of West's agents. Weiss operated his own scientific secret service, but still did occasional work for the department's Bureau of Investigation. He sent a letter to an informer, John Ruzzamenti, in Reddington, Pennsylvania, asking if he would be willing to help in getting evidence against 2 probable criminals. He might have to stay in jail for a few days, but success in this job might lead to bigger investigations, like the Wall Street explosion, with juicier expense accounts. The eager Ruzzamenti arrived on Weiss's doorstep 2 days after Christmas. Katzman, on meeting Ruzzamenti in his courthouse office, appeared bluffly cordial, helping him off with his overcoat and calling him John. He then explained his plan. Ruzzamenti would be arrested with burglar tools in the act of breaking into a house. The sheriff would see that he was placed in the cell adjoining Sacco's. Ruzzamenti would act depressed for the first few days and say nothing, then try to strike up a conversation. Ruzzamenti objected to being tagged with a police record, and when Katzman could not change his mind, he suggested that Ruzzamenti go to Stoughton and see what he could ferret out there. They would arrange that he got some sort of job in the town, perhaps in a shoe factory. As an Italian, he might even manage to rent a room from Rosina Sacco. Katzman said he had reports that she was in an upset state. It should be easy to establish friendly relations with her. To this proposal Ruzzamenti agreed. Whether or not Katzman was serious about it, or was just thinking aloud, he soon afterward dropped the idea, as well as any connection with Ruzzamenti. He and West and Weiss managed to place a more amenable informer near Sacco. The man, Antony Carbone, spent several days in the jail, and managed to talk with Sacco at intervals, but could find out nothing. The guilt or innocence of Sacco and Vanzetti in regard to the South Braintree murders was of no direct concern to the Department of Justice. Most of the Boston agents who knew anything about the case felt that Sacco and Vanzetti were not guilty. This was the opinion of Fred Wayand, who later deposed, "From my investigation, combined with the investigation made by the other agents of the department in Boston, I am convinced not only that these men had violated the Selective Service rules and regulations and evaded the draft, but that they were anarchists, and that they ought to have been deported. By calling these men anarchists, I do not mean necessarily that they were inclined to violence, nor do I understand all the different meanings that different people would attach to the word anarchist. What I mean is that I think they did not believe in organized government or in private property. But I am also thoroughly convinced, and always have been, and believe that it is and always has been the opinion of such Boston agents of the Department of Justice as had any knowledge on the subject, that these men had nothing whatever to do with the South Braintree murders, and that their conviction was the result of cooperation between the Boston agents of the Department of Justice and the district attorney. It was the general opinion of the Boston agents of the Department of Justice, having knowledge of the affair, that the South Braintree crime was committed by a gang of professional highwaymen. 6 months before the trial, Moore was reiterating the claim, sensationally and vociferously, that Sacco and Vanzetti would not and could not get a fair hearing in the biased atmosphere of Norfolk County. In his experience, rigged trials were common enough, but beyond this it was part of his tactics to claim unfairness in advance. Many earnest defenders of Sacco and Vanzetti have maintained, as did Moore, that in the post-war period of xenophobia, no alien holding extreme political beliefs could possibly have found justice in conservative Dedham at the hands of a local jury. As early as January 1921, a defense committee pamphlet claimed that a northern jury does not examine the law and the evidence impartially when a murder accusation is leveled against a member of the Mediterranean race, whose reputation is colored with the fanciful versions of the mafia that furnished Sunday magazine readers' mental diet for so many years. Yet, in contrast to these a priori beliefs, a case tried in Dedham in April 1920 demonstrated that the citizens of Norfolk had lost neither their sense of justice nor their common sense. The very week Attorney General Palmer was curling the hair of the credulous by announcing that on May Day the Reds planned to make the national capital the scene of the slaughter of high officials, an alien anarchist with the outlandish name of Segris Zagroff was brought before Judge Thayer, charged with advocating the overthrow of the government by violence. Zagroff had been picked up in a foreign radical club in Norwood, the walls of which were hung with the pictures of the new Bolshevik Russian leaders. He freely and volubly admitted to the police that he was an anarchist, and that he did not approve of the American form of government. In spite of his statements, the Dedham jury freed him. Judge Thayer was vibrant with anger at the verdict. "Mr. Foreman," he asked testily, "did you take into consideration the testimony that was given us here by the police officers that the defendant told them he believed in the overthrow of the government? Didn't you hear the testimony to the effect that the defendant said in the presence of witnesses and in the conversations he had with officers that he did not like this form of government, and that the only true government was the kind run by working men? How did you arrive at the verdict that you announce?" Unintimidated and with equal testiness, the foreman replied that the jurors disregarded the testimony of the officers after they understood the definition of advocating anarchy, as given by the court, to be the act of a person who actually used violence in bringing about his aims, and not the advocacy of those aims when he talked on the subject. Although this verdict showed that in Norfolk County ordinary men could still think clearly and act justly, it also showed the bias of Judge Thayer. Curiously enough, the prosecution of Zagroff was conducted by Assistant District Attorney Kane, who would shortly assist Katzman in the prosecution of Vanzetti at Plymouth. Zagroff was defended by Katzman's brother, Percy. In February, at Moore's request, the trial was postponed from March until May 31st, so that he could secure an affidavit in Italy from Giuseppe Andrauer, a former consulate clerk who claimed to have seen Sacco in Boston on the day of the crime. The 90 days that followed were a period of rapid polarization. Moore, the artist, had taken 2 aliens, neither of whom sympathized or cooperated with the organized labor movement, and fashioned them into generic figures of the working man. He made ringingly spectacular claims about the fate of accused anarchists in Norfolk County, and now the community responded by accepting his challenge. During Vanzetti's first trial, there had been almost no mention of his social and political beliefs, but long before anarchism became an issue in the Dedham court, everyone on the jury, in the courthouse, in the town, was aware of it. Moore's class angling in troubled waters had stirred the depths. While no one can now say for certain that, solely in the light of the evidence presented, Sacco and Vanzetti would have been acquitted if they had been Elks or members of the American Legion, they would certainly have had a much better chance. It was Moore, the artist, who painted the affair in broad, expressionistic strokes, embellished it and retouched it, spread the panoramic design on a world canvas. But for Moore, there would have been no case as it is today remembered, and the Dedham trial, whatever its outcome, would have been as forgotten now as the then sensational Zimmerman trial. By the time the formal preparations for the trial were being made, Moore had created the situation he wanted. Nick and Bart, the 2 Italians at first mentioned so casually, had become symbols of man's injustice to man. No one, whatever his views, could now take the trial casually. If the defense committee members already saw the shadow of injustice lying across the path of their imprisoned comrades, the citizens of Dedham had a feeling of sinister forces in the offing. Any morning the mannered inhabitants of the High Street half expected to see the columns of the courthouse collapse under a dynamite charge. Sedate Dedham, beside its winding river, began to take on the aspect of a besieged town with the courthouse a forward bastion. The blue-coated local police, out in force, were augmented by a detachment of the recently formed paramilitary state constabulary. The tension was as sharp as an east wind. A week before the trial, Stewart interviewed George Kelly. Kelly still considered himself a friend of Sacco's, and said so. The arrest made no difference. He had visited Sacco in jail, and his wife had stayed with Rosina during her confinement. Many a time before this trouble, the 2 men, next-door neighbors, had chatted together at the end of a long summer evening, as Sacco was coming in from his garden. Kelly did not think much of Sacco's socialist ideas, and had warned him about airing them too freely. But Sacco had just laughed, saying that what was in the heart had to come out of the mouth. Stewart asked Kelly if he could describe Sacco's cap. Kelly said all he could remember about it was that it was dark. Then Stewart showed him a cap and asked if it was Sacco's. It was the cap found near Berardelli's body. Kelly did not want to say. When Stewart pressed him for a definite opinion, he still declined. "I have an opinion about the cap," he said finally, expressing the prevailing Dedham atmosphere, "but I don't want to get a bomb up my ass." Moore and the defense committee had differing ideas about how the defense should be managed. Local lawyers might be useful, indeed necessary, but Moore wanted them subordinate, subject to his direction. He was in no hurry. This was, after all, his case. Not until May did he start looking for any legal assistance. On the 19th he wrote to a friend, "The defense committee has agreed to pay the McAnerny brothers, who are supposed to be the highest grade porch climbers in the business, $10,000 for their professional ability. They don't care how we get the money. We don't particularly care how they get results." The McAnernys, John, Thomas, and Jeremiah, had been practicing law together 30 years in the tide-edged granite city of Quincy, 5 miles south of Boston. John had been for 13 years city solicitor as well as president of the County Bar Association. Thomas was associate justice of the district court. Jeremiah, the youngest, was in general practice and counsel for the Eastern Massachusetts Street Railway. Second-generation Irish Americans, piously Catholic, conservative in attitudes and beliefs, they represented the middle class that had moved away from the proletarian South Boston matrix that had first sheltered the beaten immigrant survivors of the famine years. So far had the McAnerys evolved in the more open environment of Quincy that they had even become Republicans, still an act of apostasy in South Boston, if rewarding elsewhere. Thomas had been appointed to the bench by Governor Calvin Coolidge. John McAnerny was the head of the family, partly from being the eldest, but mostly because of his assimilated dignity. White-haired, formal in speech and sedate in manner, he had in his late middle age come to resemble the Yankee prototypes that the Irish were replacing. He kept a second office in Boston, where, as the years passed, he spent the greater part of his time, concerning himself more with banks and investments than actions and torts. He moved familiarly in the Boston legal world that was so much a postgraduate extension of the Harvard Law School. He numbered his acquaintances from the law firms with the triple-barreled names. He became a recognized figure on the well-beaten path from State Street through Pemberton Square to the State House. Thomas, the judge, was the family wit. Frail and in failing health, his legal work off the bench had become nominal. Jerry was the trial lawyer of the family. He was Jerry to everybody. The priest who baptized him had been the last to call him Jeremiah. Unlike John, he had not conformed to State Street, and his speech still bore traces of the South Boston flats. Short-mustached, ruddy-faced, he had a tendency to trip over his grammar if he became excited. When he hurried down the street, as he always did, he seemed to do a little clog dance. He had a habit of buttonholing people, in the literal sense, emphasizing the point he was making with a jab of an index finger towards his auditor's chest. He also had the reputation of winning his cases. When Moore, prodded by the committee, finally decided to use local reinforcement, he consulted James Sisk, with whom he had worked on the Ettore Giovannitti case in Lawrence. Sisk, who had since been appointed to the Superior Court, recommended the McAnerny combination. Moore went to John in his Boston office. McAnerny said he no longer took court cases. His brother Jerry, he felt, would be the one to deal with a case like this, with Tom perhaps helping out. He would talk it over with them, but before doing so he wanted to know more about the two Italians. Like everyone else, he had been shocked by the South Braintree murders. Any man, it was true, was entitled to a defense, But if Sacco and Vanzetti had been in any way concerned with this crime, his office wanted nothing to do with keeping them from getting the punishment they deserved. Only if the men were innocent would the McInnerneys consider taking part. More was convincing. The three McInnerneys drove over to Dedham and spent the better part of an afternoon in the jail's reception room, talking with Sacco and with his wife, who happened to be there on a visit. Sacco was forthright. The McInnerneys felt satisfied with the answers they received. After leaving the jail, John McInerney met Moore, and the two of them walked the back streets of Dedham for an hour, discussing the matter. McInerney said he had put Sacco through every test he could think of, and his answers, in fact everything about him, convinced him that the man was innocent. His brothers felt the same way. His office could work for Sacco's acquittal with a clear conscience. The McInnerneys would accept the brief. The measure of Moore's success in building up the Sacco-Vanzetti case was sensed by the legal profession some time before the rest of Massachusetts became aware of it. Judge Thayer, stimulated by the prospect, and with a blindness to proprieties that would later become increasingly apparent, wrote to his fellow Dartmouth alumnus, Chief Justice John Aiken, requesting that he be appointed presiding judge at the Dedham trial. Thayer apparently saw nothing improper in the request. In fact, he may well have visioned himself as a judicial Peter plugging the American dike against the flooding seas of radicalism. Years later, at a Dartmouth reunion, he told a friend that if he knew the Reds were outside the door, and he could save his country by walking through it to be shot down by them, he would be glad to sacrifice his life. Apparently, the impropriety of Thayer's approach to the Chief Justice was offset by their Dartmouth kinship. Aiken, too, must have been sniffing the wind when he wrote in reply, "I am assigning you to hear the most important murder case tried in Massachusetts since the last century, if not in all time." End of section 10. Section 11 of Tragedy in Dedham, The Story of the Sacco-Vanzetti Case, by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, The Trial, 1, Part 1. Judge Thayer's voice rasped as he looked down from the bench at the plump Veneeryman from Brookline, the fourth in succession who had asked to be excused because he did not believe in capital punishment. "Do you set your opinion above the law?" the judge asked caustically. "Have you done anything to get the law changed? Have you seen your local representative about it?" The man did not know who his representative was. From the look of the odd lot prospective jurors who were passing through the courtroom on this first morning of the trial, it seemed as if most of the able men of Norfolk County had managed to sneak their names off the jury list. The apologetic line filed by the bench, fogies long past the statutory age, invalids, men who had been deaf for years, whose wives were dying and who had certificates to prove it, who were just about to sail for Europe, and finally the objectionable objectors. Of course, there were the occasional better prospects, but every time a man came along who looked educated or respectable, as if he might be somebody, Moore seemed bound to challenge him. That was the way it struck Jerry McInerney. If Jerry had been going on trial for murder, he knew he would rather take his chances with a businessman than with some fellow who dug sewers. But not Fred Moore. He wanted the sewer digger every time. There was a young fellow Jerry had spotted in the line, a good clean-cut college type. As soon as Moore found out he worked for Page and Company, that finished him. Then there was somebody McInerney recognized from the New England Trust Company, the sort of man any defense lawyer ought to get down on his knees to have on a jury. He told Moore so, but Moore would not have him. For 30 years Jerry McInerney had been going in and out of the Dedham courthouse, but he had never seen anything like this morning. State troopers in khaki, some mounted, were deployed all over the courthouse. Other troopers with motorcycles and sidecars swept up and down the High Street, the pop of their exhausts sounding like machine gun fire. And inside there were police and deputies at the doors, parading up and down the corridors, on the stairs. When Jerry and Tom arrived at the courthouse just before 10, they found the front door locked. The side door was also locked. When they knocked, a guard looked through the glass and waved them off. Finally, a court officer recognized them and let them in. Inside, a trooper patted them over for weapons. Then a flashy policeman stopped them at the foot of the stairs, and on the landing they were stopped again. The way the place was guarded, Jerry told his brother, it looked as if Sheriff Capon was getting ready to try the Kaiser. Entering the courtroom, the brothers glimpsed the backs of the defendants in the waist-high prisoner's cage. Rosina Sacco, with 7-month-old Ines in her arms, sat close behind her husband, the only ordinary spectator allowed in the courtroom that day. The others present were either reporters or deputies. Fred Katzman, tanned and glowing from a long weekend at golf, spotted the McAnerneys in the doorway and waved to them with casual friendliness. Moore was behind the bar talking with Judge Thayer. The judge's face seemed frozen. Just before the McAnerneys went in, a deputy sheriff said, under his breath, "Tom, I like to see you boys win your cases, but I hope to God you lose this case. These men are no good." At the opening, Moore filed a motion for severance and a separate trial for Sacco, on the grounds that his association with Vanzetti would be prejudiced because of the latter's conviction for the Bridgewater crime. Similarly, the McAnerneys requested a separate trial for Vanzetti, since his defense was to be separate and distinct. Both motions were denied. During the whole morning, not a single juror was picked. By lunchtime, it was obvious that the Yankee judge was taking a poor view of the Western lawyer. The McAnerneys could tell merely by the way Thayer glared at Moore, the lines at each side of his mouth etching into his cheeks before he replied to one of Moore's objections. Even Rosina Sacco, with her imperfect knowledge of English, sensed it. Moore kept on needling Thayer, objecting to each triviality, challenging each likely juror. The class-conscious Westerner demanded that prospective jurors be asked if they were opposed to organized labor, if they belonged to a union, or if they hired union help. These questions Judge Thayer disallowed. At the noon recess he remarked angrily and audibly as he left the courthouse that no long-haired radical from California was going to tell him how to run his court. It was mid-afternoon before the first juror, Wallace Hersey, a real estate dealer from Weymouth, was picked. By the end of the afternoon, only 2 more had been selected, John Ganley, a grocer, and a machinist, Francois. Each defendant was allowed 44 challenges, and that day the defense used up 21. Judge Thayer, exasperated by the delays, held an evening session until 10, when he had to leave to catch the last train back to Boston. It took 10 hours and 175 venirmen to get the initial 3 jurymen. There was, as there usually is in even the most ponderously sustained trial, an occasional lighter moment. At one point, a plump sugar dealer from Braintree had the idea of getting himself excused by pretending he was deaf. The courtroom echoed with laughter as Judge Thayer pounced on him. Sacco laughed so hard that tears rolled down his cheeks. Then the courtroom settled down again, the hive-like humming broken only by the squeak of Sheriff Capon's boots as he walked gingerly across the floor to the upright mace. Behind the judge's dais, the triple-cylindered pendulum of the marble-faced clock ticked away the formal minutes. From time to time, the sallow-faced defendants in the cage whispered to one another. Sacco had aged in the year of his arrest. His hair was thinning. That morning was the first time he and Vanzetti had seen each other in 8 months. When they met before court opened, they had kissed each other gravely on the cheek. The McAnerney brothers, seated inside the bar enclosure, saw the unhappy pattern of the morning repeated all through the afternoon and evening. It was clear by now to Jerry McAnerney that Moore, for all his reputation, was doing nobody any good, least of all the men in the cage. Jerry was as convinced as ever that the 2 men were innocent. He had even brought his wife to the jail after the Decoration Day parade to let her talk with Sacco and get her opinion, and she had felt the same way he did. But now, even before the jury had been picked, he had the feeling of the sand slipping from under his feet, of being beyond his depth. The Italians were never going to get a square deal with Moore running things. Jerry could hear Thayer's edged voice. "Mr. Moore, that may be the way they practice law out west, but not in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts." At the close of the evening session, the brothers drove to John McInerney's house in Quincy, and told him of what was blowing up between Moore and Judge Thayer. They wanted John to get rid of Moore and take charge. John thought it over, and then, even though it was midnight, telephoned William G. Thompson. Thompson was an old Yankee, a lawyer's lawyer, a lecturer at the Harvard Law School, and whatever he said carried weight in Massachusetts. In his Chestnut Hill home, Thompson listened to John McInerney explain the difficulties his brothers were facing at the beginning of the Sacco-Vanzetti trial. John begged him to come to Dedham in the morning, insisting that the lives of the two men were at stake, and that, in his opinion, the men were innocent. Thompson agreed to look in. As Thompson got off the train in Dedham and walked up from the station past the spent lilac hedges of the High Street, the brim of his Panama flopping with each step, the Phi Beta Kappa key and the Institute of 1770 charm jingling on his heavy watch chain, he looked the very model of a proper Boston lawyer. Even the loose way he held his pipe in his mouth reinforced his assurance. He found John McInerney much upset, waiting for him in front of the closed courthouse gates. They went in through a side door. In the lower corridor, the two lawyers found Moore arguing with Rosina Sacco in the middle of a group of gesticulating Italians. Thompson could hear Rosina's voice shrill to the edge of breaking, demanding of Moore by what right he represented her husband. She didn't want him, she shouted. She didn't believe in him. She wanted a good lawyer. Rosina's outburst was the culmination of months of bitterness. She had neither liked nor approved of Moore from the beginning. Her thrifty peasant nature was affronted by his manner of life, his Beacon Hill house and car with chauffeur, all paid for by poor Italians. Now she was telling him, in effect, get out. And he was refusing. Thompson and John and Jerry McInerney talked the matter over in one of the anterooms. "I want either you or John to replace Moore," Jerry told Thompson. Thompson said it was too late. The next day, at latest, the jury would be impaneled. "You have got to make the best of it," he told the brothers. When Moore joined them in the anteroom, Jerry McInerney offered to turn back his first payment of $2,000 and go on with the case for nothing if Moore would only retire. Moore refused to consider it. He had hired the McInerneys as subordinates, not to give him orders. With their narrow conservatism, he considered them incapable of the larger view the case demanded. During the rest of the morning, Thompson sat with the McInerneys, watching the resumed parade of prospective jurors. A new lot of 160 Veneyremen had been brought in, but the selection was going no faster than it had the day before. Moore was again needling Judge Thayer. He could not seem to help it, even though he must have sensed the tensing of the atmosphere. It was a morning Thompson was to remember in all its immediacy years later. Katzman would say something, he recalled to the Lowell Committee in 1927, and Moore would object to it. He was jumping up all the time. He would make objection after objection. Judge Thayer would sit there and look at Moore with the fiercest expression on his face, moving his head a little. Moore would say, "I object to that," and Judge Thayer would sit back in his chair and say, "Objection overruled." It wasn't what he said, it was his manner of saying it. It looked perfectly straight on the record. He was too clever to do otherwise. I sat there for a while, and I told John McInerney, "Your goose is cooked. You will never in the world get these men acquitted. The judge is going to convict these two men and see that nothing gets into the record. He is going to keep his record straight, and you have no chance." When John Deaver, a Filene's clothing salesman, received a postcard ordering him to report at the Norfolk County Courthouse for jury duty, he had expected he might serve on some civil case. Not until the Decoration Day weekend did he learn that his summons might be for the South Braintree murder case. Of that he had only a blurred recollection, something he had read in the papers the year before. It gave him a queer feeling to think that he might find himself on a murder jury. His supervisor at Filene's told him he was lucky. It would be like having time off, with Filene's paying his salary. Although Deaver was 27, he could have passed for 21. He had been a poor Irish Catholic boy brought up on the wrong side of the tracks in the quarry city of Barre, Vermont. As he grew up, he had played with many of the children of the Italian immigrant stoneworkers. Some of these workers had been anarchists, or at least radicals. Deaver, though a pious adolescent, had had no particular feeling against the local anarchists in their clapboard hall. He was used to them. At 15, he had left Barre for Boston, where he first worked as a bellboy in the Parker House. He had volunteered for the Army in 1917, but had not been sent overseas. In 1919, he had gone to work at Filene's. Unmarried, he lived in a brick rooming house on Upper Beacon Street, Brookline. Inconspicuous as this slight, fair-haired young man may have seemed when he was shepherded into the courtroom with the other Veneyremen, he was, in one respect, unique. In the course of the day, he would be one of 3 accepted for the jury, and of the final 12, he alone would write about the trial. His memoirs, although fragmentary and redundant, remained the sole record of the case as seen from the jury box. As a result of the trial, Deaver became so interested in the judicial process that he enrolled in an evening course at the Suffolk Law School, and eventually passed his bar examinations. During the last 10 years of his life, he prepared his Memoirs of the Sacco-Vanzetti case, and at his death in 1956, the manuscript had reached several thousand pages. Interspersed among the tedious legalities are telling casual incidents, still bright over the years. How the jurors were picked, where they slept, where and what they ate, what they did in their spare time, and how they felt about the case. This was the first time Deaver had ever been to Dedham. As he walked from the railroad station through the square, he kept thinking what a pleasant town it was. Above the masking elms he could see a white dome with round windows in it like portholes. That, he supposed, was the courthouse. He wandered up and down several of the side streets before heading for the domed building. Never before had he been inside a court, and the neoclassic building with its marble-tiled floors and marble stairs and marble-paneled walls awed him. With the other Veneyremen he was taken to the courthouse, where Judge Thayer first explained the procedure and then exhorted them to perform their disagreeable duties as patriotically as the American soldier boy in France. "What, gentlemen, does the law seek to accomplish?" he concluded. "It seeks to select 12 jurors who will stand between these parties, the Commonwealth on the one hand, and these defendants on the other, with unyielding impartiality and absolute fairness and unflinching courage, in order that truth and justice shall prevail. For, gentlemen, verdicts must rest upon truth and justice, in order that the life, the liberties, and the properties of the people of the Commonwealth, including the defendants, shall be secure and protected." John Deaver was impressed, not only by the rhetoric, but by the whole formalized proceedings. To him, Judge Thayer seemed a sincere, honest, absolutely fair and impartial man. Deaver was not called during the morning. At 1 o'clock he ate a sandwich and a piece of pie at Gilbert's lunch, a one-arm in the square. When he returned to the courthouse, it was still too early for the afternoon session. He sat on the back grass plot with some of the other men. Deaver said he hoped he would not be picked because he might lose his 2 weeks' vacation. "Don't worry," a man wearing a red men's badge told him. "You'll be challenged. You're too young. Besides, they don't want any of you fellows on this jury." He pointed to the ex-service man's pin in Deaver's buttonhole. "They'll show you right out the front door," he concluded. Afterward, Deaver could not remember much about the afternoon. One by one, the names were called. One by one, the Veneyremen disappeared. No jurymen had been picked during the morning, and only 2 after lunch. Frank Marden, a mason from Weymouth, and a slightly deaf, slightly senile retired farmer with a handlebar mustache, Walter Ripley, who raised bulldogs and called himself a stockkeeper. For all his challenging, Moore did not spot the fact that Ripley had once been chief of the police and fire departments in Quincy. It was not until 8 o'clock that Deaver's name was finally called. He was led into the courtroom. Thayer asked him a few questions and then announced, "The juror stands indifferent." I looked in front of me, Deaver recalled, and saw a whole battery of attorneys, 8 or 9 in all, I should say. Before I had a chance to orient myself, a man whom I was to know as District Attorney Katzman stood on his feet and said, "The Commonwealth accepts the juror." Well, I thought to myself, the defense will now challenge me. I looked at the defense table and saw 4 attorneys looking at a very large book. They would look in the book, then look hard at me, and then whisper to each other. That went on for what seemed to be 6 or 7 minutes. I began to feel I was on trial. I turned in the witness stand, getting ready to leave. Judge Thayer glanced at me and said, "Stay right where you are, young man. We are waiting for these gentlemen," and looked at the defense table. After about 2 more looks at me, Mr. Jeremiah McAnerney stood up and said, "If your honor please, both defendants accept the juror." Deaver was the 6th juror accepted. A few minutes later the court adjourned. The 6 jurors were taken to the ground floor of the Court of Probate and Insolvency, where 12 iron cots from the county jail had been set up. There they were locked in for the night. When Deaver woke the next morning, he thought at first he was in a lecture hall. Then he remembered. He got up, washed, and fixed his hair with the brush and comb the sheriff had given each juror. He was not given a razor. At 8 o'clock a deputy appeared and took them to breakfast. Almost at the beginning of the morning session, the 7th juror, Louis McHardy, an elderly, quiet-mannered mill worker from Milton, was selected. 17 more Veneyri filed past the bench. Then the sheriff informed the judge that his list of 500 was exhausted. According to the general laws of Massachusetts, if such a situation occurs in a murder case after 7 jurors have been chosen, the court shall cause jurors to be returned from the bystanders or from the county at large to complete the panel. Judge Thayer cited the statute and ordered Sheriff Capon to have 200 more men present by 10 the next morning. The sheriff was doubtful. "They will jump," he remarked, "when they see me coming." He was right. The news got round, and almost before the afternoon session closed, the streets of Dedham and the adjoining towns were deserted. Capon spread his deputies that evening through Brookline, Needham, Dedham, Norwood, Millis, Medway, Stoughton, and Quincy. They struck at random, ringing doorbells when they saw lights in windows, sometimes summonsing luckless Veneyri from their beds. They consulted assessors' lists, voting lists, any list they could get their hands on. In Needham, 9 unsuspecting men were picked up coming out of a Masonic meeting. Deputy Allen Loring broke up a band concert at Hollis Field, Braintree. Norman Gardinier of Quincy was whisked away from his wedding supper. In spite of all this, Capon managed to seine in only 175 indignant additions. He hoped they would suffice. The defense still had 29 challenges left. Judge Thayer decided to remain in session until the jury was finally chosen, no matter what the hour. Not until after midnight was the selection finished. The 5 additional jurors were Harry King of Millis, a shoemaker, George Gerard, a Stoughton photographer, Alfred Atwood, a Norwood real estate dealer, Frank McNamara, a Stoughton farmer, and Seward Parker, a Quincy machinist. By the time Parker's name was called, the defense had used up all its challenges. Katzman affably offered to challenge Parker if Moore had any objection to him, but Moore declined. No sooner had the leftover Veneyri been excused than Moore objected to the 5 new jurors of the completed panel on the grounds that none of them were bystanders, according to the meaning of the statute. In the clammy courtroom the attendants and deputies yawned, and the district attorney fiddled with a blotter, while Moore developed his lengthy quibble. Judge Thayer overruled Moore on every point. At 1:20 a.m. he ordered the jurymen brought in and sworn. "The jury is in bed," a deputy sheriff told him. Thayer's voice rose 2 notes. "Who allowed them to go to bed? Bring them in." A few minutes later, bleary-eyed and bristly, the 12 trudged in to take their seats in the box. Several of them were collarless, their shirts open. 2 wore felt slippers. Thayer gave them the conventional warning. He also advised them to get plenty of exercise. In conclusion, he told them that they must see to it that a trial is held according to American law and according to American justice, and nothing must be done by anybody to mar or impair a fair, honest trial. The jurors then took their oath, and the court adjourned until Monday morning at 10 o'clock. The jurors slept late on Saturday, June 4th, took a walk by the Charles River in the afternoon, accompanied by a squad of deputies, and in the evening read the Boston papers. All references to the trial had been snipped out, and they made the unhappy discovery that most of the sports news had been on the back of what was cut. The 12 soon formed their habit patterns. Deaver found himself going to bed at 9 and waking at 5. He spent a lot of time reading old National Geographics. The older jurors usually played cards. Deaver preferred listening to the Victrola. There were a lot of records that he liked: Van and Schenk and the All-Star Trio, songs like Dardanella, Whispering, I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles. After he had cranked the Victrola a few times, though, the card players would begin to look over at him, as if to say, "Don't you think you've played enough for tonight?" Then he would go back to the geographics. On their first Sunday they just sat around their made-over courtroom. Since they all had to stay together and could only go to one church, they decided not to go to any. They had breakfast at the Dedham Inn on Court Street beyond the Episcopal Church, and dinner at the Haven House just across the way. In the afternoon they went for a bus ride. Monday was hot, a blue clear prelude to summer. The jury, after being polled in the courtroom, spent the rest of the day viewing the various locations connected with the South Braintree crime. A cavalcade of 8 cars drove from place to place, carrying not only the jury, but also the judge, the district attorney, and 2 carloads of newspaper reporters. The jurors arrived at their first stop, South Braintree, just as the noon whistles were blowing, and at once the cars were surrounded by curious factory workers. Katzman had to order a retreat to Braintree for lunch. When the cavalcade returned, the factory windows were filled with faces, but Pearl Street itself was free. From the railroad crossing, the procession followed the route of the bandit car along the side roads through Randolph and Stoughton and Brockton to West Bridgewater. The dust churned, covering the men in the cars, coating their faces like masks. The jurors were shown Simon Johnson's house, the Elm Street garage, the house where Kawauchi and Boda had lived, and then the Manley Woods. A motorcycle was parked beside the bridle path, and as the assorted jurors, lawyers, police, and newspapermen made their way to where the Buick had been found, they surprised the cyclist and his girl making love under a bush. Their last stop was the gate tender's shanty at the Matfield crossing. At the end of the day they had covered 91 miles, and Deaver thought each of them had absorbed about a pint of dust. There was no place for the jurors to get a bath, either, he noted ruefully, after they got back to the courthouse. Tuesday morning, June 7th, when Assistant District Attorney Williams made the opening statement for the Commonwealth, set the pattern for the month to follow. Sacco and Vanzetti, handcuffed to each other and to a deputy, with 3 blue-uniformed policemen in front, 3 to the rear, and 2 on either side, were marched from the jail down Village Street past the cemetery, then up Court Street to the courthouse. A trooper, with his bandolier of 100 rounds slung across his shoulder and a rifle in his saddle boot, rode sternly ahead of them, while a second mounted trooper followed as a rear guard. At the midday recess the prisoners were marched back to the jail. This martial procession took place 4 times a day. Once in the courtroom, the defendants were placed in the cage and their handcuffs removed. Then followed a pause of some minutes, until the diminutive judge, in his built-up heels, strode through the door, his black silk gown billowing behind him. At his appearance, Clerk Worthington rapped with his gavel and gave the peremptory command, "Court." Everyone stood up. For the first time the public was allowed in the courtroom. Among the spectators were Mrs. Glendower Evans, representing the New League for Democratic Control, Cerise Carmen Jack, the wife of a Harvard professor, representing the New England Civil Liberties Committee, and Lois Rantoul of the Federated Churches of Greater Boston, a relative of Harvard's President Lowell. Felicani was present, as were most of the members of the Defense Committee, and the Italian Council, the aloof pince-nesed Marquis Ferrante de Rufano, on instructions from his government. In informal preliminary discussions, the prosecution and the defense had come to an agreement not to bring up the subject of radicalism during the trial. Katzman had also offered to agree that no particular bullet came from any particular gun, and refrain with the defense from trying to prove one way or the other whether the murder bullets had been fired from Sacco's automatic or Vanzetti's revolver. Moore had refused, exclaiming melodramatically that he was being asked to turn his sword into a shield, and insisted on being free to have the bullets and guns examined by experts. Officially, Moore, assisted by William Callahan, the lawyer engaged for Sacco and Vanzetti in the Brockton Police Court, represented Sacco, and officially the McAnerney brothers represented Vanzetti. But this was merely a maneuver to give both Jerry McAnerney and Moore the right to argue before the jury and to cross-examine. In reality, Moore was as completely in charge as if he had been captain of a ship. The contention of the Commonwealth, Assistant District Attorney Williams said in his explanatory statement, is that this crime was committed by 5 men, that use was made of this stolen Buick car, which, after its theft from Dr. Murphy of Natick, had been kept in the curtained shed of the Kawauchi house in West Bridgewater, that on the morning of the murder it was taken from the Kawauchi house and was driven to South Braintree, that they picked up Vanzetti at the East Braintree station, that the men who guided and drove that car were very familiar with the localities of West Bridgewater and the roads leading to and from that section, that they went down to the railroad crossing after the shooting and made that hairpin turn to throw their pursuers off the scent, that they proceeded by those back roads, Oak Street and Chestnut Street, until they got to the old turnpike, which, though a rough road, furnished a direct means of access to the West Bridgewater locality. And they tore down there and either started to take Vanzetti over to Plymouth, and for that reason went over the Matfield crossing, or went over there with the idea of perhaps disposing of something in the Matfield River, found it inadvisable to do that which they intended to do, came back over the Matfield crossing, and subsequently abandoned their car in the region adjacent to the Kawauchi house. Williams claimed he would later show that Mike Boda was seen driving a Buick touring car during the winter of 1920. Reminding the jurymen of Puffer's Place, the house they had seen the day before, he gave an unsubstantiated account of the police visiting the shed and finding traces of a hole recently dug in the dirt floor, as well as tire marks to the left of the boards on which Boda had kept his overland. Although Judge Thayer later excluded references to the shed, and although no evidence was brought forward connecting Kawauchi, Boda, or Orchani with the South Braintree crime, Williams, in his opening, nevertheless managed to link them with it by innuendo. The first witness to take the stand was Boston photographer John Farley, who had photographed the various buildings, places, and objects covered in the case, and whose pictures were now offered to the jury as exhibits. Moore objected to the angles at which several of the pictures had been taken, and there followed an inconclusive wrangle with the prosecution, to the visible annoyance of Judge Thayer. During the noon recess, while Sacco and Vanzetti were marched back to the jail for their meal, Judge Thayer walked down the street to the Dedham Inn. Whenever he was in Dedham, he took his midday meal there, as did the newspaper men and most of those connected with the courthouse. Returning from the inn, Thayer could not conceal his scorn at the sight of the coatless Moore taking a nap on the grass plot in front of the courthouse. Moore was always doing things like that, offending the New England sense of decorum without even realizing he had offended. Once in court on a hot afternoon, he took off his shoes and stepped before the bench to make an exception in his stocking feet. Jerry McInerney, watching Judge Thayer's bottled-up indignation as it approached the uncorking point, was fearful as well as dismayed. "For God's sake," he warned Moore, "keep your coat and vest on in the courtroom, can't you?" Ripley, the dodderer with the tobacco-stained mustache, had been appointed foreman of the jury, possibly because at 69 he was the oldest of the 12. When on that first day he returned to the courtroom from lunch, he paused with self-conscious rectitude and, to the embarrassment of the others, saluted the American flag that stood beside the jury box. The photographer was followed by Edward Hayward, the surveyor who had made the large-scale map of the South Braintree scene that hung to the right of the flag. Then the medical testimony began, the reiterative technicalities that the law requires to prove the indisputable fact that a man is dead. Indifferently, the jury followed the course of the bullets through the bodies, listened to Mr. Hunting, who had operated on the dying Parmenter, Dr. Jones, who had picked up the bullet shaken out of Parmenter's jacket, Dr. Fraser, who had examined Berardelli's body in the front room of the Colbert house. The medical evidence was summed up and concluded by Dr. McGrath, whose boast was that he had performed more autopsies and attended more symphony concerts than any other medical examiner in New England. His toupee, the most obviously artificial in Massachusetts, was equally familiar to Symphony Hall, city morgues, and the Harvard Medical School. Dr. McGrath was a character. There was an iron quality about him that did not brook contradiction. Even Moore had no questions to ask him. Such preliminaries took up the first week. Meanwhile, Judge Thayer, irritated enough by the sight of the squint-eyed California lawyer bobbing up in front of him, found a more pervasive irritant in the printed broadsides of the defense committee denouncing the unfairness of the trial even before it started. "I am here to see the defendants get a fair trial," he announced from the bench. And one day he asked a group of reporters at the Dedham Inn if they had ever seen a case in which so many leaflets had been spread around saying that people could not get a fair trial in the state of Massachusetts. As he went out onto the porch, his face was flushed and his voice rose. "You wait till I give my charge to the jury," he told reporters, shaking his fist. "I'll show 'em." Even the monarchist Ferrante, whose chief regret was that Sacco and Vanzetti had not become American citizens so that he could have washed his hands of them, sensed within the first few days that Thayer was sure they were guilty. Not until Wednesday morning, June 8th, did the South Braintree Express agent, the Commonwealth's first important witness, take the stand. Considerably embellishing the story he had told in the Quincy court the year before, Shelley Neal again described his payroll delivery, the pale man in the doorway of the Hampton house, his brief view of the car that he was again to see jolting over the railroad crossing after the hold-up. But Neal did not attempt to identify Sacco or Vanzetti as anyone he had seen that day. Margaret Mahoney, the paymistress, followed Neal. She told of making up the payroll boxes and handing them over to Parmenter and Berardelli just before 3 o'clock. Mark Kerrigan, the shoe cutter, was next. From his window on the third floor of the Hampton house, he had watched the paymaster and the guard go down the street. Then he had heard the shots and seen the car cross the tracks with the gunman crouched in the front seat. But from that glimpse, Kerrigan had not been able to identify the defendants in the Brockton police station, and he was not now able to identify them in the courtroom. End of section 11. Section 12 of Tragedy in Dedham, the story of the Sacco-Vanzetti case by Francis Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, The Trial 1, Part 2. So far, the trial was going in the routine manner that Katzman had planned. These early witnesses were not expected to identify anyone. They were there merely to set the scene. Something more, however, was expected of Jimmy Bostock, the repairman, who had talked to Parmenter and Berardelli at the crossing, had seen the two men fall, and afterward had held the dying guard in his arms. The getaway car with the Italian-looking man who was leaning out shouting had passed so close to Bostock on Pearl Street that he could have reached out and touched it. Nevertheless, when asked in the Brockton station if he could tell whether Sacco and Vanzetti were the bandits, he had answered, "No, sir, I could not tell whether or not they was. No, sir." On the stand, Bostock testified that Berardelli usually carried a .38 caliber revolver. He had seen it several times, the last time the Saturday before the murder. He had joked with Berardelli about it, and asked him if he carried it to shoot rats. The mention of the revolver seemed irrelevant, especially as nobody had seen it on April 15th, and Moore objected. Judge Thayer held a conference at the bench. There, Assistant District Attorney Williams revealed for the first time the Commonwealth's contention that the revolver found on Vanzetti had been taken from Berardelli's body by the man who shot him. When Lewis Wade was taken by Katzman to the Brockton station, he had pointed out Sacco as the wavy-haired man he had seen standing over Berardelli. At the preliminary hearing in the Quincy court 3 weeks later, he was not quite as certain. "I don't want to make a mistake," he had said, looking at Sacco. "This is too damn serious, but he looks like the man." Since then, Katzman had given Wade a pep talk, and was now counting on him for a positive identification. Williams, leading the witness along, became stutteringly disconcerted when Wade balked, maintaining that, although Sacco looked to him somewhat like the man who did the shooting, he had a doubt. Several weeks ago, Wade explained, he had seen a man in D'Amato's barber shop who looked just like the man who had shot Berardelli. Since that time, he had decided that Sacco was not the man. Williams managed to recover his composure, but though he did his forensic best, he could get no further in persuading the intractable Wade. As Wade left the stand, one of the police officers at the door called him a piker, and another muttered, "We're not through with you yet." It was a remark borne out a few weeks later when Wade was dismissed from his job at Slater and Morrill. He had it coming to him. That was the way people felt in South Braintree. John Deaver, in the first row of the jury box, glancing from time to time at the defendants in the cage, was so far not impressed by the Commonwealth's case. Sometimes he felt frightened at having to decide whether two men should live or die. Sacco and Vanzetti, he thought, did not look like criminals. Sacco appeared to be an alert, bright, and rather clean-cut young fellow. Every time I looked at Vanzetti, he seemed to be thinking with an impassive look on his face, or listening intently to whatever was taking place at the time. My sympathies were with the men on trial, and I was hoping that the evidence would not be sufficient to establish their guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The reasonable doubt became more shadowy after the spinsterish Hampton House bookkeepers, Mary Splain and Frances Devlin, appeared. Both pointed to Sacco as the man they had seen leaning out of the murder car. Mary Splain told how, after they had heard the shots, she and Frances Devlin had gone first to the front window, then to the one looking out on Pearl Street, just in time to catch the car as it careered across the railroad tracks. From 60 feet away, she had watched the bare-headed bandit for the 3 seconds the car took to pass. He had a gray, what I thought was a shirt, had a grayish, like navy color, and the face was what we would call clear-cut, clean-cut face, a little narrow, just a little narrow. The forehead was high, the hair was brushed back, and it was between, I should think, 2 inches and 2 1/2 inches in length, and had dark eyebrows, but the complexion was white, peculiar white that looked greenish. She had particularly noticed his left hand resting on the back of the front seat. It was a good-sized hand that denoted strength. Deaver thought Mary Splain seemed honest, but he did not see how anyone could have remembered all those details from such a distant glimpse, and he decided that she must have refreshed her memory on her visits to the Brockton police station. At the Quincy hearing the year before, when her memory was greener, Mary Splain had not been so certain of her identification. There she had said of Sacco, "I am almost sure I saw him at Braintree, but I saw him at the Brockton police station afterward." When Moore, with the Quincy transcript in his hand, pressed her about her negative answers then, she belligerently denied making them, but was finally forced to admit that she had said, "I don't think my opportunity afforded me the right to say he is the man." This she now qualified by saying that her observation of him for several hours in the Quincy court had convinced her that Sacco was the man in the car. "I am positive, certain he is the man," she concluded, her voice ringing and determined. "I admit the possibility of an error, but I am certain I am not making a mistake." As she said this, Sacco thrust his head forward, smiling at her with fixed bitterness. Frances Devlin's story was almost the same as her friend's, although not so detailed. She had seen the car spurt over the hill with a man leaning out, firing at the crowd. She described him as a dark man, and his forehead, the hair seemed to be grown away from the temple, and it was blown back, and he had clear features, and rather good-looking, and he had a white complexion, and a fairly thick-set man, I should say. Sacco was that man, she was positive. Like Mary Splain, in the Quincy court she had been less positive. There, the most she had said of Sacco was, "He looks very much like the man that stood up in the back seat shooting." McGlone, the young teamster who had caught the staggering Parmenter, was another disappointing witness for the Commonwealth. A ferret-faced, stubborn man, he said that the two bandits he had seen were Italians, but that was all he would say about them. Assistant District Attorney Williams could not bring him to say that Sacco and Vanzetti were the gunmen, any more than Moore could bring him to say that they were not. "Well," McGlone kept on telling them, "I did not get a good look at them to see what they did look like." Edgar Langlois, the Rice and Hutchins foreman, who had looked down from the second-floor window at the two gunmen below him, described them in court as short and dark-complexioned, full-chested, clean-shaven, with curly or wavy hair. He had not been able to identify either Sacco or Vanzetti at Brockton as the men he had seen from the window, nor was he now willing to identify them in court. The only witness of the actual shooting to make any such identification was the young Jewish shoe-cutter, Louis Pelser, who had been working on the first floor of Rice and Hutchins. After hearing the shots outside, he said, he had opened the middle window and looked out at a bareheaded man with a gun, only 7 feet away, shooting at Berardelli. "I seen this fellow shoot this fellow," he told the court. "It was the last shot. He put 4 bullets in him." The gunman had wavy hair, pushed back, dark complexion, and was wearing dark green pants and an army shirt. He had then seen the gunman climb into the car. Pelser pointed to Sacco as the man. Katzman twice asked him, over Moore's objections, if he had any question in his mind but that Sacco was the man. Pelser hesitated. In the heat of the day, in his blue serge suit, he was an abject sight. John Deaver thought he looked and acted like a man who was doing something he didn't want or like to do. Looking at Sacco, pressed by the district attorney, Pelser reluctantly came out with it. "I wouldn't say he is the man, but he is the dead image of the man I seen." He added that he had thrown open the factory window and watched there from the time the gunman shot Berardelli until the car disappeared up Pearl Street. That day, Pelser testified, June 10th, was the hottest of the year. Outside the sun was molten, and inside the air had become so humid that the walls and marble floor were beaded. Judge Thayer allowed the jurors to take off their coats, and finally ordered the sheriff to bring them fans. Moore, beginning his cross-examination, was like a cat with a not overly nimble mouse. Pelser sweated so that the drops fell. Some months earlier, when interviewed by Robert Reed, a white-bearded Boston constable who had become a defense investigator, Pelser had denied seeing any of the shooting. "They were shooting while I was at the window," he had told Reed, "and I got under the bench, and that is all I seen of them." Now he claimed that he had lied to Reed because he did not want to be called as a witness. Moore, driving him into a corner, made him admit that he had, after all, ducked under the bench. He also admitted that he had avoided going to the Brockton station with the other witnesses by telling the police he had not seen enough to identify anyone. However, Moore could not shake Peltzer's insistence that he had seen the gunman and the getaway car, and it was a fact that Peltzer was the only person in South Braintree who had written down the car's license number. William Brenner, Peter McCullum, and Dominic Constantino, all of whom worked at the front benches with Peltzer, were brought in as defense witnesses to contradict Peltzer's story. But their effect was lessened by the tidy mechanics of legal procedure that postpones the appearance of rebuttal witnesses until the prosecution has finished its case. So it was not until 2 weeks later, when the details of Peltzer's testimony were overlaid by that of a score of other witnesses, that Brenner took the stand. He, too, after he had heard shots, looked through the partially opened center window and saw a man sinking. Peltzer had not been near the window. After McCullum had raised the sash, he had slammed it down again and yelled, "Duck!" and they had all got down behind the benches. Under cross-examination, Brenner admitted he really did not know where Peltzer was when he himself was looking through the window. McCullum, following Brenner, was not sure where Peltzer was either, but Constantino was certain that when the shooting started, Peltzer was right down under the bench. Afterward, Peltzer had told them, "I did not see any of the men, but I got the number of the car." Constantino admitted he had not given any thought to where Peltzer was until he had read the latter's testimony in the newspaper 2 weeks before. Then he had gone to the Sacco-Vanzetti Defense Committee and volunteered his information. At first he maintained that Peltzer was at his workbench 3 windows down when McCullum had thrown up the sash, but Katzman finally forced him to admit that he really did not know where Peltzer was or whether he might have opened another window. The appearance of Hans Bersen, the Slater chauffeur, was unsatisfactory to the prosecution. All he could say was that the 2 men he had seen sitting on the Rice and Hutchins fence as he drove past in the Marmon seemed to be pretty well light-complexioned fellows. He had not noticed their features, and the district attorney did not even bother to ask him to identify the defendants. It was generally agreed by the newspaper men covering the trial that Lola Andrews was the prosecution's star witness, since she was the only one who had actually talked with any of the gunmen. She was an unpredictable woman. When Moore and 2 assistants had gone to Quincy on January 14th with a stenographer to interview her as a prospective defense witness, he found her calm and pleasant. According to the stenographer's record, she told Moore that she could not identify the 2 men she had seen near the car in front of the Rice and Hutchins factory. When she was shown pictures of Sacco and Vanzetti, she said they were not the men. Although she did not mention it to Moore on January 14th, she later claimed that 2 evenings before, a dark, one-eyed man in a sailor's reefer had appeared at her door, spoken incomprehensibly about the South Braintree crime, and then, when she refused to listen to him, followed her into the hall toilet and assaulted her. The evening before Lola appeared in court, Jerry McInerney had gone to see her in Quincy, and she had told him that she could not and would not identify Sacco or Vanzetti as the men she had seen near the automobile in front of Slater and Morrill. Moore had even considered using her as one of his own witnesses, and was surprised when she took the stand for the Commonwealth. She wore a stiff-crowned hat with a flat brim that shadowed her face. It was a coarse, apprehensive face, which, though faded, still managed to preserve a physical appeal. Again she told her story of walking down Pearl Street to the Slater and Morrill factory, of seeing the pale man and the dark man by the touring car, of asking directions from the dark man on the way back. He asked me, she said, looking at the defendants in the cage, which factory I wanted, the Slater? I said, "No, sir, the Rice and Hutchins." He said to go in the driveway, and told me which door to go in. It would lead me to the factory office. Williams then asked her dramatically if she had seen the man since. She replied that she had seen him in the courtroom. It was the climax to which the assistant district attorney had been building. "Do you see him in the courtroom now?" he asked. She paused, raised a bare, fleshy forearm, and pointed to Sacco. "I think I do. Yes, sir, that man there." Sacco jumped to his feet in the cage, his eyes flashing. "I am the man?" he demanded in his thick accent. "Do you mean me? Take a good look." Moore in his cross-examination went back at once to the January evening when he had shown her a selection of photographs, including one of Sacco holding a derby in his hand. According to the stenographer's record, she had said that the man with the derby was not the one she had talked with in South Braintree. Now, on the stand, she denied that she had said any such thing, claiming, on the contrary, that she had then identified the man in Moore's picture as the man who had got up from under the car. Though Moore could not shake her story, he brought out that, in February, Stewart and Briard had taken her to the Dedham jail. There she had looked through a grating at a cell tier on a lower level. For about 10 minutes she had watched a dark, muscular man pacing up and down. The man, she finally decided, whom she had talked with in front of the factory on the day of the murder. That man, she was told, was Nicola Sacco. At 1 o'clock, Judge Thayer suspended the session for the weekend. Lola Andrews' cross-examination would continue Monday and into Tuesday. Moore was determined to drive her to the wall. But in his determination, he overlooked the one question that should have occurred to any trained legal mind. Lola Andrews had been given detailed directions to Rice and Hutchins by a man who spoke English easily. Sacco's command of English was so slight that he would not have been capable of such fluent talk. His heavy accent was at times almost incomprehensible. Yet Moore, in his 2 days of hammering at Lola Andrews, never once brought up the question of the speech and accent of the man who had directed her. Judge Thayer's weekend instructions to the jury seem, at least from the record, judicious and temperate. "Drop this case now," he told them, "to be taken up Monday morning at 10 o'clock. Don't discuss the case among yourselves. You haven't heard all the evidence. You haven't heard any of the evidence of the defense. You haven't heard the argument. You haven't heard the charge. Just keep your minds open, absolutely open, fair and impartial, so that when you finally cross the threshold of the jury room for your final determination of this case, your mind will be as impartial and as open as it is humanly possible for any man's mind to be." The trial was now beginning to look like a long one, and most of the jurors were concerned about getting back to their families. They talked about asking the judge to hold longer sessions. Deaver was worried that Filines might cancel his summer vacation after he had been away so long. Saturday morning he had just opened a geographic when Sheriff Capon stuck his head in the door and asked if anyone wanted to take a bath. At first they thought it was his idea of a joke, but the sheriff marched them up to the jail, and there, in the basement, they found 12 bathtubs all set up and waiting. For over an hour they soaked and splashed and tossed cakes of soap back and forth. Deaver could see a rim of dirt forming all along the edge of his tub. The water felt great. So did the clean clothes his sister had sent him. Monday morning brought Lola Andrews back to the stand. Moore repeatedly tried to force the witness into admitting that she had spoken to the pale, sickly man, not the squat, dark one. Over and over he asked about the location of the car, the position of the two men, the distance from the factory. Katzman objected to the repetitions. So did Judge Thayer. "I thought we had been all through this before," the judge exclaimed caustically. Moore explained that he was trying to show that much of the testimony of the witness is one of rather hopeless confusion. Katzman objected, and Thayer turned on Moore. "That is an unfair criticism of any witness," he told the Westerner. "Kindly refrain from taking up a subject that has already been exhausted." Moore's tactics were apparently to wear the witness down. All morning he kept hammering at her, going back again and again to what she had told him in January, making her retrace each step along Pearl Street on the morning of the crime. He could not, however, change her identification of Sacco. Much of the testimony was irrelevant. Moore wanted to know how long the witness and Julia Campbell had worked at Rice and Hutchins, what they did there, and whether they had worked on men's or women's shoes. He became visibly embarrassed when the subject of Julia Campbell's present address in Maine came up, and Lola Andrews said he had asked her how she herself would like a little vacation down there. When she had told Moore she was afraid she would lose her job, he had promised her a job in Maine as good or better. Katzman and Williams, sitting at the side of the enclosure, grinned at Moore's efforts to defend himself. At the beginning of the afternoon session, Jerry McInerney took over the questioning, leading back to the matter of the photographs that Mrs. Andrews had or had not identified for Moore in January. Then there was a conference between Thayer and the lawyers as to how far the defense might go into the witness's past history. On overhearing this, she complained that she felt faint. A few seconds later, she fell forward. Katzman and Williams caught her as she slumped. She did not take the stand again until the following morning. In the anteroom, she told the district attorney that she had fainted because she had suddenly seen, in the courtroom, the man who had assaulted her. During the short recess, it was whispered in the corridors that one of the spectators had been caught with a revolver. Unlike most courtroom rumors, it happened to be true. The man had a permit and was released, but on the morning following Lola Andrews' fainting fit, those who arrived early found the courthouse gates closed and guarded. Only 5 minutes before the session were they opened, and then each entering spectator was patted. There was another flurry when the police thought they had discovered a man in possession of 3 small bombs. They turned out to be hard-boiled eggs that he had brought for his lunch. When John Deaver thought of Lola Andrews being overborne in Quincy by Moore, with a stenographer taking down every word she said, he felt sorry for her. Moore's harsh cross-examination backfired, causing Deaver and the other jurymen to feel sympathetic enough to believe her. Although Lola's testimony dragged on for another day, little more was added. There was an involved and lengthy discussion as to whether the photograph she had identified for Moore had been of Sacco, as she now maintained, or of an unidentified mustached man with a straw hat holding a cigar. Indirectly, Williams brought up the matter of the one-eyed stranger who had assaulted her. The assistant district attorney claimed that she had been in a frightened state of mind at the time of her interview with Moore and could not be held to what she had said. Although the jury was sympathetic, the newspaper men were less so. One of the Hearst reporters nicknamed her Fainting Lola. Moore was sensitive enough to a jury's mood to realize the impression her identification had made. To help repair the damage, he brought in 5 refuting witnesses. Alfred Labreck, a young Quincy reporter, had gone to Lola Andrews' room shortly after the assault, and she had told him that she could not say if the man who forced her into the toilet resembled the man at South Braintree, because she had not seen the face of the man in South Braintree. George Fay, a Quincy policeman, testified that Lola had told him much the same thing. Harry Kurlansky, a tailor, who had known Lola for 8 years, told of her passing his shop in February and his saying, "You look kind of tired." She says, "Yes." She says, "They're bothering the life out of me." I says, "What?" She says, "I just came from jail." I says, "What have you done in jail?" She says, "The government took me down and want me to recognize those men," she says, "and I don't know a thing about them. I have never seen them, and I can't recognize them." Judge Thayer looked down sourly at the little Polish Jew. "Mr. Witness," he rasped, "I would like to ask one question. Did you attempt to find out who this person was who represented the government, who was trying to get her to take and state that which was false?" Kurlansky, already bewildered by the courtroom atmosphere, was almost speechless at the thought of turning himself into a private detective. "Well," he said, "it didn't come into my mind. I wasn't sure, you know. It didn't—" Only later, with Jerry McInerney to encourage him, was he finally able to say that he didn't see why he should bother about it. More sprang a surprise on Katzman when he produced the aged but peppery Julia Campbell, whom he had brought down from Maine. Mrs. Campbell addressed Katzman as "dear man," and when he tried to confuse her with a litany of dates, she sent a titter round the courtroom by exclaiming, "Oh, chestnuts!" She swore that Lola Andrews had never spoken to the man under the car, but to the man standing by it. As for the two defendants in the cage, she did not think she ever saw them men in the world. Lena Allen, who ran a lodging house in Quincy, was the last refuting witness. She said that Lola Andrews had roomed at her house until the other roomers had threatened to leave if she didn't get rid of her. Lola Andrews had a bad reputation and was untruthful, according to Lena Allen, who admitted she disliked her. 5 witnesses identified Vanzetti in one way or another, but only one of them, Mike Levengy, the Pearl Street gate tender, placed him at the scene of the murders. Almost all the other witnesses had described the driver of the getaway car as pale, fair, sickly. Levengy, at the inquest 2 days after the crime, had asserted the man was dark, with a dark brown mustache. Now he pointed to Vanzetti in the cage as the man, the only man he had seen. Katzman, in his summing up, admitted that the driver of the car was indisputably a pale, blond man, but he explained that Levengy's identification was still valid, as he must have glimpsed Vanzetti leaning over from the back seat, and in the excitement thought he was the driver. Although Levengy was the only witness to place Vanzetti in the Buick, 2 others placed him in South Braintree on that day. Harry Dolbert, the piano tuner, had been summoned to Dedham as a prospective juror. While waiting in the courtroom, he had seen the defendants being led by. Suddenly he had recalled the carload of tough tickets he had seen on Hancock Street the morning of the South Braintree crime. The man with the mustache, handcuffed to the sheriff, looked just like one of those men in the back seat. Having gone to the district attorney's office with his story, he now found himself appearing as a witness. Dolbert had no particular recollection of the other 4 men in the car, except for the general impression of their toughness, but the middle man in the back seat was Vanzetti. "I had the same view of him in the courtroom as I had in the car, a profile view," he told the court. He had not a particle of doubt about Vanzetti being the man. John Faulkner, another surprise witness, picked out Vanzetti as a man who had ridden with him in the smoking car of the train from Plymouth to Boston on the morning of April 15th. Faulkner, a pattern maker at the Watertown Arsenal, was an unhesitating witness. Each day he was accustomed to take the train from Cohasset, and he always rode in the smoking car. On the morning of the 15th, as the train was pulling in to East Weymouth, a man across the aisle had said someone in the back wanted to know if the stop was East Braintree. Faulkner turned and saw a foreign-looking man sitting in the single seat next to the toilet. He had a black mustache, high cheekbones, and was wearing old clothes. At Weymouth Heights, the man again leaned forward and asked if the stop was East Braintree. When the train stopped at East Braintree, the man had picked up an old leather Boston bag and got off. "That is the man," Faulkner said, identifying Vanzetti. He was sure. However, when asked by Moore if he could remember the man across the aisle who had first spoken to him, Faulkner had no recollection of him at all. He remembered the date because it was the time he had been injured and had gone in on the late train to the hospital. The next day he read about the murders and wondered if the foreigner he had seen had had anything to do with them. In refutation, Moore brought in Henry McNaught, the conductor of the train, who said that no cash fares had been collected that day from Plymouth to Braintree. The station agents of Plymouth, North Plymouth, and Kingston testified in addition that no tickets had been sold from their stations to the Braintrees. However, Katzman made them admit that they did not know if any such tickets had been sold the day before, or how many might have been sold to Quincy or Boston. Edward Brooks, the ticket agent at East Braintree, recalled that about the time of the murders, and several times since, he had seen a tall, dark man carrying a black bag get off the morning train and walk from the station toward Quincy Avenue. He had seen the man perhaps half a dozen times. Vanzetti was not the man. The other two who identified Vanzetti were Austin Cole, the streetcar conductor, and Austin Reed, the gate tender at the Matfield crossing. Cole told the same story he had told at the Plymouth Trial. The two men who boarded his car at Sunset Avenue on May 5th and had been taken off by the police in Brockton had also got on at the same stop the night of April 14th or 15th. Sacco and Vanzetti were the men. Reed, a man in his early 20s, told of the car that had swirled up to his crossing just as the train was coming, and how he had gone out into the road with the stop sign in his hand. A man with a stubbed mustache and high cheekbones had leaned out of the car and asked loudly what the hell he was holding him up for. When Reed read of the South Braintree holdup the next day, he had been sure those men were the bandits, and after he had heard of the arrests on May 5th, he had gone of his own accord to the Brockton police station to have a look at the suspects. The man with the mustache, Vanzetti, was the same man who had shouted at him from the car. He was sure of it in Brockton. He was sure of it now. There was no doubt in his mind. Jerry McAnony cross-examined Reed at random, asking what he was doing before the car appeared, how often the trains ran, where he now worked, how much dust was on the faces of the men in the car, what sort of hats they were wearing. Then Moore took over, and at the last came close to the vital question when he asked if the man had spoken in a loud, bold voice. Reed admitted that he had, and that the quality of the English was unmistakable and clear. But Moore did not pursue the matter. As with Faulkner's and Lola Andrews' testimony, Moore overlooked the matter of the defendant's accents. His jibes at Reed's youth, and at his going on his own to the police station, aroused John Deaver's sympathy for the witness. The weather continued oppressive. The motionless air bore down damply on the marble wainscoting. The routine of the court so enveloped the jurymen, the spectators, and even the lawyers and the sheriff's men, that the outside world became unreal. Though the enlarged map of South Braintree still hung on the wall to the right of the jury box, there seemed no organic connection between the act of violence that had taken place there 15 months before and this decorous legal game with its inherited rules. For the newspapers, the case lost its novelty, and the accounts of the trial often slipped to an inside page. What blackened the front pages now was the scandal of Mishawum Manor, a roadhouse north of Boston, where, at a booze party a few years before, Adolf Zucker and several other film executives had been framed with naked call girls and shaken down for $100,000. The affair had been arranged through the office of District Attorney Nathan Tufts of Middlesex County. Only now was it coming to light, with Tufts, an old Yankee, and District Attorney Joseph Pelletier, an Irishman with a French name, facing disbarment. It is almost impossible for anyone to sit through a murder trial without taking sides emotionally. With respect to Sacco and Vanzetti, the sides had, for the most part, been taken before the defendants ever appeared in court. In the eyes of the court officers, sheriffs, police, janitors, stenographers, and the rest, the two Italians were guilty, otherwise they would not be sitting in the cage. The feeling pervaded Dedham, and Frank Sibley, the dean of the local reporters covering the trial for the Boston Globe, did not like it. As the weeks passed, there were other things Sibley did not like. He had not liked the squads of state troopers. He could not help but notice the antagonism between Moore and Thayer. Perhaps it was not so obvious to the jury, but as an old crime reporter he had been aware of it at once. Thanks to Moore's objections, there was a succession of lawyers' conferences at the bench with the jury sent from the room. Once when the stenographer went up to record what was being said in the buzzing cluster, Sibley heard Thayer snap, "Get the hell out of here! Who called you up here?" Sibley, who remembered that old Chief Justice Lemuel Shaw would not discuss a current case even with his own family, was shocked by Thayer's fondness for talking about the case to newspaper men. Several times on his way to lunch at the Dedham Inn, Sibley had heard Thayer announce explosively that the defendant's counsel were damn fools. A gauntly impressive figure who wore a Windsor tie and a Latin Quarter hat and could be recognized on any Boston street a quarter-mile away, Sibley decided early that Sacco and Vanzetti were not getting a fair trial. The last three witnesses to identify Sacco were William Tracy, the owner of the Tracy Building, the railroad detective William Heron, and Carlos Goodridge, who had heard the shooting as he was playing pool with Peter Magazu. Of the two men Tracy had noticed standing by the drugstore on the morning of the murders, one, he felt, was Sacco. While I couldn't be positive, I would say to the best of my recollection that was the man, was the most Katzman could get out of him. When he was cross-examined, he maintained that he felt quite sure he was right, but would not positively say Sacco was the man. Heron recalled the two Dagos he had seen in the South Braintree station the morning he had collared the McNamara kid. He remembered them particularly because they were smoking under the no smoking sign. There was no question in his mind but that Sacco was one of the men he had seen. Goodridge, a middle-aged man of uneasy appearance, picked out the bandit who had leaned from the car and pointed a gun at him. He was the gentleman on the right in the cage, Sacco. "Are you not," Jerry McInerney asked Goodridge, "a defendant in a criminal case in this court?" Goodridge denied it, and Judge Thayer broke off the line of questioning by reminding McInerney that a man's record as a defendant could not be brought up unless he had been convicted. There was another conference at the bench, with the jury sent out. Jerry McInerney handed Judge Thayer a document from the clerk's office, showing that on the same day Sacco and Vanzetti were arraigned, Goodridge had pleaded guilty to stealing money from his employer, and a week later had been placed on probation. Thayer ruled against the jury being allowed to hear this, because the case had been filed. John Deaver sensed that something was wrong about Goodridge, even if McInerney could not bring out the details. Goodridge was contradicted by 4 defense witnesses, who, unhappily for the defense, also contradicted each other. Harry Arogni, a barber in D'Amato's shop, said that when Goodridge had had his hair cut a few days after the holdup, he had told of seeing the man in the car, adding, "If I have got to say who that man was, I can't say." Katzman forced Arogni to admit that this was the only customer's conversation he could remember from a period of 14 months. D'Amato himself claimed that Goodridge had said he was inside the pool room and did not see any of the men in the automobile. Just before the shooting, Peter Magazu had left his pool room to wait on a customer in the shoe shop on the other side of the partition. After the car had swung by, he asked Goodridge if he had seen anything. Goodridge told him, "I seen the men, they pointed with a gun." I says, "How do the men look like?" He says, "Young man with light hair, light complexion, and wore an army shirt. This job wasn't pulled off by any foreign people." Andrew Manganaro, Goodridge's disgruntled employer, related that Goodridge had told him that he saw this automobile going by, and as he did, one of the men pointed a gun at him, and he run in. When he saw the gun, he was so scared he run right in from where he was. He could not possibly remember faces. As for Goodridge's reputation for veracity, Manganaro announced with emphatic satisfaction that it was bad. After the identifications, there followed a string of residual witnesses to establish at length for the board jury facts that were, for the most part, apparent at a glance. Charles Fuller and Max Wind told of finding the Buick in the Manly Woods, whereupon Moore engaged in a lengthy dispute with Judge Thayer as to whether or not the Buick should be admitted as evidence. Francis Murphy, the owner, testified that the car was his. Warren Ellis identified his stolen license plates. There was more interest in the story of William Hill, the police officer who had driven the Buick to Brockton. He had spent 15 or 20 minutes looking the car over in the police garage and found it undamaged. Yet the next morning he had noticed a bullet hole in the right rear door. Assistant District Attorney Williams, putting Napoleon Ensher on the stand, announced that the Commonwealth would show that this man Boda was seen driving a car of the type which is of interest to us in this case, that he was associated with one Orciani, that he was associated with Sacco, and we shall ask the jury to draw the inference that the car which Boda was then driving was the car concerned in this murder, and we shall tie up the car and Boda by evidence of other association between these four men, Sacco, Vanzetti, Orciani, and Boda. Unfortunately for this theory, there was no link for Williams to connect the murder car with the one Ensher claimed to have seen Boda driving. The assistant district attorney admitted that all he could hope to show was that it was the same kind of car. He could not, however, place the four men together at any time in this particular Buick car. For lack of such a connection, Judge Thayer excluded Ensher's testimony. Officers Vaughan and Connolly again told their tale of arresting the two Italians, Connolly elaborating on the story he had told at the Plymouth trial. Vanzetti had so far controlled his feelings, but as Connolly told of Vanzetti's reaching for his revolver, the Italian jumped up in the cage and shouted, "You are a liar!" The deputies forced him down, his eyes sparkling with anger, as Connolly continued. Following Connolly, Parmenter's widow gave brief, pathetic, and largely inconsequent testimony. Fred Loring told of picking up the cap near Berardelli's body. George Kelly, Sacco's neighbor, refused to identify the cap as Sacco's. The most Williams could get him to say was that the cap was similar in color to the cap Sacco wore, and that at the 3K factory Sacco hung his cap on a nail each morning. Williams asked whether he knew of anything happening to the cap because it was hung on a nail. Kelly said he did not. Then Williams asked what he noticed about the condition of the cap lining he was examining on the stand. "Torn," Kelly replied. As he went on, he did his best to put in a good word for Sacco. His feeling of friendship was obvious. However, he was obliged to admit that Sacco had not worked during the Christmas week of 1919, an admission later corroborated by his sister Margaret, the 3K paymistress. Mrs. Glendower Evans had become such an assiduous note-taker that the sheriff finally provided a small table for her. Even from behind the table she managed to display a vast assurance and a well-bred disapproval of the proceedings. Judge Thayer took for granted the enmity of radicals and of anarchists. Anarchists, he pronounced it. But he expected something different from these Boston women of old families who seemed to form a phalanx at the trial, and who, he felt, were people of his own class. One day, as the court adjourned, he asked Mrs. Rantoul to step into his chambers. She found him alone, waiting in his black robe. At once he asked her how she thought the trial was going. "I told him," she said later in an affidavit, "that I had not yet heard sufficient evidence to convince me that the defendants were guilty. He expressed dissatisfaction, both by words, gestures, tone of voice, and manner. He said that after hearing both arguments and his charge, I would certainly feel differently." The Commonwealth rested its case on the first day of summer. End of section 12.